I started my career in 2002 in an offbeat ERP system called System ESS. I worked there for 6 months and I got fed up with it. I didn't see any growth opportunities and I moved on to Java. I worked in Java for 2.5 years, but my ERP background kind of haunted me. So I had a very good friend who kind of continued with this system and he became a very good ERP consultant and he got trained in SAP and I thought this looks very good. So I got trained in SAP for a period of 1 month and tried to get a job for almost around 2 to 3 months. But still, I could not get a job. Then I got in touch with this friend of mine who was already into SAP as an SD consultant, and he said he could help me teach SD. So I got in touch with him. He taught me SAP SD for around a month or so, and I started looking out again. So within 1.5 months, I got my first SAP job. Now, why am I telling you this boring history? There are 3 things that I want you to know from this. First thing is, anybody can learn SAP. It doesn't matter what your background is. If you are a Java guy or some other ERP guy or an Oracle guy, it doesn't matter. Anybody can learn SAP. I'm not just saying SD. It could be anything. SD, MM, PP, FICO, ABAP, you name it. You can learn anything in SAP irrespective of your background. The second thing is, because of my background in System ESS, learning SAP was a little bit easy. But if you had somebody who could help you with some of the concepts, that's fine. So a little bit of sales or ERP background is preferable. So it make your life easy to learn SD, for example, if you had sales or an ERP background. And number 3 is train with somebody who's going to give you those concepts in ERP very well, not just the configuration. And that's what I am going to do in this training. And when I look back at this 2 months and analyze why I did not get my job or why I did not even remotely foresee getting a job, that was because I was not trained right. I knew something in SPRO, but that was about it. I almost failed every interview that I've taken. That is until my friend helped me with some of the real-time concepts and configuration issues and user exits and stuff like that. So the third and most important point that I want you to take away is understand SAP from a business perspective. In fact, nobody is ever going to ask you a lot of questions on SPRO in an interview. They're going to say, okay, what was the configuration that you have done in pricing? What was the most difficult configuration that you have encountered in credit management? What kind of user exits you have worked on? These are the kinds of questions that you should be ready to answer. And unless you understand SD or SAP from the perspective of business and business problems, you'll not be able to answer such type of questions, which will make your learning not very useful. So, anybody can learn SAP. If you have a background in ERP or sales, better, but that's not mandatory. And most importantly, try and understand SAP from a business perspective. And that's what I'm going to give you in this course. In this video, we are going to talk about how to install the SAP GUI on a Windows machine. The specific version of GUI we are going to talk about is version 7.2. So this is SAP version 7.2. Okay. Now you download that version of the software and then unzip it to whatever folder you like, and then you go inside. This is the first level of folder. Go inside again and go into press1 folder, and then go into the GUI folder, and then go into Windows folder, Win32, and click on setup all. Okay, you can view the path here. This is where you have unzipped the file, and then you went to the following folder structure. Okay, so once you go there, click on setup all, and then it's a very simple wizard based setup. Just click on next, select the first option. Just select the first option if you're using SD or MM or ABAP modules. If you want to practice on BW or any other advanced MySAP modules, you might have to select other options, but for now the first one is good enough. So make sure you have enough space, and then click on next, and then it will take a couple of minutes before it installs the GUI, and once it's done, you just have to click on finish. It won't take long, as you're seeing, it's pretty fast. I'm sure it takes less than a minute or a minute and a half. So let's wait it out. Alright, and here we are, done. So close it, go to your start menu, click on programs, and click on SAP frontend, and then click on the log on. So your log on pad will open, which is the same as this log on pad window that SAP already creates on your desktop. Now in the connections section, just click on the new icon. This is the new icon, okay, just in case. This is the new icon, and then make sure you have selected the connections section. Okay, now click on next, and there are three things that are really important in order for you to set up a connection. The first one being the application server. So you will be given access to an application server, say some 4-digit numbers like 100 dot something dot something dot something, and then there will be an instance number, and then there will be a system ID, which is a 2-digit number, and that's all you have to enter. These details will be given to you by your SAP hosting provider. Take that info, and the first field over here is just a description. So it just says, okay, SAP, or you give whatever name you like, and you can give your name or whatever. Application server, instance number, system ID. For example, system ID could be something like 00, and so instance number could be something like 00. System ID is generally a 3-character ID, like C11, C12, or VAN, and the application server will be something like 100.121. Whatever will be that number that has been given to you. Okay, don't put in this number, put in some number that has been given to you by your hosting provider. Alright, and then click on next, click finish, you're done. Okay, so here we have the connection setup. Now in order to actually connect to that system, just select it and then click on log on. If the details that you have entered are incorrect, then the system will say that it's not able to connect to the SAP server. In this case, it will not be able to, because we know that this is the wrong number, right? So make sure you enter the right number. If you want to edit the connection, again, just select the connection, and click on the edit button, and you can go here and then put in the right application server, the right instance number, right system ID, and then click OK. Okay, now we have put in the correct details, so select that and then click on log on. You'll see the log on screen. Make sure that the client you're logging on to is 800, because this is the test client with tons of data. Use your ID that's been given to you, and then the password, and then click enter, and that's it, you're on. Okay, over here there are a couple of configuration or presets that you have to do. This is a 7.2 system, so I'm going to talk about in a 7.2 version of the GUI. The steps in the 7.1 version or any version before that are slightly different. Okay, but the intent is what I'm trying to get at here. Now, the first thing that you have to do is click on this colored button and then click on options. Go to interaction design and then click on visualization and interaction. Select this and select this and click apply, click OK. Okay, you have to select and click these two check marks under visualization and interaction of the interaction design section, and then click OK. This is the first thing that you have to do. The second thing is go to extras and settings. Make sure you select display technical names. Okay, those should be your basic presets. If you want to just go here and set this to transaction, that would be awesome, because if you execute a transaction, let's say creation of a sales order, right, you'll have the transaction listed here, so you know that you are working on a particular transaction. All right, so that's setting up and installing and configuring the GUI, including the presets. Thank you very much. All right, in today's lesson we're going to talk about the sales order cycle. What is a sales order cycle? Every business will have a cycle. Let me give you some examples. For example, the finance business or the finance department is responsible for looking at what the customer needs to pay, it's called AR, and receiving the cash or receiving payments. That's their business. So they call it a report to record. Somebody in the procurement department which is responsible for interacting with the vendors, getting the goods on time, so on, is responsible for placing the purchase order with the vendor. Example, if Walmart's procurement department were to be taken as an example, they are responsible for dealing with the vendors that supply the goods. Like if milk needs to be put in the freezer of Walmart, the procurement department will talk to all the different milk vendors. They'll raise purchase orders, they'll get the goods into the stock, and they'll pay the invoices, meaning pay the money to their vendors. This cycle is called procure to pay. Procure to pay, or P2P. So similarly, there are different business cycles followed by the different departments. Now, what about the sales department? The sales department also follows a cycle. It's called the sales order cycle. There are some variations to it. slight minor variations. I'm going to talk about those variations when we come to the respective parts. So we understand what is sales order cycle. Now let's see the cycle itself. What does the sales order cycle comprise of? The sales order cycle is best understood with an example. We'll take two companies. One company, say a computer manufacturing company, say HP or Dell or whatever. And this is the company which is selling. So we are looking at things from a HP's perspective. Who is buying? Anybody could be buying from Dell. You or I could be buying from Dell or HP. But we don't want to really take individual scenarios like B2C, business to consumer. Rather, we would want to talk about a B2B scenario, a business to business scenario, because SAP is actually built for more B2B scenarios. Let's take the scenario of HP selling computers to a customer, say Walmart. So Walmart is our customer. And the company is HP selling computers to Walmart. So how does a typical cycle start? So Walmart is looking for computers. So Walmart is inquiring about the different rates of HP, Dell, Gateway, and all the different computer manufacturers. Now, since we are looking at it from HP's perspective, Walmart is going to send what is called as an RFI, or request for information or inquiry. RFI. What is an RFI? An RFI is quite simply a request for a whole bunch of products and what are the prices and when we can deliver them by. So now from HP's perspective, as soon as they receive this request from Walmart, they're going to say, okay, who is the customer? Customer is Walmart. What is the date that we have received this? Okay, Jan 1st, 2014, and some other details, and then we'll start with the products. What is it that Walmart is looking for? They'll specify that in the request. They'll say, I want a particular model of desktop model 1, and how many quantity? Say 1000, right? They want it for a bunch of stores, and maybe some laptops, a particular model, maybe 2000 of them, and so on. So this information is captured in a document from HP's perspective, and this document is just a fancy word. You don't need to use that or think in terms of a document. It's just a collection of some data. So SAP typically calls it a document. So this document is called an inquiry, which is a document created in SAP by HP based on the customer's RFI. So customer has asked for desktops, laptops, a certain quantity and their prices, and HP has created a record in the system and says, okay, you have asked for this, this and this, and the prices are going to be $500 per piece or $800 per piece, or whatever HP decides the rate to be. And as soon as this inquiry is saved in the system, don't worry about actually creating them in the system yet. I'll show it as we go forward in the subsequent set of lessons.
So as soon as that inquiry is saved, you get an inquiry number in the system that SAP generates. It's, let's say, 11010120. Just a number, a sequential number. The next one is going to be 121, next one is going to be 122, so on and so forth. If you are wondering why this number, I'll give you an example. When you call up customer service of a company and place a request, hey, you know what, I need a repair to be performed on my machine, or my Comcast router is not working. What are you going to get? You're going to get a service request number, right? They'll ask you to make a note of it and ask you to refer to that number in all future conversation with them. So from the Comcast, the company's perspective, that unique number, the service request number, is going to be the reference for all communication that happens between you and Comcast with respect to that problem, the router not working problem. Same thing here. HP has created this unique reference called an inquiry document, and this will be sent over to Walmart as a response to their inquiry, saying, you know what, thank you Walmart for inquiring with us. We have created an inquiry. Your reference number is 110120, and here are the products that you have inquired for, and these are the prices, and we can provide these quantities by so and so dates, etc., etc. That's an inquiry. Alright, so let's quickly summarize what we have learned in this lesson. We have seen that SAP works well for B2B scenarios, and that's what SAP is built for. We have seen that every department has some kind of a cycle. So the sales order cycle, or the purchase order cycle, or the financial cycle, and we started to explore the sales order cycle. That's number 2. Number 3, we have decided to understand the sales order cycle with an example, and we have taken HP or Dell or any of these computer manufacturers as the seller and Walmart as the buyer or customer, and we started to understand the interactions that happen between the seller and the buyer in a typical sales scenario. The first interaction that we have started with, that was point number 3, and the point number 4, the first interaction that we started with is an RFI. What is an RFI? What are the contents of an RFI? How is an RFI created in the system from a seller's perspective, implementing SAP, and how they respond back to the customer. So that was the process of inquiry. INQUIRY. In the next lesson, we're going to talk about the next step, which is the quotation. Now that we have talked about the inquiry, let's start with the next step. The next step is Walmart making a decision that they either like the inquiry, meaning they like the prices or the product delivery dates that HP has proposed, or they don't like it. If they like it, they would like to continue their discussion further with HP in terms of how they would like to proceed further. The next step to an inquiry from a customer's perspective is to ask for a formal quote. So what is a quote? The quotation process is going to look something like this. Walmart is going to call or get in touch with HP and say, alright, with respect to our inquiry, number 110120, we would like to continue further and want to ask you for a formal quote. What is a quote? A quote is very similar to an inquiry. It almost has the same set of details. From HP's perspective, the seller, a quote is almost similar So it has a customer, Walmart, and of course products, right? Desktop, laptop, the quantities, prices, that's a quote. So why are they doing it again? If everything is similar between a quote and an inquiry, what's the point in trying to do it again? The difference between the two, there are a couple of differences between the two, inquiry and quotation. An inquiry is very informal, meaning, yeah, it's like this. You go shopping around for cars, you go visit 10 different dealerships, you're not really sure which car you want. Maybe through the course of doing all these inquiries with different vendors, you find out that you might need a particular model of the car, say a Honda CR-V. Now you start to focus more and get quotes for Honda CR-V from the different dealers that you have visited. What's the difference? The difference is, in an inquiry, well, it's more informal, so HP does not need to stick to its terms or prices or deliverables. An inquiry has been made, we promised $500 per piece here, and if Walmart comes back 10 days from now and says, I need the product, HP is not legally bound to deliver them at that price. But a quotation, on the other hand, is more formal, which means the terms and conditions, including prices, quantities, and deliverables, need to be adhered to legally, meaning it's more or less a formal legal quote, whereas this one was more informal. No terms, no promises. Alright, a third difference is an inquiry, like I said, is more informal, so it doesn't have a set of dates within which it's valid. It's informal anyway. A quotation, on the other hand, has a set of dates within which it's valid. If you want to take an example, let's continue the same car search. You're searching for cars and you found a car, you would like to get a quote on it. Let's say the dealer has quoted $25,000. It's not going to be valid forever, right? It's going to be valid for, say, 2 weeks or a week at most. So these set of dates within which that quotation is valid is called as validity dates. All quotations typically have a validity date. So the from date and the to date are called the validity dates. There are some more differences between an inquiry and a quotation, but let's not go there at this point. Okay, so let's summarize what we have learned here. We have started with an inquiry, and HP has generated this inquiry, sent it to Walmart, number 110120. Walmart likes the inquiry and then requests for a quotation with reference to the original inquiry. And we have learned that a quotation is very similar to an inquiry. It has quantities, it has prices, it has the customer, and different line items. And we have gone through the differences between a quotation and an inquiry. We have talked about one is a formal, other is an informal. We have talked about terms and conditions, and we have talked about validity dates. In the next chapter, we're going to see how to create this in the system in SAP and see how they look like. Okay, in this chapter, we're going to see how to create an inquiry in the system. Inquiry hands-on. So where do we start? So step number 1, go to transaction VA11. How do you do that? You just go here and type in VA11. That's the transaction code to create an inquiry. You can just hit enter or click on this green check mark. If you don't like to remember these funky codes, you can still do logistics, sales and distribution, sales, inquiry, and create. So you can do this transaction either way. Use the transaction code VA11, or you go here to logistics, sales and distribution, sales, inquiry, then create. So let's take a quick screenshot here and go paste it here. So you can use VA11 or use the menu path logistics, sales and distribution, sales, inquiry, and create. So that was step number 1. So step number 2 is to go inside by either double clicking it, remember, or typing in V11 here and hitting enter. If you double click it, you'll be taken to the screen. This is the first screen when you create an inquiry. What do you have here? You have 2 main pieces of data. This is called as the inquiry type. And when you go create a quotation, it's going to say quotation type. I don't want to fully get into the concept of actually creating an inquiry type or configuring an inquiry type yet. But for now, I just want to understand that there are 2 pieces to start with. If you want to give me an example, you go to a Subway and order some sandwiches, you're going to start with some basic choices. Like, is it going to be a 6-inch or a foot long, right? You're going to make some basic choices and then further move up from there. So similarly, this is the first choice that you got to make. What is the inquiry type that you're going to create? There can be multiple inquiries. Inquiries for a certain group of products from another group of products. For example, a company like HP could be doing one inquiry type for all parts, meaning spare parts, another inquiry type for say capital goods, another inquiry type for say routers, because they might represent really different lines of businesses and each inquiry is really different for them. So they might want to do a different inquiry type for each of that. Similarly, there is something called as org data. This really is more or less the areas or the geographical areas in which they are doing business. That's a very gross misrepresentation, but for now just think of org data as your different geographies. Like again, if you take the HP example, the org data for sales happening in the US is going to be US organization, distribution channel, let's say retail, and division part sales. And if they're creating an inquiry in say Singapore, it's going to be sales org Singapore. It could be retail or wholesale distribution channel and say capital goods division. Now I'm just taking too many examples here, but don't worry, We're going to talk about all these things in much greater detail at a later point. I just want to give you an idea of what's an inquiry type and what's your org data, and more importantly, why you're filling them here. Because this is going to set the precedent for what you're going to enter going forward. Let me give you one simple example. You don't want to really choose the org data for US, and when you go inside this, enter a customer from the Singapore or Japanese region, right? It's just wrong. So you're making a choice here, and you'll stick to those choices going forward as you enter customer data and material data. All right. So that's that. So go here, click on this drop down, and select IN as your inquiry. Like I said, you can create your own inquiry types, but we're not there yet. For now, we'll select the standard inquiry type provided by SAP. Click OK, and over here, select your sales org, distribution channel, and division. Now, what are these? 1000, 10, 00. 1000 represents the German sales org, 10 represents retail distribution channel, and 00 represents a cross division. Why is 1000 representing Germany? Yeah, we'll come to that when we come to enterprise structure. But until then, just select this level of details. Let's take a screenshot again here and hit enter. So let's go back to our notes and enter the picture here. So what are we doing here? Enter the inquiry type and org data and hit enter. So next we're going to move on to step 3. What is step 3? So here we have a very big screen staring at us, but don't be scared. You don't really need to fill in all these fields. It's no big deal. You enter some details and the rest of the details are automatically be picked up by SAP based on the data that's already available. For example, you want to pick a customer, right? In this case, Walmart is our customer. Now, we might not have created Walmart yet in the system because we don't know how to create a customer yet. But let's just pick some customer for now. Say 1000. That's a customer. Now again, why 1000? I just picked up a number because I know it exists. If you don't know a number, you can go here and click on this button, and it'll pop up a search box where you can do a variety of searches by postal code, by city, by name. Let's see if there's anything like Walmart. So I do a star, which is a wild character, and then do Walmart and then star. So anything that has Walmart in its name. Click OK. Okay, there's no Walmart. But don't worry, we're going to create Walmart when we come to the customer master section. Alright, so this is where you do your search and you select what kind of customer you want and so on. Alright, so I close this box and I know that a customer by number 1000 exists, and I'm going to click OK or hit the green button, and it's giving me another pop-up. Now it says this customer has multiple ship to parties. That means there are many ship to addresses that the customer could potentially ask us to ship. Which one do you want to select? You can either select the default one, which has this check mark in there, or you can select the other one. Now you can just let it remain and click OK, right? In which case it has already pulled up the customer name, customer address, and other details for the customer corresponding to the number 1000. What's the name of the customer? It's Becker Berlin, and he stays at Calvin Strasse, some address, and then Berlin. That's the address, right? So let's take a screenshot here, and this is what we are going to enter at the header level. All right. Step 3 is enter header data. What's there in the header? We are just entering the customer number. Okay, in this case 1000, and maybe purchase order number. We'll enter some text, ABC 1 2 3, whatever, right? So let's take that screenshot, put it here. All right, so that's step 3. And step number 4 is we're going to continue with step 4 is we're going to continue entering the line item level data. So if you think of it, this is saying who the customer is, like Walmart or whatever. The example that we have taken is Walmart. So this is where you enter your Walmart, and this is where, in these lines, is where you enter the products that he wants, like, you know, desktop, laptop, or any other products. Now in this case, we don't have desktops or laptops set in the system yet, so I know some materials, so I'm gonna enter them here. So the material is going to be M-01. I enter a quantity of 1 and hit enter. Now M-01 is a code for a material with a description sunny. You know, I don't care. When it's time, we'll create our own materials, our own customers. For now, we're just going to enter a material that already exists in a standard SAP test system. And then you can enter more materials, M02, M03, M04, blah, blah, blah. Right? And then I said we're going to enter a PO number. So PO ABC 123. Hit enter. As soon as you hit enter, the system validates things if there is an error. For example, say if you enter some wrong data, say if you enter a material GGGG, BBB, GGG, some random number which doesn't exist, and I'm hitting enter. See, as soon as you hit enter, the system is gonna look at the database behind the scenes and say, hey, this material is not defined. So what are you trying to do? Right? So enter is the signal for the interface to go contact the server and then make sure that you're not entering wrong data. In this case, it's a wrong material, so it's pushing out a warning that says that material does not exist. Okay, now we are done with this stuff, so let's take another screenshot and paste it over our stuff. So enter line item level details. This is where you enter your materials, quantities, prices, whatnot. Right? The details that we have entered here is material number and quantity. Material and quantity. All right, and then that's it. I'm done. I just click on the save button, and you look at the left bottom corner here. Inquiry 10000 blah da 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 6 has been saved. So this is called an inquiry number, and this is the number that we were referring to in our picture as 11011. So let me go here. So this is the number that we were referring to. We said SAP is going to generate a number, right? I just gave some sample number of 110120, right? So in this case, SAP has generated. This is not really a step. It just generates a number, and that number is in this case 10006. So this is the number SAP generated inquiry number. And this is what we're gonna give to Walmart and say, you know what? This is the inquiry that we have created from HP. Thank you very much for your inquiry. All right, so that's how we have created an inquiry. Let's summarize all the steps that we have done here. So we're trying to do hands-on an inquiry. We can either go to V11, and this is called as a transaction code, or you can use a menu path. You can use logistics, sales and distribution, sales, inquiry, and create. So that was step number 1, how to start the transaction called the inquiry. Step number 2, we have learned what type of data to put in here, like the inquiry type, some org data. In this case, I'm putting org data for Germany. 1000 is a German sales org. 3000 is a US sales org. These areas or sales orgs are generally referred to with a 4-character alphabetic or alphanumeric ID. Sometimes it's alphabetic, sometimes it's numeric, sometimes it's alphanumeric. It's really a customer's choice. The third step is you enter some header data. Don't worry about the term header data, because we're going to really talk about what really is behind the header of a sales order or an inquiry, all the different fields, their functional significance, and so on, and in a later chapter. And step number 4 is we enter some line item level details like the materials and quantities, and then it automatically pulls up the descriptions, prices, whatnot. And as soon as you hit save, just like the way you save a Word document and it generates or asks you for a name, right? In case of Word, it asks you for a name, but in case of a SAP document, typically these are all internally generated. So it's just a sequence of numbers: 10005, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. The more inquiries you create, the list goes on and on and on. So in the next chapter, we're going to create a quotation for the same data. So in the last chapter, we have created an inquiry in the system. And that was this slide over here. So we know the transaction code that we need to use to create this inquiry, and what are the different steps and the different data points that we need to enter to create this inquiry. In this chapter, we're going to create a quotation. Now, we already know the theory behind the quotation from this slide. Now we're going to create that in the system. Now, from a hands-on perspective, there are 2 ways to create a quotation. Or, in fact, if you consider inquiry and quotation, creating an inquiry is the first starting point in this case, and quotation is the second step. So this is the first step, and this is the second step. So this is called the previous document or the current document, and this would be called the subsequent document, which kind of makes sense, right? So the first step was inquiry, the second step was quotation. So from the perspective of creating an inquiry, you can call this either a previous or current document, and the quotation is created after the inquiry, so it's called a subsequent document. Now, if you are creating a quotation now, this becomes the current document, and this, in that respect, becomes the previous document. So why am I saying all this? When you are creating a document after another, SAP gives you two ways to do it. One is called creation with reference. Creation with reference. Another way is to create standalone. So why would you want to probably create it one way versus the other? The reason is, if you look at our theory, you know that most of the data here, see, the bulk of the data here, like the line items, prices, quantities, dates, or even customers, all this stuff is just replicated over here. So data is just copied over. Copied over. So if you're copying so much data anyway, which means that the data is going to remain the same, there's no point in creating it again from scratch, right? You don't have to enter the customer number again. For example, there's Walmart here that you've already entered, and then you have entered some materials, say desktop, laptop, and so on. Now, why do you have to enter all of this stuff again? Instead, SAP allows you to create with reference. So when you create this quotation, you refer the quotation, and all the data over here will be copied over for you. Makes your life easy, right? So let's do it in the system, and I'll show you both ways to do it. It's really very simple. So we can do it either way. We can either use the transaction code or use the menu path. The transaction code for creating a quotation is VA21. You can either use that, or as usual, go to the menu path, logistics, sales and distribution, then sales, quotation, create. All right, let me double click this, or let me save this path. Okay, so step number one is create quotation using either the T code stands for transaction code, either the T code VA21 or use the menu path. Logistics, sales and distribution, sales, quotation, create. So that is step number one. So step number one is easy, right? So step number two is enter some data. So double click this, and you'll have to enter some data here. Remember when we were trying to create an inquiry, we said we have entered an inquiry number and then some org level details. You have kind of gone through it in terms of what they really mean and why you're entering that stuff. So in the same way, for a quotation, you're going to enter QT. That's the quotation type. There could be many different kinds of quotations: service quotation, repair quotation, or a sample quote, or a trial quote. It depends on why you want to do that quote and how different do you want that quote to be from a standard quotation. Depends on the business scenario. So we're not too worried about it at this point. We're going to revisit this topic when we come to the document types. So until then, just use Qt. And for sales org, I'm going to just use 1000, 10, 00, and hit enter. All right. Now, this is one way to do it. Okay. So what were the steps that we have followed? I'm going to go back. I'm going to just copy this stuff here. And step number 2 is enter the details. So the details that we're entering here is the document type. So what kind of a business process is this? And of course, org data like sales org, distribution channel, division, whatnot, right? At this point, you can do two different things. One, create with reference, and another, create standalone. If you want to copy things from the previous document, which is an inquiry, you follow this path. If you want to start all over from scratch, follow this path. This path is relatively straightforward. All you have to do is just hit enter and start entering the customer, the materials, quantities, days, all of that stuff again. But if you want to follow this path, the way to do that is click on this button. It says create with reference. So what does this create with reference do? You click on this button, it brings you a pop-up that says, hey, you know what? You can create with reference to an inquiry, and as long as you know that inquiry or if you can pull that inquiry and click copy, SAP is going to copy all the stuff from the previous document, in this case inquiry, to the quotation. So let me again take a quick screenshot here, right? And so this is that. So if you are creating something with reference, this is your button. Click on that. This will open a pop-up where you need to enter the previous doc, in this case an inquiry, and then click the copy button. Now there's another button here called item selection. We'll talk about it later. Now we don't know the inquiry number here, right? Well, I might have done this inquiry yesterday or 10 days before, right? Walmart has approached me 10 days prior, and I don't know that inquiry number. But I know that I've created it, say, a couple of days before, or I know that a person by name Siva has created this inquiry, because it's not me who is always sitting at the quotation desk, right? It could be some other person. So as long as we have some parameters, like who created it, when it was created, who it was created for, we can pull up that inquiry and put it here. So you don't need to note it down or remember it. That's my point. All right. So click here. Let's say we don't remember the inquiry number. Click there. And these are all your different search criteria. You can use this, or this, or this, or any of these different search criteria. Let's just follow this. Sales document according to customer PO number. So it was created in 1000 sales org, and we know the customer it was created for, it is 1000. Okay. And who created it? Created by I have created it. When did I do it? I did it a couple of days ago, but that's fine. Let's just go ahead and see if we get some documents, some inquiries with this set of properties. Click OK. All right. Looks like this is the one that we have created. We have created it on whatever date, and just select that and click OK. So it's pulled up that inquiry, and you click copy. Now you can click copy, or you can do an item selection in case you want to only select some items. Like if there are like 10 items in the inquiry and you only want to select like first 3 items or 5th, 6th and 7th item, you can do this. But if you want to bring in everything, then you can just click the copy button. Like I said, you can select the different line items. In this case, there is only one, so no point coming here. We would have just clicked the copy button. But if there were 10 items, you can come here and then use this checkbox to select 1, 2, 5, 7 or whatever line items you want, and then click copy. It's a way of selectively copying items from the previous document to the current document. All right. So you see, all the stuff is here. Your customer, your material, your quantities. You're not entering any of that stuff again. It's already being done for you through the copy function. And we need to put in some more details, but I'll let the system take care of it for now. I'm going to just save it. Oops, we got a pop-up here. What does this pop-up say? This pop-up says that the document is not yet complete. Well, you can save it, or you can choose to edit it right now and complete that document. If you remember, one of the differences between a quote and an inquiry is a quote needs a validity date, like how long it's valid. We didn't enter that stuff. We just copied it over from an inquiry, and the inquiry did not have the validity date. So it's saying the document is incomplete. But it doesn't say which part of it is incomplete. It doesn't say that the date is not there, or it doesn't say any of that stuff just yet. Now you can just click save and everything will be saved for you. You can go back later and edit it, or you can just say edit and it will take you to a list of fields that are really missing. In this case, we're only missing one field, which is the quotation valid to date. You can select this and click on complete data, or you can just go back using this button and just put this date. So select this and put a valid from date, which is like say from today, and enter a valid to date, which is say 1 week from now. Right? Now click save again. Okay, that's it. Our quotation has been created. Right? This is the quotation number 200041, and we are done. All right, so let me just quickly summarize what we have done here. So we have seen that an inquiry can be created either standalone or with reference. That was our first learning. The second learning is we have understood that the concept of a previous document, current document, and the subsequent document. The third concept is we have understood why we need to create with reference. The concept of data being copied over from the previous document to the subsequent document. Number 4, we followed the steps that are required to create this quotation. So the transaction code or the menu path that is required to create this quotation. Number 5, how to create with reference. and the pop-up that comes up, what you need to put in, what is the search criteria, so on and so forth. And we have created the quotation and saved it. So that's how you create a quotation. In the next chapter, we will talk about creation of a sales order. We'll first discuss the theory, and then we'll move on to the hands-on for creating the sales order. Okay, see you in the next chapter.
All right. So we have seen a couple of things in the previous chapters. We have started with an inquiry that Walmart has made, and HP has created it in the system. So this is our customer, Walmart. And this is the company, HP, on this side of the fence. Walmart has inquired for some goods, and an inquiry has been created in the system by HP. And sent out to Walmart. Walmart liked our inquiry, and Walmart says, okay, give me a formal quote. This is a quote or an RFQ, and a quotation was created in the system with reference to the inquiry. And of course, an output has been sent out to Walmart saying, here is your quotation. Now, up until this point, things are casual, meaning the customer is not really promising to buy. The customer is just fooling around, basically. It's like you want to buy a car, you go, say you want to buy this car, right? You want to buy a car, you go to one dealer, you go to another dealer, you go to 5 different dealers. You might just inquire for however long you want, or you might get quotations from 1, 2, 3, 4 different car sales guys or dealers, and you ultimately will end up buying from one, right? Typically, the quote that you like, you just confirm the quote, and that's when you go in and placing an order for the car. But up until that point, it's just called pre-sales. The term is called pre-sales because up until this point, there is no sale. But after this, if the customer chooses to buy, then the customer will place what is called as a purchase order. Purchase order. So this is step number 1, inquiry. Step number 2, quotation. Step number 3, purchase order. So from this point on, it becomes sales. So it's a promise to buy. What's a sales order? It's almost or exactly similar in terms of the data that it contains between an inquiry and a quotation. You see, the customer does not change, nor does the quantities or the products. Desktops, laptops. So you can as well create it with reference and copy all the products and customers over to your subsequent document, in this case a sales order, and save it, and it will generate a number for you, say 13409. And that is what you're going to send as a purchase order confirmation to the customer Walmart. So here is your purchase order confirmation, which is a fancy word for an order number generated in the system that confirms that we have received the order. It's just like if you go place an order at Amazon, you'll get an order confirmation, right? So here are the products you brought, here are the prices, here are the total taxes, and of course you get additional details like when it's going to ship by, or what carrier, what tracking number, whatnot. That's your order number. In this perspective, the keywords are purchase order and sales order. This is 1, this 2.
When the customer is buying things, he's actually purchasing things. Walmart, the customer, calls it a purchase order. HP, on the other hand, is selling things, so it calls it a sales order. But both are one and the same in this case. And another point, just like the way a quotation number or an inquiry number is generated, a PO number is generated or an SO number is generated and sent out to the customer, and that is called an order confirmation or a purchase order confirmation, or sometimes it's called sales order confirmation. So let's quickly recap what we have learned here. We have learned that anything before an order is not really a promise to buy by the customer. So inquiry, quotation, or any of those kinds of documents are called pre-sales. And if the customer likes our quote, he can place an order, and that is called as a purchase order from a customer's perspective because he's purchasing, and it's called as a sales order from the company's perspective who is selling goods because he's selling or doing a sale. And quite similar to the way that we have created quotations with reference to the inquiry, you can as well create an order with reference to the quotation. And that's pretty simple too. You just have to refer your quotation and do the create with reference button like we have seen previously, and all the data is going to be copied over, and you got your order number. The third point is your purchase order confirmation. That's what a sales order is. So in the next chapter, we're going to create a sales order in the system with reference to a quotation that we have previously created and generate a sales order number. Okay, so here is how you create a sales order. And the transaction to create a sales order is VA01. You can do that, or you go to logistics, sales and distribution, sales, order, and create. So let me quickly take a screenshot here. So that is creation of a sales order. Okay, step number 1 is use this menu path or use the transaction code VA01. Every time I use a transaction code, I'll kind of try and put it in square brackets so that you understand that it's not just some random word, it's a transaction code. So second step, double click it, and over here you got a whole bunch of different order types. It's conceptually very similar to your quotation type or an inquiry type. It just specifies the document type. You can go and select any order type that you want, or for now just say OR. OR is an example of a standard order type. There's a lot of customization that can be done behind this, and we'll talk about this when we start configuration and talk about document types and what they really mean. We'll also be able to create our own versions of these document types based on the business process that we are trying to establish. Just for now, just put in your document type and the sales org of Germany, which is 101000. Once again, let's take a screenshot. So step number 2 is this. Step 2, enter your order type, enter your org data, and you know step number 3, right? Step number 3 would be to click on create with reference, and you would have to enter the previous document with respect to which you're trying to create this quotation. The previous document is going to be our quotation. So go to step number 3 and enter your quotation. create with reference, and you see it's automatically picked up the quotation tab instead of the inquiry tab. Okay, it's just a convenience for you. And if it shows you another tab, then you can just go, if it, for example, shows you inquiry, you can just go and select quotation. Now I want to search for a quotation that I've created a couple of days ago, created by me, and the partner, in this case customer, is 1000. Click OK, and our quotation is 200041. Select that, and as usual we can click on the copy button, or you can do an item selection if there are multiple items and you want to filter by a certain set of criteria. Alright, now this is a different screen that you see here. You see something called as the availability control screen. You don't see this screen when you're looking at, say, a quotation or an inquiry. So what is this screen? I don't want to get too much into the details of this, but like I said, real demand is starting here. What's real demand? Up until a quotation, I've said it's pre-sales, meaning you don't know if the customer is going to purchase your products. He's just looking around. But when he places an order, that's actual demand. That's when the actual sale has happened. So now the system is reacting differently because we have selected order type OR. The system is saying, hey, you know what? The customer has requested it by, say, 31st of January 2014, but I won't be able to deliver it until February 13. Do you wish to proceed? You can just say yes by clicking on this button. So in this case, what has happened is the system says that the product cannot be delivered to the customer by that date, by whatever the customer has requested it by, but instead I can deliver it by a different date. Availability check is a separate topic in itself and will not go too much into it, but I just wanted to highlight one small difference between how a quotation reacts versus a sales order reacts, in spite of the fact that on the face of it they look very much alike. Behind the scenes, they act very differently. Alright, enter some PO number, PO123, and then just click save. So here is your order number 13347, and your order number is saved. So step 3, search and select the quotation number, step 4, copy or select items to be copied to create your order, and step 5, modify the order if necessary. Meaning, after the order has been created, you can do some changes if you want, like, change quantities, add items, remove items, whatnot. And step 6, if the availability check screen comes up, accept the system proposed delivery date, and if you're happy, save. That's it. You have created your sales order. Now let me go back all the way and open the sales order in change mode or display mode. Here's a funny thing. You see, you can do the same for quotation, or you can do the same for inquiry. So the transaction code ending in 1 is typically create, like you have a 1 here, 1 here, 1 here, right? Transaction ending in a 2 is a change, like VA12, VA22, VA02, and 3 is display, just to make things easy. All right, so let me open any of these documents, an inquiry or a quotation or an order, in change or display mode. Say go to display mode, and your latest document is available here, the last created document. Now I want to see what was it created with reference to, meaning is this order created with reference to a quotation, or is it just a standalone order? So you have to click on this button. Okay, let me take a screenshot here. Click on this button, and you see that this order has been created with reference to this quotation, and this quotation has been created with reference to this inquiry. Okay, before I tell you what it is, let me take a quick picture. So this is the sales, create, change, and display T codes. Now I went to display as in VA03 and entered the latest order number. If I don't enter it, typically it will show the latest order number, the last one that you have created, and then click on this button to show the history. There's a different word for it called the document flow, but I'll talk about it. So if you want to see what this document has been created in reference with, just go enter the document number and click on this button, and the system will show you this. Okay, so what is this called? This history is called as document flow. It shows the flow of documents like a cascade, right? This indent says that the indented doc is created with reference to the previous doc. In this case, the quotation is created with reference to an inquiry, and then there is an indentation here. That means this is created with reference to this. Now over here, let me just say that this is document flow. And one last thing before we close. From this point, if you want to look at any of the previous document, or in fact any subsequent documents if there are any, you just select that. Let's say for example, if you want to see the quotation from here, select it and then click on display document. Let me again take another screenshot here. Okay, and if you click on display document, it will show you the quotation. Now you can go back and then click on inquiry and then click on display document. It will show you the inquiry document number. Now from inquiry, you can again do this, and then you can cascade down, like you can select that or this and then click on display document again. So it's like a recursive thing here where you can just easily go up or go down the cascade of different documents. This in SAP is called document flow. Let me paste that here. And so if you want to see a document, view documents in document flow. So if you want to see documents that are related, select it and click on display document, and it will take you directly to the document in display mode. Alright, so what have we seen here? We know the transaction code to create a sales order. It's VA01, or you can use this menu path. And we know the order type to use for normal orders. And if you want to create it with reference to a quotation, you use this. If not, you can just create a standalone order. If you use with reference, you can either type in the quotation number, or you can just do the search on the quotation number, pull the quotation number in, and after that, if you want to make modifications to the order, like change quantities, because for example, the customer has asked for a quotation for 500 products, and instead he places an order for 400. If that's fine by you, just go and change the quantity. Sometimes the customer asks for a quotation of 500, and then in the order he might add additional line items like I need 100 mouses or 100 keyboards extra. And the next step shows one of the differences between a quotation and a sales order. So in the sales order, another screen has come up that says, hey, you know what, the delivery date is not going to be met if you promise him at this date. So I'm changing the date based on some calculations that I'm doing. Is that okay? If you say okay, you're accepting its proposal, and the system says, okay, go ahead, shall I save it? Save it, and it will produce the order number 13304, whatever. We have also seen that you can go back and change or display the order or the quotation or the inquiry by just using the transaction codes or using the menu path as we are seeing here. Another thing is when you want to see the history behind the sales order or any transaction. For example, if you want to see, this is inquiry, quotation, order. If you want to see, if you are here, you can go up or go down using what is called as document flow. It shows the history and the future of all the transactions that has happened with reference to this. And in this document flow, you can select any document you like and click on the display document, and it will actually open up that document and show you the document. So this is called document flow. So that completes the hands-on the sales order. And in the next chapter, we are going to talk about the delivery document. Delivery. So we've finished our pre-sales documents, inquiry, quotation, and then Walmart has placed an order. This is a sales document. And like we discussed in the last class, now we need to deliver the physical goods. So this part is called logistics. The document type here is called LF, and this behaves differently than an order, obviously. So what is there in a delivery? Most of the things in the delivery, again, are copied down from an order, because we are trying to deliver the goods corresponding to the order that the customer has given us. In this case, say the customer said, I need whatever, say a desktop, right? Quantity 1 or 100,000, whatever, and then there could be more line items. And each line item over here will have what is called confirmed date. Confirmed date. You remember when creating the order, SAP has already done what is called as an availability check. So when doing the availability check, SAP has confirmed that these goods will be available or can be confirmed by this date, say 14th of February or whatever. So when you try to create this delivery, you should create it for that date. Because if you try to create it before, the system knows that the goods are not going to be available based on the dates available here in the order, and it will not allow you to create a delivery. So make sure that the date you're trying to create the delivery is the date the goods are confirmed by. That's called the delivery creation date or the delivery date. Once you got that, then you can create a delivery and all the line items over here, one or more than one, with that date. If there is a line item, say a desktop or a laptop, say, that's confirmed for March, and you're trying to do a delivery for February, then only the February item comes through. The March item does not come through. Makes sense, right? Only the items that are to be delivered in this time frame go into delivery. The good part is when March comes, you can create another delivery, another logistics document for the remaining goods that can be delivered only by March. The number of deliveries can be 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, 100, doesn't matter. Whenever the goods are available, you can create the delivery document. And all the goods that are confirmed by that date, the date when you're creating the delivery, will flow down from the order into the delivery. Now, what do you do in a delivery? Let's say there's a desktop that has flows down from the order into a delivery because it's available by this date, it's confirmed by the date, and whatever quantities. Now, what do you do in a delivery? Delivery essentially comprises of three pieces. One is called picking. Another is called packing. Another is PGI or post goods issue. So there are three pieces to a delivery. There are other areas that we are not going to explore at this point, but these are the main three key pieces in a delivery, or three key sub processes in a delivery: picking, packing, PGI. I'm just going to give you a brief overview here. So depending on what the customer needs, so these products will be brought to something called as a staging area. So it's somewhere in this warehouse where, say, there's some place here where you can do all the packing and further processing. So you get all these goods here, and the next step is to get these goods ready for packing. So what is packing? Packing is just putting those desktops, laptops, whatnot, whatever these products are, into the proper packaging format requested by the customer, weighing them on your FedEx machine or UPS machine, whatever, and keeping the box ready for the truck to come in. So that is packing. After that, the truck comes in, right? And the packed goods are loaded. You can call loading as a separate step also, but we really don't want to go there. And the truck leaves. That means these goods that you have picked, packed, and loaded are really no longer yours. So they need to be accounted for in your inventory. This is your inventory, right? Whatever is in this warehouse is your inventory, the company's inventory, HP's inventory. all the inventory over here needs to be accounted for. Meaning, what's your inventory? Desktop. Okay. What's the total as of before the packing? Say it's quantities, let's say 2050. Now, as part of this delivery, 500 has been reduced. So now it's 1550. So this process of reducing the inventory and making sure that the accounts are up to date is called post goods issue. I would rather want you to look at it this way. Post goods issue, post the issue of goods. Post it where? Into accounts. Issue of goods. What happened here? The goods have been issued, right? So these are the three main steps that happen in a delivery. Okay, once again, pre-sales, sales, and anything after sales is logistics. So logistics is where, depending on the availability of the goods, you create the delivery, and the delivery has three pieces to it, or three sections to a delivery. The first one is picking, second is packing. Now this is optional. Sometimes you can, sometimes you don't need to do. For some materials, packing is not required. For some materials, packing is required. But picking is typically a process that's followed for all physical deliverables, meaning physical goods, all tangible goods. And the last step is PGI, which is posting the issue of goods, or post goods issue. And you have to understand what really happens here. It's just that the corresponding accounts are updated and the inventory updated. Alright, so that's the delivery. In the next chapter, we are going to actually create a delivery for the order that we have created previously and do the picking, and we're not going to do the packing yet, and we're just going to do the PGI and technically close that delivery. So here we are trying to create this delivery. But in order to create this delivery, we have to first find out the order with respect to which we are trying to do the delivery. So what is our order number? The easiest way to do the delivery is from the order number. There are other ways to do it, but we'll talk about that later. Go to VA02, which is sales order in change mode, or as usual you can take the menu path and go to sales and distribution, sales, order, change, double click it, and this is the last number that I have created. Now if you don't have that, right, then what you can do is go place your cursor there and do either a space bar or a backspace. Now I'm doing a backspace on my keyboard. Do a backspace and it will give you the last couple of orders that you have created. I'm going to pick the latest one, which is 13347. Now, this is one way to get the latest order. Now if for example you want to create a delivery for an order that was created a couple of months ago or a couple of days ago, and after that you have subsequently created quite a number of orders, then you can just do the search, just like we have searched for quotations or inquiries or orders. You can enter your selection criteria and search for the order, pull up the order, and what I want to see here is the document flow, right? So this is our inquiry 10006. So this is 10006, and our quotation number is 200041.
right? And our order number is 13347, right? That's our flow. Now we want to create a delivery, so let's go ahead, open that order, go to change mode, because we are trying to do something to that order. We're not just viewing that order, we want to create a delivery for this order. The easiest way to do that is by going here and clicking on the deliver button. Let me take a screenshot here. Okay, so how to do this delivery? This is how you do the delivery. So go to VA01. Okay, so step number 1, go to VA01, open the order. Step 2 is go to sales document, like shown here, and then deliver. Okay, now when you do that, you might get this message. What this message mean? Let me take a screenshot again. Okay, so if you get this screen, then there are a bunch of reasons why this could happen. The easiest way to fix it is to first find out what is the delivery date that has been promised in that order. Okay, so what I'm going to do is go back and see the delivery is trying to be, SAP is trying to create this delivery for 6th February 2014. Okay, now, which is today. Now let me go back to change mode again, hit enter. I don't want to go through the document flow again. I was just showing it to so that you can see the flow. Now I open the order and I select this line item and click on this button. Okay, click on this button. Let me take a screenshot. Okay, so if you get this screen, go back to the order VA02 in change mode, of course, and select the line item and click on this button. This button is called the schedule line button. Okay, now when you click on this button, it shows you a screen where the actual confirmed date is available. See, the confirmed quantity for 3101 is 0, which means the system says that it cannot deliver by this date. Now there's a whole bunch of logic behind why the system would think that way, but let's not go through that. Instead, just focus on this line item. It says, I'm confirming a quantity of 1, which is what the customer has requested, for the date 13th February 2014. Okay, so take that and let me put it here.
Okay. So next step is find the date for which quantity is fully confirmed. Confirmed meaning the SAP as an ERP, as a system, is saying that, you know what, I can deliver by this quantity because I'll have the stock and I'm taking care of how long it takes between the plant. Let's say the plant is in New York and the ship to or the customer is in San Francisco. So it takes like a week or so to get the product from New York to LA or San Francisco, right? And it takes time to load it. It takes time to pack it. All of that stuff is being taken care of automatically for you. Of course, behind the scenes, there's a whole bunch of data that has to be maintained, like how long the system would not know how long it takes from New York to SFO, right? So you would have to give that detail in the configuration behind the scenes, and the net result of it is that the SAP automatically calculates the date on which we can promise the customer. In this case, the system has determined the date to be 13 February, right? Now that we know the date, next step is again go to VA02, now go back to the header. We are at the line item level. Go back to the header and do the same thing. Sales document, deliver. It will show you the same message, but we are going to change the date and trick the system. Now, this is the message that we have seen previously as well, right? Go back and say, you know what, it's 13th already. So in a sense, we don't want to wait until the 13th of February because it's still the 6th of February. But I'm saying, you know what, assume it's 13th, go create this delivery. We are future dating it and saying yes. Now create this delivery for this order 13347. Yay! The system has created a delivery, and we know that there are 3 steps that we have to do, right? We are only going to do 2 steps, picking and PGI. Go to the picking tab. We have a delivery quantity of 1, and the quantity that we need to pick is of course 1. Now why do we have this extra column called picked quantity? The reason is very simple. Sometimes the system thinks or assumes based on its calculation that goods are going to be available. But maybe goods are broken or goods have been shipped wrong, and any wrong data gets entered wrongly into the system. So there might be slight mismatches between what the system thinks is available and what's really available. The system thinks that one quantity can be delivered, but maybe it's there, but when the person trying to deliver this goods goes into the warehouse and tries to search for it, maybe it's broken, in which case you can't really pick and do anything with it. It's broken, it's gone. Now with a quantity of 1, it might not really make much sense. But if you have a quantity of, let's say, 100, and you're picking 95 and you were not able to pick the 5 of them because they were spoiled or they were broken or they were not available, in which case you're going to put 95 here as opposed to 100 because you're not picking 100 of them, you're only picking 95. Maybe the customer is okay with that quantity. If not, we can ship the remaining 5 in the next delivery. Okay, so picked quantity quantity represents the actual amount of goods that has been picked as opposed to the total delivery quantity that the customer requires. In this case, it's just 1. So just select that and you can click save and then you can go back. The next step is post goods issue, right? We said we were not going to do packing. We are do picking and then we want to do PGI, post goods issue. How do you do that? It's very simple. Just click on this button, right? So before I do that, let me take a screenshot. So go back to the header and try to process the delivery with the future date, and after the delivery has been created, so this is the delivery, and there are 2 steps that needs to be done. The first step is picking, and if at all packing is required, you use this for packing, right? It's almost, it shows the correct picture, right? And then the third step is PGI. You just have to click that button. Let's go back and click that button, see what happens. So it's going to update the accounts and whatnot behind the scenes, and then it's going to save it and give you the delivery number. There you go. It's 800-16234. That completes the delivery. In the next chapter, we're going to talk about billing. There's not much to talk about. Okay, so what is billing? After your sales has happened and after the logistics processes, which is actually physically delivering the goods, has happened and the truck has left the warehouse, you can actually start to invoice the customer. For somebody who is not used to sales business processes, this is a little confusing. Now, if you take a case of Amazon, you go select the product, you pay, and then get the order number, right? This is typically the case with any B2C physical deliverables, meaning anything that has a conventional product that you purchase and you either get it shipped or you buy it, right? You could take Walmart, retail sales. Anybody walks into Walmart, buys a product, you give the product, the sales clerk scans it, generates a bill, you pay, you walk out. Now this is B2B we're talking about, the sale between Walmart and HP. Walmart sends an order, HP takes the order, delivers the order, and then after the delivery it bills Walmart. In the meanwhile, the delivery would have happened or it might be in between. That's a difference between how billing happens between B2B and B2C. So whenever I say billing, think of it in the context of B2B. Okay, so what is billing really? Billing is as simple as how Walmart generates a bill for you. There are these products that you have asked for, some desktops, some laptops, whatnot, quantities, and however much has been delivered, we're going to bill them. Let's say we have only delivered 95 and 15 of these. We are going to bill for 95 desktops and 15 laptops. And what do you do after billing? You generate a bill or an invoice which says customer Walmart, these are our products, these are the prices, which will include taxes, freight, discounts, whatnot, and then finally sends a copy to Walmart saying, you know what, this is what we have delivered and this is what you need to pay us. So billing is an itemized selection of what has been shipped based on the customer's order and how much the customer needs to pay. This is where the dollar value comes in. Now, in the next chapter, we are going to create an invoice or billing. You can call it invoice as well. Invoice or billing for the delivery that we have just PGI'd. Okay, now we know what billing is. So let's try to actually do the billing hands-on, which is creating the billing document in the system. So let's go to SAP, go back and close the sales section, and instead go to the billing section and click on billing document, create. Okay, so let me take a screenshot here. That'll tell you where to go. So step number 1 is this. Use this menu path or use the transaction VF01, right? The transaction codes are really simple. 01, 02, 03, 1 for create, 2 for change, 3 for display, always, or at least most of the time. Step 2, go there and type in VF01 over here or use the menu path. The last created delivery number comes up here. Make sure it's there. Okay, so again I'm going to take another screenshot here. So make sure the last created delivery number is there. Okay, and then click on the green check mark. Now the system will create a new document called the invoice document or the billing document. The document type for that is F2. We can as well create our own document types, but for now let's just go to with the standard proposed invoice, and it says we have shipped a quantity of 1 of whatever material, and here's the net value, here's the tax, whatever, and then click save. But before I do that, let me take another screenshot and so this is the invoice number, and check everything, click on the save button, and it will generate an invoice number. Typically it starts with 90000 something, but it can have any number range. So 900380807. That's our invoice number or billing document number. That's it. So what have we done here? So let's do a quick recap of what we have done. Okay, so what have we done here? We have started with pre-sales. Walmart is our customer, HP is the company, and the first request that came out is called as an RFI or a request for inquiry, and in response to that HP has created a document called inquiry, IN, and sent a response. So let me put the response in blue. Sent a response saying here is your inquiry number, and each response will have a number, a unique number. Okay, switch back. Next step. Walmart liked our inquiry and is requesting for a formal quotation. How do they do that? Using RFQ, which is a request for quotation. And in response to that, HP is going to create a quotation. We have used the document type Qt. And again, the response is going to be sent back to Walmart saying, here is your quotation number, blah, blah, blah. Now we understand the reason why we do an inquiry versus a quotation. So up until this point, we are calling it pre-sales, and we understand the reason why we are calling it pre-sales. The next thing is the customer likes our quotation and sends an order down. This is called an order or a purchase order, and HP creates a sales order, or quite simply an order, and we use the document type OR. We create the order in the system and send out an order acknowledgement, which is just saying that we have received your order, here is your order number, we'll ship it by this date. And after that, now that we have taken the order, we need to do the delivery, which is the step of picking, packing, and PGI. Picking, packing, and PGI, post goods issue. After the delivery is done, we did the billing, which contains the actual amounts, quantities, tax, different prices, etc. And we're going to send this billing over to the customer and say, hey, you know what? Here is your invoice, and you need to pay so much for this quantity, whatever. This is called the order to cash cycle. Now, in the next chapter, I'm going to talk about some variations to this order to cash cycle. Now, we are going to talk about master data. Master data. Master data is everywhere. We see master data all around us. For example, if you go to Safeway, you go buy a bunch of products, right? You go buy some soap, you go buy whatever. And then you go to the billing counter, all your items are scanned, and you'll be asked if you have a rewards card, right? So this is a card that you'll be given whereby your discounts will be cumulatively added. And if you don't have one, they'll give one right away. What does a rewards card have? A rewards card has your name, address, and some other personal details about you that they think are relevant for your purchase. This right here is master data. You can also call it as customer master. Okay, because you're a customer in this case, and Safeway is the company or the vendor which is selling you these products. Another example is when you take this product, let's say you go buy a piece of bread or buy a bottle of milk. And when you go to the counter, these products are scanned. And when they're scanned, just one little scan can reveal a whole bunch of information about that product. What kind of information could that be? Some examples of that information could be product name. For example, bread, a particular model of the bread, sourdough, or plain bread, milk bread, whatever. And then a product description and price for that product and any discounts that are given on that product, any cumulative discounts that are given on that product because you're purchased beyond a certain quantity or value, right? This is master data right here. This is called data related to material, and so it's called material master data. And this, you can call them as pricing master data. So master data is everywhere, really. If you want, I can take another example. We go to Amazon and you go log in, right? So you have your user ID and password. As soon as you log in, you can go to your account anytime you want. So when you go to your account, you'll have details like name, address. In fact, you can have multiple addresses, like one address in Kansas, one address in Texas, or anywhere you've been. You can store all your different addresses, and you can store your credit cards or debit cards, different credit cards and different debit cards. See, all of this is master data. And in this case, you are the customer, so you can call it as customer master data, right? So these are all common examples of master data that you typically see in B2C environments. All along, we've been only seeing B2C environments, right? The Safeway example or the Amazon.com example. All of these are B2C examples. Let's take a more B2B example. Say HP is a company that's implementing SAP, and the company that's buying from HP is, let's say, Best Buy. Now, Best Buy places an order for, let's say, computers or whatever products that HP sells, and HP creates an order. The order is something like this. It's got a header, right? So it's got a header, and it's got line items. Let's say 1, 2, 3, however many. These are line items. On the header, what kind of information does it have? It has the customer information, of course, and that's Best Buy in this case. The next thing is tax classification. See, commercial customers are taxable, whereas government customers are typically non-taxable. Non-profits are non-taxable also. So taxable, tax classification in this case is, yes, taxable. And what kind of a customer is he? Is he a corporate customer, or is he a government customer, or any other type of classification that HP wants to classify their customers as? And in this case, it's a corporate customer, or you can call it a retail customer. And can we ship all the goods together? Yes or no. It's an option that Best Buy gives, right? In this case, being a customer. And address to which we need to ship the goods to. And if there are issues, which phone number to call to. Who will be paying for this transaction? Where should the bill be sent to? See, these are all things that are captured at the header level. Now, similarly, at the line item level, what do we have? We have details like material. Let's say it's a computer model 101, and the weight is, say, 5 pounds, and the volume is so much. All this information is going to be used in computing the freight and how the packet should be sent and all that stuff. And which plant is it going to send the goods out of? Let's say it's sent out of the San Francisco plant. And similarly, tax classification. Sometimes some materials are taxable and some materials are not. This set of details at the header level, right, where you say the customer is so-and-so, his tax classification is so-and-so, this is the type of customer, and this is where the customer wants to ship the goods to, blah, blah, blah. You can consider this as data pertaining to the customer. right? And similarly, this is data pertaining to the material. That's it. That you can define that as master data, right? So basically, master data in this case is a bunch of properties related to a customer or a material. So how do we define master data in general? There need not just be customer and material. There are other examples that we are going to see in a moment. So what is master data? So master data is at its very fundamental level a collection of properties of an object. Objects in this case could be customers, materials, vendors, assets, any of these. Also, typically, this kind of data is created only once. Meaning, you don't create them again and again and again. For example, in the previous case, when Best Buy was created as a customer, you don't create Best Buy again and again and again. It's just one Best Buy and that's it. It's created once, but like I said, it's used again and again. Right? And because it's created once, you rarely change it. It's changed occasionally. Or it's very rarely changed. Okay? And it's also the main source of data in transactions. You take any transaction, sales order, delivery, billing, purchase order, transfer order, even posting to accounts, any kind of transaction typically has the bulk of the data coming in from the master data. In the previous example, we have seen some data that's coming from the customer master. In this case, all this data is going to come from the customer master. And at the line item level, the data is going to come from the material master. How about some examples of master data? Well, we have already seen some examples. Like we have seen customer was one example. So customer master data. And then we have seen material as an example. Material could be a master data. Another example could be vendor. Another example could be pricing master data. Another example is your asset master. And the list goes on and on. There are close to 5 or 10 different types of master data that we typically, refer to as master data. Although conceptually there are other examples. These are typically represented in ERPs as master data. For the SD consultant, this is the master data that's relevant. Customer. This is the main master data that SD consultant is worried about. An MM consultant is worried about the material master and the vendor master because they typically own the material master, and vendor master is of course primarily the domain of the material master. Pricing condition records are typically taken care of both by SD and MM consultants, even CRM consultants. Asset master is taken care of by the finance consultant, and so on. So these are some examples of master data. In this class, we are going to talk about master data. The first part of the class is going to be dedicated to customer master, and the second part of the class is going to be dedicated to material master. But before we go and talk about the customer master and material master, let me give you a brief overview of master data. Right? So this topic is master data. How many different types of master data is there in SAP? many different types. For example, the ones that we are interested in are customer master, material master, and condition records. These are the ones that we would be interested in as SD consultants. So as an MM consultant, probably he'd be interested in vendor master, and FICO consultant will be interested in asset master, and there are other pieces of master data that either SD or other consultants might be interested in. But for now, we would be focusing on customer master, number one, and number two, material master. We would talk about condition records when we visit pricing. But until that point, for today and tomorrow, the focus is going to be on customer master and material master. All right. Now, what is master data before we delve deep into the different types of customers, how we create customer master, so on and so forth? Let's back up and understand what is master data. Now, you might have this question as to, okay, as opposed to what? So, master data as opposed to transactional data. So, I'll give you some examples, and this will kind of make things very, very clear. For example, let's take the same case that we have been discussing as part of the order to cash cycle. HP was creating Walmart as a customer, right? So we'll be creating Walmart as a customer in our system. And let's say we create it with the name, number, address, so on and so forth, and then system generates a number for it, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000, whatever the number is. Now this customer Walmart is going to be used in, let's say, a transaction. Today, Walmart has placed a request for a quotation, and then you go to VA21 and create a quotation of type QT. And as you hit on save, you get a number, right? 1000006. This is a quotation number. Now, for the same customer 1000, you could be creating as many quotations as you like, as many orders as you like inquiries, orders, so on and so forth. And once we finish servicing a quotation, meaning the expiry date has come and gone, or let's say if it is an order, we have delivered the order, we have billed the order, and then the customer has already paid for that order. Now that's it. This order is out of the picture. We don't regularly deal with that order anytime in the future unless for reporting or other purposes. So a transactional data is generally transient. Okay, it exists for a particular period of time, and it has everybody's attention for a particular period of time, and after that people start working on the next set of orders, next set of quotations, so on and so forth. But master data, in this case, let's say Walmart as a customer, will be used for eternity. The same number, 1000, let's say, maybe the address will change a little bit, phone numbers, contacts might change a little bit, but it's the same customer, and that customer will be used again and again and again. Okay, so let me characterize what I'm trying to say here. Master data is generally permanent. It is used again and again. Transactional data is transient, and it has focus only for a very short period of time. You look at an order for 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. Once the order is done, that's it. So a transactional data is time bound. After that, the only purpose a transaction exists is for reporting. Okay, How many orders did we do for last year? How many orders did we do for this customer? Right? The only purpose of a transaction is for reports. Master data, on the other hand, is permanent. It's used again and again and changes very little. Okay, maybe a couple of address changes here and there over a course of 1 or 2 years, or maybe a couple of phone number changes over a course of 3 or 4 years. Okay, now that we've understood the difference between master data and transactional data, let's move on to the first area of focus, the customer master. The customer master is divided into 3 parts or 3 views. Okay, 3 views. What are the 3 views? General data or general view, sales view or sales data. General view or general data. Finance data, or in other words, the technical word for it is called company code view. View or data, both can be used synonymously. Why is the customer data divided into 3 views? Let me give you a scenario. So here is our customer, let's say Walmart, and Walmart is not a good example in this case. Let's take a smaller and new customer. Let's say HP has, or the HP sales department has bagged a new customer, let's say a new corporate customer, and they've been negotiating with them, and finally they agreed to do sales with us, buy something from us. So the sales guy, let's say Brian, creates a customer in the system, and he is only interested in the sales view or the sales data of this customer. So he goes and creates the sales data, and as part of creating the sales data, he will also be forced to create the general data. So Brian creates the sales view plus general view, and then finally generates a number for that customer. Let's say ABC Incorporated. So ABC Incorporated, customer number 56789. Alright, after he's done, he hands over this customer number to finance and says, hey, you know what, I've just created a sales view or general data of the customer. Can you fill up the finance data for this? Because Brian is not a finance guy. He doesn't know anything about financial data that needs to be relevant for that customer. So he's going to communicate with somebody in the finance department, say Charlene, and say, hey, you know what, I've created a customer 56789. Can you finish up the finance data for this? So Charlene, being the finance user, is going to take this customer and extend. It will be the same customer. Remember, it's not a different customer. All the 3 pieces here, the sales view, general view, finance view, are all pieces of the same customer. 56789 in this case. So Charlene is going to extend ABC Incorporated 56789 customer number to create the financial view. Alright, so she's going to create the financial part of it. Okay, now what transactions do we use for this? Brian being the sales guy, uses the transaction code VD01 to create, and of course 02 to display, and 02 to change, and 03 to display. The transaction used by Brian is VD01, and Charlene, being the finance user, uses the transaction FD01. Okay. Now, as a general rule, most sales transactions start with V. And financial transactions start with F. All right. Now let's see this in action. So let me play the role of Brian. Let me go create this ABC Incorporated as a customer in the system with this number, let's say 56789, and create the general view and sales view of the customer. Okay. And before I do that, here are our transactions. VD01 to create, 02 to change, 03 to display. Okay. Now, in order to find out that FD01 transaction, you'll have to go all the way down to the financial view and all that. It's not required. So if at all you require, I'll let you know where it is. So let me quickly log in. All right. Okay, so here is our sales transactions, master data, business partner, customer, create. So this is to create the sales view and general view of the customer. Now if you want to see the finance view or the finance transaction to create the customer, you'd have to go to accounting, financial accounting, think accounts receivable, and master records, and FD01. So let me take a screenshot of this as well, just for the record. All right. So this is the sales part. This is the finance part. All right. So these are the T codes. Now let me start by creating this in the system. So go to VD01, which is the sales transaction to create the sales view and general view of the customer. So VD01, and then over here, make sure you select 001 for now. I'll tell you all about account group in a separate session. All right. So for now, select 0001. Now make sure you remember what I talked to you about the account key 0001. If you don't have this account key enabled, make sure you get it enabled. So it was discussed as part of our GUI navigation class as an SAP GUI preset. So just revisit that class or revisit the video and see how to enable the account key. Because this is where some of the students go wrong. You know, they'll be like, okay, where is 001 sold to? I got this, I got this, I got another one. But all of them could be wrong. It always has to be 0001 for a sold to for now, until you understand what a customer account group is and how you can create your own customer account group, so on and so forth. All right, we are trying to create a customer 56789, right? And then make sure you enter this sales org, this distribution channel, this division. Now, what is all this junk? Sales org, distribution channel, division. These are called enterprise structure elements. Okay. Now, it takes some time, or rather it will take a full-fledged understanding of enterprise structure elements, how they are related, why they are created, in order for you to really understand what these are. So for now, just put in those numbers, just like how you have been doing when you create orders or when you create quotations. You've been using the same set of sales org, distribution channel, division, right? So just use them as it is. Okay. And then here is another trick. I'm entering a number here, 56789. Do you have to always enter a number? That would depend on your account group. So when we discuss account group, we will talk about what is how to create a customer without a number so that the system will automatically pick it, so on and so forth. Another catch here is, let's say you enter a customer number that already exists. Hit enter. You'll get this error message. Customer 1000 already exists in this sales area, right? Because you're not supposed to override it. And you cannot override it as well. So if you pick up a number that is already existing, it will give you that message. So pick another number. All right. And then hit enter. Okay. This is the first screen. So you put a title. Let's say we are creating it for ABC Inc. Right. So the title is company and then ABC Incorporated. And a search term is a shortcut that's used to refer to that company. Let's say something like ABC, if there is only one ABC company. I'll tell you how to use this search term as we go forward. And some street address, 1000 Dennis Drive, okay, 08820. I'm just putting some address. Edison, country US, region means state, New Jersey, and some transportation zone. So it's in the eastern transportation zone. The transportation zone would be used to determine what route should be used to send the products over to the customer's location. Alright, and then we're going to put in a telephone number, whatever telephone number you like, a fax number, email, so on and so forth. Okay, so general data is where you enter the customer's address, his contact details. Now this little tab over here called the contact person tab is used to enter any contacts that we have at this company. Now ABC Inc. is a big company. It has a sales department, finance department, audit department, purchase department. Who are our contacts at ABC Incorporated? Probably somebody like John Adams. And he belongs to which department? Maybe he's in the purchasing department. Because we are selling, so we are interested in somebody in the purchasing department of our customer, because that's the team that we deal with. And what does he do? Maybe he's the head of purchasing, right? Now you just double click it and then you can enter the other details, like if that guy John Adams has some phone number, some email address, so on and so forth. Okay, sorry, let me go back. Just jump the gun. So we have entered the contact person. If you want, you can enter as many contacts as you like. Okay, this is the general data. Now we are finished with the general data. All right, let me go back here. So here's an example. I'm creating a general view and I'm just taking an example of some name like Walmart, like the way we have created ABC Inc., some address. And I also went to the contact person tab and I filled in some details like whom I know at that company, what his phone number is, what the other contact details are. Okay, now from the general view, remember we started off with VD01 and I said VD01 can give you two views, general and sales. We're just done with the general and we want to move on to the sales. What do? Just click on this button. Click on this button to go to sales view of the customer master. Right? We have finished the general data. Now we are going on to the sales view. How do we do that? Just click on the sales data. Okay. Now again, there are a bunch of fields here. Not all fields are important. Just pick up some fields. I'll pick up the most important fields. Now we are creating ABC Incorporated. Who is it? Let's say it's a public sector, or let's say it's a private customer. Okay, and the currency is Euro, USD, whatever. Okay, and moving on to the shipping tab. All right, let me just take these screenshots. Okay, moving on to the sales view. So we have customer group here. I've selected some customer group. This is important. And there are other important fields as well, like, even these are important, but not at this point. Okay, so this is important. And we move on to the shipping tab. So let me make another page and move to the shipping tab. And for this customer, let's fill up some details like shipping conditions. I'll talk a little bit about shipping conditions in a bit. Order combination, some delivering plant if necessary. Okay, complete delivery flag, partial delivery, and delivery tolerances. Okay, so let me take a little screenshot here, and then we'll talk about it. Okay, so what are the important fields here? Shipping conditions. What is a shipping condition? Now, your customers will ask for goods to be shipped to their place, right? How are they shipped? Now, if you go to Amazon, you have shipping preferences that needs to be applied in general. Like, you always like 10-day ground free shipping, right? Everybody loves free shipping. Yeah, it's a little delayed, goes by ground, but who cares? That's your general preference. But that doesn't mean you always use it. You can always override it at the transaction level. Let's say you're buying something for your pretty daughter, or for your wife, or your girlfriend, and it needs to go right away. Maybe you forgot her birthday and then you want to send her right away. Then you choose a specific shipping for that order only. So this is master data level shipping, which is general preferences of the customer. And at the transaction level, you can always change to whatever shipping conditions you like. Examples: 3-day, 10-day ground, 3-day ground, overnight, express delivery, this, that. Okay. Next, order combination. This is a little tricky. Watch out. Here is an order. Okay. Order 1. Let's say placed on June 1st. Okay, and this order contains M01 material, M02 material, and this material needs to go on June 10th and June 12th. Okay, and then we have another order, order 2, placed on June 2nd. This contains M03 and M04. And this goes on June 12th and June 12th. Okay. Now line item 1 is going to New York, some address in New York. This is going to New Jersey. This is going to New York. This is going to New Jersey. Now if you look at the list of items, there are a couple of lines leaving for the same customer on July 12th, July 12th, July 12th. So it makes sense to combine goods going out to a single customer on the same date for economical reasons, right? So this line item, let's say 10, 20, and then 10, 20. This guy, and this guy can potentially be combined, but this is going to New York. But this is going to New Jersey, so this guy cannot be combined. So this is ruled out because the destination is not the same. The ship to address is not the same. So M02 June 12th, New Jersey, M04 June 12th, New Jersey, both belong in different orders, but they're going out to the same location on the same date. So these two orders can be combined into a single delivery, just these line items 20 and 20. 10 of course goes differently, 10 of course goes differently in a different delivery. Okay, this field is called order combination. It's a preference from the customer saying, hey, you know what, if possible, combine. But it's not always the case that customers like it. Some customers don't like it, in which case you just switch that field off. Alright, the next one is complete delivery required by law. Now remove this by law part, it doesn't make any sense. Complete delivery. What happens if you check this flag on? By default, let me give you a scenario. Okay, I'm going to talk about this scenario here. By default, let's say there is an order 1 on some date, and let's say June 1st. You have 10 M01 going out on June 10th because that's when the goods are available. 20 M02, let's say, going out on June 12th. Okay. Now, by default, the system behavior is, okay, whenever the goods become available, just ship them. So, come June 10th, the system will start to ship this and it will ignore this. Come June 12th, it will ship this line item. But some customers don't like it, right? It's a pain even for me. Imagine you're doing a job somewhere in downtown, your house is somewhere in the suburbs, and some items require your signature. What do? Yeah, you can go once back to home or back to your FedEx office, but if you ordered 5 items from Amazon and each of them require your signature, and if they start shipping them in 5 different packages, it's a nightmare, isn't it? You would rather want all of them to be shipped at one time, even though there might be a delay, let's say 2 days, 3 days, 4 days. I don't mind as long as, they're all shipped together. Some customers like it, even though I'm talking about a B2C scenario here. Some customers like even in B2B, some customers like goods to be shipped all together. In which case, you switch this on. Alright. Next, we have delivery tolerances, under delivery and over delivery tolerances. Tolerance. What is tolerance? You can tolerate certain things. Amazon say you ordered for 100 packets of something from Amazon, 100 quantity of something. It's rare, but let's say you ordered for 100 quantity of something. And Amazon is only able to ship 95. Will you be able to tolerate it? No. Because you already paid for 100. You won't tolerate anything less than 100, right? But in the case of a B2B, let me give you a scenario. This is a scenario that I have seen in the pharmaceutical industry, especially in the retail distribution of pharmaceuticals. Every day, the sales rep goes out to his set of shops, right, or retail stores that sell pharmaceuticals, and they take orders. Okay, I need so many strips of Tylenol, I need so many strips of this, so many strips of that, this and that. And at the end of the day, all the orders are segregated, sent to their main ordering system somewhere in their headquarters. Let's say Pfizer is taking the orders and they're going to Pennsylvania. Now, Pfizer will distribute or create deliveries for all the orders to the respective distribution centers. Let's say we are in Edison, New Jersey, and then we have our sales rep has gathered all the orders for all the retail pharmacies that sell our products, Pfizer products, and has taken orders for the day, sent it to the headquarters, and headquarters will dispatch the deliveries to the respective nearest distribution center, saying, okay, these products need to be distributed, so on and so forth. Now, the customer, let's say one customer, Walgreens, has ordered 100 strips of Tylenol. His rule is, Okay, if you have 100 strips, send them across. If you have 90 strips, that's fine, send them across. Time is a priority for me. Okay, so if you have 100 strips, send them across. Bill me for 90, don't bill me for 100. As simple as that, and deem that order as complete. If I want more, I'll place a fresh order. Okay, in which case the under delivery tolerance is 10%. Right? That means the customer can tolerate an under delivery of 10%. If the customer orders 100, he's okay if we give him or ship him 90. But sometimes it's not the case. You cannot go like, yeah, I only have 50. Nah, that doesn't work sometimes. Or maybe it works. Right? So imagine a big shipping industry, a steel factory, right, that requires coke, that requires iron ore, and they require in thousands of tons, right, big factories. And even if there is a tolerance, let's say I've asked for 100,000 tons of coal, and the container or the ship has delivered like 95,000 tons. Will I say, okay, I'm going to cancel the order? No. I'll be like, okay, I've got 95,000 tons. That's good enough. So just bill me for 95,000 tons, right? And the same applies for over delivery also. Okay, if you deliver a little bit over, the customer is willing to pay for it. So what under deliveries and what over deliveries are tolerated by the customer is specified here in the shipping tab of the sales view of the customer master. Okay, so next page. Go to the billing tab. Looks like I timed out. Okay, let me log in again. Oops. Or the billing tab or the sales view of the customer master. What are the important fields here? I'll talk a little bit about invoice dates, okay, and invoice list dates. Invoice dates, invoice list dates. Okay, and then we'll talk about incur terms, payment terms, and account, and we'll talk about tax. All right. So let me just put some entries in there, and then we'll talk about them. And then let me put some incur terms. Say, or rather, let's not talk about incur terms and payment terms now. We're going to talk about these when we talk about the sales document deep dive. So let's not worry about them. Let me put some invoice dates and invoice list dates. Take a quick screenshot, and we'll talk about that here. So, what is invoice dates? An invoice date specifies the dates on which the customers need to be invoiced. Okay, so here is an example again. Let's take June 1st, order 1. We delivered it, billed it on, let's say, June 5th. Again, June 2nd, June 3rd, so on and so forth. Okay, the customer will receive as many invoices on June 5th, on June 7th, June 8th, so on and so forth. In general, if the customers are placing orders regularly, like every day or many times a week, then customers are more comfortable to receive invoices in batches, meaning, hey, you know what, why don't you just send me invoices for all the orders that I've placed by the week? Meaning, okay, all the invoices Monday through Friday, send it to me on Friday instead of sending me each individual invoice. Okay, so those dates on which you need to send the invoices to the customer will be specified in the invoice dates section. What is an invoice list? This is a little more complicated. Sometimes invoices are not good enough. Even invoices dates are not good enough. With so many invoices, it becomes a pain for the customers to pay each individual invoice. So what the customer says, hey, you know what? Okay, you got invoice 1, invoice 2, invoice 3, so on and so forth. Now, combine invoices for, let's say, a period of a fixed period, let's say 1 month, 1 week. Typically it's a monthly cycle. So combine invoices for the entire month into what is called as invoice list, which is just a combination of all the line items in all the invoices for that particular month compiled together into one document. And the customer will pay against that document. Okay, it's just an easier and a convenient way for the customer to pay, where he has a summarized billing. Now, in order to achieve this, there are a couple of things that have to happen behind the scenes, which we will talk about when we visit billing document type configuration. So until that point, if you remember this concept, that's good enough. Okay. Next, these are important as well, but we'll discuss it at a later point. Now, what about tax? Or it's also called tax classification. What is tax classification? Tax classification is a way to identify whether a customer is taxable or not taxable. Some customers are taxable, some customers are not. Now, examples of taxable customers: regular commercial customers like you and me, corporates. Examples of non-tax or tax exempt customers or non-taxable customers: government, military, and non-profits, resellers, right? These are all examples of non-profits, and they need not be taxable. Now, for all non-profits or government or military, this will be set to 0, and that's by country. And for profit and regular commercial customers, this will be set to 1. So what you need to set to will be given by your FICO consultant. So you don't have to sweat it. You just have to ask them, okay, what should be the tax classification? Should I set it to 0, 1, or sometimes it's 2 or 3, depending on the nature of taxation of the country. All right. And then we have partner functions. This deserves a discussion on its own. So we'll have a very detailed discussion on partner functions when we visit the sales document deep dive. Okay. So until that point, just hold on to that. All right. Now we have finished the sales view of the customer master. Now what we're going to do is go to the company code view. Here is our sales view. We just finished it, and then click on save. Right? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 is created. Now we want to create this finance view of the customer or the company code view of the customer. So go to FD01, enter the name of the customer, and enter the company code. Again, this is 1000. All right. Let me take a screenshot. Okay. Okay. Step number 1, and go inside, hit enter, and then enter recon account there. What is a recon account? Why is a recon account used? Is something that we're going to discuss as part of account determination at a much later point in time. So until that point, just enter an account number there, and this account number will be given to you by the FICO consultant. So you don't have to really worry about it. Just make sure that you get that account number from your FICO consultant. That's all you need to do. Now this, remember, is a role that's played not by Brian, the sales guy, but by Charlene, the finance user. So she's going to use the transaction FD01, use the same customer that Brian has created, but enter the company code and then finish up creating the company code view of the customer. Now we have created 3 views. Brian has created 2 views. Charlene has created 1 view. That finishes up creating of the customer master. Alright. Now, a customer master can be extended. Now we have created the customer 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, right? We have created it using 2 steps. The first step was VD01, which created 2 views, general and sales. And the number that we have created is 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This number was passed over to finance and they created the finance view of the customer. This process of using an already existing customer and creating another view for it is called extending the view. Okay, this is one type of extension. The second type of extension is extending the org data. Now, if you see this customer 56789, right? 56789. Let's go to VD02, which is customer master in change mode, and then click on this customer sales areas. Okay, you will see that this customer 56789 has been created for this sales area 1000, 10, 00. Now, if you want to visualize this, think of a situation like this. Best Buy is a customer who sells iPods and he is Apple's customer. Okay, Best Buy sells iPods. You can just go to Best Buy and buy iPods. Now, Apple sells iPods to Best Buy to be resold to customers like you and me, regular consumers. Now, Best Buy will be created in Apple's system as a customer, 56789 for example. And he is doing business currently in Germany. Let's say, okay, let's say Best Buy also exists in Germany. And Best Buy also exists in the US. Now, do you need to create a different customer for Best Buy in the US versus a different customer in Germany? Not required. Instead, all you got to do is go to VD01. Okay, remember it's not VD02. We are not changing the customer. We are extending the customer. This is the key to understand extension. We are not changing the customer. We are extending the customer. So we're going to put in the same customer number 56789, and instead of Germany, we're going to use US. See, we're going to extend the same customer to USA, Philadelphia. And it's not going to ask us to enter the general data again. It already knows that it is ABC Inc. and it knows the address, blah, blah, blah. All we have to do here is make sure that we enter the shipping, billing, and other tax relevant information. Okay? Because this could be different by country, isn't it? So wherever things are different, just enter them and save. Now, if you go to VD02, okay, and you click on customer sales area, how many do you have? You have 2. So this customer, Best Buy, let's say, is available in Germany as well as the US. Right? That's a good example for you to visualize how customers are extended to different sales areas or different company codes. This not just applies to sales areas, it also applies to company codes. So the same could be done for company codes as well. Okay, but that's something that the FICO consultant will do, but don't worry too much about it. Okay, so you can extend a customer to different views, or you can extend a customer to different organizations or sales orgs, distribution channels, divisions, company codes. Now, in another topic, we'll talk about common distribution channels and divisions, and you'll understand how how to manipulate this and what are the problems that you're going to face when you extend the customer beyond one set of org data and how to mitigate all those problems. But other than that, this is the concept of extension. Alright, next, creation with reference. You see, the customer 56789 has already been created in 3000, right? Now let's say we want to create another customer. It's not 56789 but 56790. This time it's not Best Buy, it's Circuit City. So what do? Click on this customer and say 56789, which is the customer that we have just created, and give the reference as that customer in 3000 and then click OK. Now you see, if you just fill up the basic data like the name and some address, okay, and some transportation zone, and if you go to sales area, most of this stuff is filled in for you, like the shipping conditions is standard, the billing data is whatever, and if it varies, you just got to fill in this area. If anything differs, you just got to fill in that stuff. Other than that, most of the stuff is already done for you. Okay, example, shipping data and any other data like customer group, ABC class, so on. If I have filled it up for the old customer, it would already have been filled up to the new customer, because we are referring the older customer to create a new customer. Okay, so this is called creation with reference. The next thing is field changes. Okay, now let me go to VD02, which is the change customer master transaction. Okay, and then take the latest customer that I've created, and let me add the customer group here. I've changed some field, or I can change anything I like. Okay, and then click on save. So 56790, I've done some changes. Go inside and click on environment, field changes, all fields, and you see that the customer group is singled out here, and click on all changes, or you can double click on it, and you'll see that the customer group has been changed on this date, 7th of June, and the old value was null and the new value is 03. So this is useful if the customers or your users of the system needs to track changes to master data. Okay, who changed what at what point in time. If you double click this, you'll see that the user is available, the user who has done the change, and the field name, the technical description of it, the from value was blank, and the to value, which is the current value. Okay, and you'll also see that in which sales org this was changed, so on and so forth. Okay, this is called field changes. Additional data. What is additional data? Now if you take the same customer, okay, go to general data, go to extras, additional data, you'll have a pop-up that contains fields like this, a set of fields, additional fields called attributes. The reason why we have them here is because each company defines their customers in their own way. For example, I have worked with a medical devices company, let's say. The major customers for which are doctors and their patients and pharmacies. Okay. Now, I've also worked with companies that are in power generation. Their customers are just the state power company, the state distribution company like PG&E, Pacific Gas and Electric. I've also worked with bio systems companies or biochemical companies, the major customers for which are universities who buy research equipment from them. Now you cannot define all these customers with a single template. The way you define a consumer who is buying pharma devices or pharma products from you is totally different from a doctor, from a power generating company, from a university, right? So the fields that are available in the general and the sales and the finance view of the customer might not be enough to label some of the customers. For example, I want to create or implement SAP for let's say a pharmaceutical company, and I want to define customers that are both doctors as well as patients. Okay, now I want to define a field over here that says he's a doctor or a not. He's either a doctor or not. If he's a doctor, I should be able to know that 1, he's a doctor, 2, he's not. Right? So you can customize these fields, this attribute 1A, 1B, 1C, 1D. Okay? I'll tell you how to customize this attribute. You'll have to go to a specific transaction, but don't worry about it. The point being, you can customize these fields in such a way that only those 2 fields are available. Doctor, yes or no. Okay? And look at this field. I've changed the label for this field. But these are generic. Let's change the label for this. Okay? Attribute 2 doesn't make much sense to a user who is using this. He wants to know, let's say, another field, whether he accepts drugs in bulk or not, or whether he has a prescription or not. Let's say we're talking about patients and we need a field where he has prescription or he doesn't have a prescription, because we're not supposed to sell prescription drugs to patients that does not have a prescription, right? So prescription or not. But we want to change the name of the attribute 2 to define or to reflect the name prescription. Okay, so go here, place your cursor there, hit F1. Okay, hit F1 and then find out from the technical button that looks like a toolbar, what is the field name or the data element name. It's KATR2. Okay, now go to CMOD, CMOD. Okay, go to text enhancements, keywords, change. Alright, and then put in KATR2 and then hit enter. Now what is KATR2? Let's say it's prescription. So there's a short label, there is a long label, so on and so forth. Prescription, yes or no. Okay, let's not change all the labels, but these labels should be enough. Okay, prescription, save. Save. Okay, we're done here. Close it. Close it. Now go to VD. Go to VD02 in change mode or VD03 in display mode. Go to extras, additional data, and then you see the change. Prescription. Okay. In another video, we'll talk about how to see these changes attributes. I don't want to talk about SPRO and all that stuff at this point. But just try and understand that you can change these attributes as well. Alright, so these are some of the customizations that you can do to the customer master. So this is additional data at the general level, and this is additional data at the sales and distribution level. Okay, and this is how you customize text labels. Go to CMOD, that is the transaction, and click on go to text enhancements, keywords, change. Okay, and that's all you need to know about customer master for now. We have only talked about the master data from a user perspective. Now there are a couple of more things that you need to know. The key customization called customer account group, which shows you what you can do to create different types of customers. Okay, and then I'll give you another video which talks about some more aspects of the customer master. Okay? How to block customers, how to delete customers or set the delete flag, and what are the effects of blocking and what are the effects of deleting, what are the transactions for it, so on and so forth. So if you finish these two other videos as well that I'm going to send, your understanding of customer master is pretty much complete. Okay, so any other questions that you have, just we'll discuss them in the class as usual. Okay, all right, thank you very much, guys.
Okay, this chapter is about the material master. Material master. We have already discussed the importance of master data, and we have already discussed the customer master. So in material master, we are going to focus first on two different things. Number one is the significance of material master. And number two, we're going to focus on the important fields and their business significance. And then, of course, as usual, I'm going to conclude it and then do a quiz. So if you want to understand the significance of the material master, we should first understand the life cycle of a material master or the life cycle of a material. And then we are going to understand the interaction of the different departments in any company. So we'll be focusing on this first, the life cycle. The life cycle of a material goes something like this. A material is created, and the material is used in transactions. A material is changed, and of course a material can be discontinued or archived. So a material is created and it's used in transactions, and through the course of its life cycle it can be changed, and finally the material can be discontinued or archived. So let's take an example. Say Apple. Apple makes new version of iPhone. So a material is created in the system. Why is this material created? Because it has to be referred and used again and again. During orders, during order confirmations, purchase orders, sales orders. We'll see some examples. So in this guy, Apple is the manufacturer. Or let's take another example. Let's take Best Buy. Best Buy also sells iPhones. So they sell an iPhone, the same version of the iPhone. So Best Buy also needs to create iPhone as a material in its SAP system. In this case, Best Buy is acting as a distributor. Now you might be wondering, do materials need to be created only in the case of manufacturing or distribution, or when there is a physical, tangible goods? Not necessarily.
Let's take another example. Say ABC Spa. They have come up with a new therapy and they have to create it as a material in the system. You see, in this case, it's not really a physical material. It's just a service. So it need not always be a physical material. It need not always be a manufacturer or distributor of physical materials. It could be services. In all these cases, materials need to be created. Now let's understand the changes that can happen to a material. For example, Apple manufactures iPhone in, let's say, San Francisco. It does not. It manufactures it in China, but let's assume it manufactures in San Francisco. Now, all of a sudden, let's say they have changed their plant and they have started manufacturing in Los Angeles. What does this mean? That this material will be changed maybe from a certain point in time, 6 months from now, and the field that's getting changed for that material is what is called as a delivering plant. Don't worry, we'll see this field in the system. Another case, let's say this distributor Best Buy sells iPhones, and iPhones are categorized in their product structure or sales structure as phones. So all the revenue for iPhone sales come under the bucket of phone sales. But since iPhones became very popular, Apple's products, they want to categorize them under a different bucket. So all phones come under the category of phones, but an iPhone comes under the category of an iPhone or Apple. What does this mean now? So this is a change in the classification of the material. So probably something like a material group. Again, we're going to see all these fields. The point I'm trying to make is changes happen to materials all the time. Just like the way a customer's address can be changed, the properties of a material can be changed at any time. And then I said, you can use these materials in transactions. What kind of transactions? Let's say there's an order for an iPhone, so Apple creates an order. So order, line number 10, iPhone, some quantity. And then delivers that order using a delivery, another transaction. Again, the same material is used. Now Apple invoices this order. Same material is used. So these are examples of sales transactions. Orders, deliveries, invoices, goods issues, and so on. Now let's take the case of Best Buy. So Best Buy places an order with Apple. In this case, it's purchasing, not sales. Right? So there's Apple and there's Best Buy. So the PO is placed from Best Buy to Apple for the same product, 10 iPhone. Apple creates a sales order, like in our case. And the sales order is delivered and billed. So this purchase order that Best Buy has created will be completed with what's called as a goods receipt. So that take the goods that come in from Apple, put them in their warehouse, and of course it's billed, so they do an invoice receipt, after which of course they'll be paid. So these are examples of purchasing transactions. Now what about the case of a spa? It's even simpler. There is a sales order, and of course there's no delivery because there's no need for a delivery. It's not physical goods. The order is invoiced after the service has been done. Now here is our customer. The customer will receive the invoice via the accounting department, and the customer will pay for that invoice to the accounting department, and all along there is this material, iPhone,
and the customer is paying for an iPhone because he needs to know for which material he's paying. So this is an example of service or financial transactions. So a material is used not just in sales, but in purchasing, financial, and so many other departments. We'll talk about the different departments in a bit, but let's just finish our life cycle. You know where we started? We started with the creation of a material, changing of a material, using the material in transactions, and finally, it can either be discontinued or archived. So what's the meaning of discontinued? And what's the difference between discontinuing a product and archiving the product? Say Apple has released a new version of the iPhone. Say it's iPhone 5 now, and then they're going to come up with 6. Now the older version of the iPhone is no longer required. So this material is going to be discontinued. I'm going to show you an example of how to discontinue a product or a material in SAP. And you can do it at country level or sales org level. Meaning, iPhone 5 might be discontinued in the US and superseded by iPhone 6. So iPhone 5 is no longer available in the US. But in other countries, say India, iPhone 5 may still be available. So what does that tell you? There needs to be a facility in SAP where you can discontinue products by sales org or by certain region. That is discontinuing a product. What's archiving? Say 10 years from now, I don't know, it could be iPhone version 25 or a different thing altogether. At that point, the iPhone 5 material is still in the system. Although it's discontinued, if you go to MM03, which is the transaction to view the customer master, it's still there. And all the transactions from 10 years which used that material are still there. Are they required? Well, that's a legal decision. For example, the US government says that you have to maintain transactions for 7 years in the pharma or medical domain. For iPhone, probably you only need to maintain it for 2 years. So if they are no longer required, they can be archived. So all the transactions, including the master data, the material, will be sent out of the ERP into a different box altogether. If you want to use them, there are different ways to use them. But once archived, you won't see them in MMO3, the standard transaction. That's archival. So that's the life cycle of a product. Now, we briefly touched on the different departments that use the product in the case of Apple and Best Buy. But let me explain it a little bit better. Let's take Apple, the same example. And Apple sells to Best Buy. In this case, it's a sale. Best Buy, in order to receive that sale, has to send a purchase order. So this is purchasing. So Apple sells while Best Buy purchases. So this is a sales order and this is a purchase order. So how many departments are involved here? Sales department, of course, and purchasing department, 2 different departments. Now Apple, let's say, manufactures this in some exotic location, somewhere in China, and stores them in a warehouse in San Francisco. And when it is coming from the plant to the warehouse, Apple has to do quality and inspection. So there is a quality department that does that. So first we had the sales department that uses a material. Next, we had a purchasing department that uses the same material. Next, we had a quality department that uses the same material. So it's already 3 departments that use the material. Now, Apple, although might not manufacture it on its own, it outsources it to some vendors. In order to do that, there is another department in any manufacturing company called the MRP department. Material Requirement Planning. They plan how many iPads need to be manufactured or how many iPhones need to be manufactured. And of course, they have a piece of the pie of the material master as well. So quality is the 3rd department and MRP is the 4th department. And of course, there is finance, because if Apple sells to Best Buy has to send money for the amount of goods that it has received, and the financial department of Apple will receive money against that invoice for the product iPhone. The point being, if you take the material master as a big elephant, different departments perceive it differently. And different departments store different data in the material master that's relevant for their department. For example, the sales department will store the sales relevant details of the material in that material master. So let's say if this circle represents an iPhone, the sales view or the sales data, the material, is only relevant for sales. Similarly, the finance data is only relevant for finance. And you can go on and on and on for all the different departments. Say, purchasing, quality, MRP, and so on. There are almost around 16 to 20 different views. And we're going to see the most important views in a bit. Created a material called iPhone 5. We have set its different fields, filled the views. And like I said, you're not responsible for all the views. You do the sales view. The MM consultant does the general view. The production consultants does the MRP view. The finance consultants do the accounting view, so on and so forth. And the way a material is created in a typical system is going to be very much like the way we have created the customer. So the general views or the basic data views will be created by either the purchasing department or the inventory department. And then only that view is available at that point. Then they'll pass that material over to sales. The sales will open the same material and create the sales view of the material. This process, like we've discussed in the customer master, is called extension. So we are extending the material and creating a sales view. With master data, creating and extending views is called extension. And there is another way to extend it, which is extending for org elements. Like, for example, an iPhone 5 is created in the US first and then extended to India, Canada, Mexico, and other sales orgs or other plants or other company codes. This is also called extension. And how do you extend a material master? Let's extend the iPhone that we have just created by going to MM0. This is the key. It's not 2, it's 1. You might be tempted to think that when you want to extend a material, you go to MM02. No. It's just like the way you extend a customer. You don't go to VD02 to extend a customer. You go to VD01 to extend a customer to a different sales org or a different view. Same thing here. Go to MM01 and put iPhone -5. Hit enter. Let's say you want to extend it to a different sales org. It could be plant 3000, sales org 3000, distribution channel 10. So it was first created for Germany, and now we are creating it for the US. Well, the bulk of the data already would come in anyway. So the basic unit of measure, the description, but it can have a different sales unit in the US. Let me give you an example. Coke has a different sales of measure in the US. It has fridge packs, it has family packs, it has whatnot, 6 packs. But if you go to Thailand or India or Australia, we might not have all those different sales units. For example, in India, there is no fridge pack, there is no 6 pack, there is only a gallon or 1.5 gallon and 500 ml bottles, and of course cans. That's it. Cans are not packed in India, so that sales unit is not available in India. If it is not available in a particular sales org, you don't need to specify it. Point being, sales unit could be sales org specific. And then we have tax classification. This would depend on the corresponding company code associated with the sales org. For 3000, the company code is going to be 3000 US, and the corresponding country code is going to have its own configuration of what tax codes it would have, and that will be based on the configuration of the FICO. So they'll take care of it. You don't have to worry too much about it. You just have to finish this up. This is useful, especially if you're doing exports. And then same thing here. You can have different minimum order quantities and minimum delivery quantities for different sections for different sales orgs. Same thing with sales org 2. You can have different data here compared to the German sales org. And if you're done here, just click OK, save it. Oops, sorry. Save it, and we're done. Now this iPhone 5 has now been extended to the US sales org, whereas originally it was created only for German sales org. This process is called extension. Now we have only extended the sales view. Remember, if you want to do more, you can hit the material and select a purchasing view, let's say, for a particular plant, because purchasing view only has plant relevant details. Or if you want to extend the accounting view, select the accounting view and you'll be asked for a plant and valuation type. And all of this is done using MM01. That's it. Now if you want to change the material, like we have seen examples of discontinuing materials or changing the material group of the material, you can go to MM02, select your material, and then select whatever view of data you want to change. And say, for example, we want to change the material group from electronics to, let's say, docking station. Yeah, you can do it. And that's changed. And of course, you can display material without doing any changes by going to MM03, select your material, and select your basic data or whatever data you want to change or view, and you can go view the corresponding details.
Hi there guys. In this class we're going to talk about the material masters, grouping and categorization. Now, we have already gone through the material master and kind of touched briefly on some of the important fields and their business significance. In this chapter, we're going to talk about what are all the situations in which material masters can be grouped, and what are the categorizations and groupings that SAP allows. Now, if you want to think of some scenarios, I would ask you to think of scenarios like this. Maybe the way you or a company like HP sells computers, right? So there is HP that sells different computers, right? It sells desktops, and it sells laptops, and it sells maybe printers. Now this could be a very, very broad categorization. Now we have not gone to enterprise structure yet. That's a different concept that we're going to cover a couple of classes forward. But at this point, this could be a very neat categorization for something like material groups. Sometimes the categorization could be pretty complicated in terms of how many ways or the number of ways in which you could classify and categorize these materials. Okay, so let's start here and then think of more complex scenarios and see how we can use these different groupings and categorization provided by SAP in the Material Master to allow us to categorize the Material Master accordingly. So this will start off with this as the baseline, and then we'll go forward. Now assume for now that these are classified in the system as material groups. So there are 3 material groups. 1 is a desktop, 2 is a laptop, 3 is a printer. Right? These are material groups. Material groups can be seen in the Material Master in 2 places. One is the basic data material group. The second is the sales org one view material group. Now remember, this material group cannot be different between the basic data and the sales data. Okay, so I'm going to highlight that here. The material group in the basic data cannot be different from the material group in the sales data. What this means for you is that once you classify a material as a desktop, that's it. It is a desktop, and if you want to change it to some other categorization, say a laptop, yeah, sure, you can change it, but that's constant. You cannot change it by sales org. So since we have not covered enterprise structure, as of now, think of sales org is equivalent to a country. That means if HP wants to call a computer and group it as a computer, then you cannot call it as something else in another country. You cannot group it as something else in another country. You cannot. A desktop and a laptop might be more of a not a very suitable example in this case. But think of a company like Coca-Cola. They have different kinds of sugar drinks. What's a lemon drink in one country might be something else in another country, right? If that is the case, then this is definitely not your field to categorize the material. Alright, so in fact you can just go and check it out in the system by, let's say, MM01, okay, 02, and then let's check out a material, say M06, and then choose the basic data and the sales data, in fact the sales data too, and then click OK. I'm going to select some plant, some sales org, some distribution channel. Let's say we set the material group here to, instead of 207, let's just change it to 101. Okay, hit enter. Okay, now it says you're changing the material group, material already used in purchasing, so it might affect existing transactions, is what it's trying to say. Alright, so we're going to ignore it for now, and then go to okay. Okay, now go to sales org 2 view, and then where's our material group? Yeah, over here, material group, right? Sales org 1. So it's got changed from 207 to 101, which means that you cannot have a material group specific to a particular sales org. Alright, so that's the material group. I'm going to change it back to 207, what we started with, so that there is no confusion. Alright, okay, that was the material group. Now, is this sufficient? Do we need more groupings, more different kinds of groupings? If yes, why? Now, let's take another scenario. Let's take a scenario where HP, alright, sells desktops, laptops, printers as usual, and HP also wants to categorize, let's say it's desktops and laptops as 13 inches, 15 inches, 21 inches. So this is a way to categorize their product line based on the screen size. Okay, now another way to categorize these could be it's an Intel based processor, it's an AMD based processor, or it could be another Atom based processor, let's say. Now if you take a laptop or a desktop, let's take a simple laptop, it's much easier. So you have a laptop, this laptop could be classified using material group as a laptop. Okay, we are happy with that. Now the same laptop could also belong to maybe a 21 inch or let's say a 15 inch monitor, and then this laptop could be using an AMD processor. In this case, how are you going to use a single material group to represent so many different groupings? Obviously this is a shortfall with the material group, right? So a single material group is not sufficient in these cases, and that's why we have so many different sales material groups. Now these are not available in your basic data screen, meaning they are not generic to the material. They are very sales org specific, meaning you could classify the same material as something else in one country or one sales org versus classify it as something else in another sales org. That could be very handy, if you're entering new markets and you want to have a different kind of categorization and different kind of reporting, a more simplified version of the reporting. For example, Apple has a very broad range of products in the US, and Apple only sells a very restricted range of products in India, let's say, and they want a very simple, clean classification only for the India sales org. Then they can use the material groups 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and have a very simple categorization for the sales org India, whereas they'll have the full-blown categorization using material groups for the sales org US or Canada or wherever they feel it's applicable. Now this is the sales material group, and even this has some shortcomings. The primary one, the most important one, is these are flat, meaning you can classify this laptop using the material group 1, let's say, as laptop, and then call this as screen size and have the options here as 13 inch, 14 inch, so on, and then call this as processor, and you can have Intel, AMD, Athlon, so on as its options. Like I said, it's a flat structure, meaning, a laptop can be classified as a laptop using the material group 1 and material group 2 with the screen size, and material group 3 with the processor, so on and so forth. But what if you have a hierarchical structure, right? For example, the same HP computer could be represented like so. You have a laptop, you have a desktop, you have a palm top or printer, let's say, and in desktops we want to classify based on processors, Intel, AMD and Atom, and underneath that we want to classify it as 13 inch, 15 inch, 21 inch. Now this is very different from what we have seen. Although the values seem very much the same, this is a hierarchical structure. Now, why do companies use hierarchical structures? For the very simple reason that a hierarchical structure is very useful to roll up or roll down or drill down. I'll give you a very simple example. Let's say the CEO of the Indian or let's say the Singapore division of HP wants to know what's the revenue for the last quarter for all desktops. Okay, here we are. So let's say the revenue is $500 million. Okay. Now that's the first question. The follow-up question to that could be, okay, all right, now I want to see which one among them is performing the best in desktops. Give me the sales breakdown of that $500 million sales by Intel, by AMD, by Atom. Right? See, it's not a flat structure anymore. It's a hierarchical structure. Now you can drill down in your reports and find out what's your total sales by Intel, by AMD, by Atom. And similarly, in a particular processor range, you can say, okay, I know that AMD is 100 mil and Atom is 100 and Intel is 300. Okay, now Intel seems to be doing the best, so, and AMD seems to be doing 100. So in AMD, what's the best number for a particular screen size, so that you can concentrate, maybe do more marketing on it, or maybe look at other weaker revenue generating areas and maybe do additional marketing, brainstorming, whatever, right? This is one reason why you can use a product hierarchy. The way you create a product hierarchy is a little different, so you got to be very careful with it. So let me take this M01 material, or you can take any material, and see what's a product hierarchy and how it should be set. Now, a product hierarchy is 18 characters. Okay, so in this case, this is 18 characters. Okay, so among these 18 characters, the first 5 characters represent the first level. Okay, and then 00100, the next 5 characters represents the second level, and then we are left out with 8 characters. So 5 plus 5 plus 8, that's the general hierarchy structure provided by standard SAP. Okay, and this can be changed and customized to suit the requirements of the business. Sometimes companies want like 4 levels, 5 levels of structure. So you don't need to stick with this 555. You can just say 5, 3, 3, and then 3. So what's that? 5 plus 3 plus 3 plus 3, 9, 10, 14, and then 3, 4. Total of 18. You can do that. How you do that is ABAP customization, which we don't need to worry about at this point. Okay. But what you need to worry about is how a product hierarchy is determined. So let's take this M01. Okay. Okay, here we have M01, and then just click on the options and then select hardware 00125, and here's the trick: don't click choose, instead click next level. Okay, and then it will open another pop-up. Here choose whatever option you like. It's a PC, so it's a hardware, and inside that it's a PC, and then select PC and then choose next level, and then you have your next pop-up in which you can say it's a PC ensemble, and then now click choose and the entire hierarchy will be selected. Right? So this is how you do it. Select the first level, and then instead of clicking, don't go here until you hit the last level. Okay, go here, then finally when we hit the last level, click choose. Alright, you can stop here if that's what you want. If you want your product hierarchy just to be at the top level and say this is a first level product 0010, yeah, you can choose that and then not go to the next level. So it's your choice. If you want to fine tune your product and then define your product category to the finest level, click on the next level and go to the last possible level of hierarchy. Alright, so that's product hierarchy. Now here is your configuration. So where do you do the configuration? So as usual in SPRO, IMG, and then logistics general, material master, settings for key fields, and define material groups. This is where you define material groups. You can define your own material group, right? Let's say let's go to SPRO, and then we'll define our own material groups. Logistics general, material master, where are we? Settings for key fields, define material groups. So you can go here, select a new material group, and then say Z0100, call it PC. Alright, so Z0200, this is desktop. Z0300, this is a laptop. Alright, now you can save this and we are done. So we have created 3 material groups: Z0100, Z0200, Z0300. Now let's go into a material, say M06, select basic data, go to the material groups and see if the Z's that we have created out there are they available. There we go. So now you can classify that material as a PC, desktop, or a laptop. In fact, you can delete all of these things that are not necessary. In a non-IDEA system, they'll not even be there. Okay. Now these are standard materials. Don't try and change the material group for them. It will cause more problems than it solves. Try and create your own material, then assign these material groups to them just to test and see how they work. Okay, so that was material group. Now how about the sales material group? Right, so where is the sales material group? Sales material group is also available here. Logistics general, material master, I think it's here, settings for key fields, and then data relevant to sales and distribution. And here we go, define material groups. These are the sales material groups, and then you have 5 of them, as we have seen in the material master, in the sales org 2 view of the material master. And then let's pick the 4th one. Okay, 4th one, and create new entries. Z0 100. It need not be the same name, whatever name is fine. Z01, call them as 15-inch monitors, and then Z02. You can in fact call it very similar to the name as well, like you can just say Z15 or Z21 for 21-inch monitors, right? And save this guy. Okay, so material group 4 is what we have changed, right? So let's try and go to a material, let's say MM02, open the material MO6, go to sales org 2, select your plant and sales org distribution channel, go to the material group 4, because that's what we have changed, right? That's where we have created our own custom material groups. Then you select 14 inches, 15 inches, whatever you like. So like that, you can have 5 different sales material groups assigned parallelly to a single material. Okay, so here's the notes for how to do it. First thing, go to SPRO, IMG, and then Logistics General, Material Master, settings for key fields, data relevant to sales and distribution. Remember, this is sales relevant data, right? And then click on define material groups. So choose whatever material group you want to customize. In this case, we have customized 4 or 1 if you like, and then just go to new entries and start creating as many entries as you like. This is the sales material group and how it's configured. Next, we have the product hierarchy, and the configuration for that is a little different. So instead of choosing material groups, choose product hierarchies, and then you go here. So select the 3rd option, maintain product hierarchy, and then click on this button, which is the magnifying glass button. You'll be taken to the product hierarchy screen where you'll have hierarchies and levels. Now this is the key. Now let's go one step further and define a custom product hierarchy. Let's say we want to define a hierarchy like this. Desktops, the first level is desktop versus laptop versus printer, and in laptop you want AMD, Intel, and Atom. So Intel Atom, let's say. And in Intel, so this is the first level, this is the second level, and the third level is we are just going by 15 inches, 13 inches, or 21 inches, and this is the third level. Okay, so let's call it as 00 or let's have a number 5. This is 5 characters, right? You got 5 characters here, you got 5 characters here, you got 8 characters here. So this is 50 100, 50 200, 50 300, and the second level is, let's say, you can have the same numbers or you can have different numbers. It's really up to you. 60 100, 60 200, 60 300, and this is 8 characters, right? So maybe you want to prepend with 0. You can do something like this,
7200, and then 0000, 7300. Now if you want to represent a laptop that's Intel based and it's got 13 inches, or what you would say is 50200, and then 60200, and then 0000, 7200. Okay, so let's represent a hierarchy like that, and then the rest of the things should be pretty easy for you. Let's start with a laptop of 50200. Alright, so where do we go? We go to SPRO, IMG, and then Logistics General, Material Master, settings for key fields, data relevant to sales and distribution, and then product hierarchy. So I said select the third option, maintenance of product hierarchies, and then click on the magnifying glass. The first entry that we want to create was, what was the entry? 50200, 50200, and call it, give a description of desktop. Was that the one? No, laptop. Alright, laptop. Okay. Now again, here is the key. Save it. Okay, save it. Go back all the way, and then start again. So 50200 is done. So the next entry is 50200, 60200. That's how you got to create this entry. Okay, let's do that. So new entries 50200, 60200. This is, what is this? This is Intel, right? So Intel based, or whatever name you want to give it. Alright, now here is the important thing. Before you create this, the entire Intel based, you have to make sure that the preceding category of the hierarchy has been created already, otherwise you get an error here. Okay, again, you see it's level 2 and SAP has automatically determined it, because it knows already that there is a 50200 which is a level 1 structure in the product hierarchy. Okay, so like I said, start with the first level and work your way up. Alright, save it again. This is the other caveat here. Save it, go back all the way, and then start again. Now the third level is 50200, 60200, and then this one, the 13-inch one, which is 4 zeros and then 7200. Alright, so start with 5000, 6000, and then 0000, 7200. The description is, what is it, 13-inch screen size, and it automatically recognizes that this is level 3. Save it. Alright, now let's go to a material, say MM02, and then M06. Alright, M06 is locked. Yeah, let's go here. Don't want to save it. M06, go to basic data, let's say, because we have the product hierarchy available in the basic data as well. Okay, what was our first element? 5000200, isn't it? So here is a laptop. Okay, and then don't just click choose, click on the next level, and then in laptop we have Intel based, and then click on the next level, we have 13-inch. Right, select all of this stuff, and then you got yourself a winner. Okay, I'll just save that over there so that you can refer back to it later. Okay, so this is how you choose your product hierarchy and design your product hierarchy.
Some companies, like I said, go for the 3-level standard structure as provided by SAP, and some companies go for the much bigger 5 levels, or at most you can go up to 6 levels, each level being 3 characters. Okay, that finishes up this short session on material grouping and material classification. All right, thank you very much. See you in another class. Okay, in this session we're going to talk about the customer account group. Where have we seen the customer account group? If you try to create a customer, go to logistics, sales and distribution, master data, business partner, customer, and then create. Right? So go to VD01 or XD01. And the first thing that you would have to enter is this account group, also called as the customer account group. Now, when we discuss the customer master, I told you that you can just use 0001 for now, and then go ahead and create the customer master. But what does this really affect? What is the purpose of the customer account group? In order to understand this, let's take 2 customers. Alright, let me go to the change mode. Take 2 customers, 1000 and 1050 in another screen. 2 customers, 2 different customers, and then let's go to the sales area data for both these customers by clicking on the sales area data as usual. As you can see, both these customers are entirely different in the way their fields are set, in the way they have their tabs set. So what is the difference between the two? What differentiates these 2 customers? The difference is between these 2 customers. For example, what I was trying to say is, this guy has sales, shipping, billing, and partner functions tabs, but this 1050 customer only has sales and billing. And inside each of these tabs, for example, customer 1000 has the sales tab, has the sales district as DU0010, whereas 1050 does not have the sales district. So where is this configuration? What really is differentiating between the two? As you have guessed already, both of them belong to a different customer account group. So once a customer is created, how do you know which customer account group that customer belongs to? Just go to extras and administrative data, and then you'll see a pop-up like this, okay, where you will see that the customer belongs to a particular customer account group. In this case 001, and in this case 003. So this is a sold to party and this is a payer. The names doesn't really matter. Sold to party, ship to party, distributor, payer, hierarchy customer. We'll get to that at a later point. But both of them fundamentally belong to different customer account groups. Alright. So where are they configured? In order to configure the customer account group, just go to SPRO, IMG, and then Logistics General, Business Partner, Customers, Control, then click on Define Account Groups. The reason why Customer Master configuration is in Logistics General is because Logistics General mostly contains configuration that's common across all of the logistics sections, like logistics execution, transportation, shipping, so on and so forth. If you are doing SPRO for the first time, all you have to understand is SPRO is a transaction code, and we will be discussing this as part of a separate class. You just have to type in the configuration code SPRO and then click on the display reference IMG SAP implementation guide, and then you'll be taken to the logistics general section. You can move on to business partner, customers, just like you would in any easy access control. Okay, so once you click on this, you'll be taken to all the different customer account groups. We have already created customers or seen customers that belonged to this customer account groups 0001, 0003. If you go inside any one of those, let's say 0001, and then you'll see that there are a certain number of controls behind them. So let's go inside and see what are the controls. Alright, so we'll go to SPRO by clicking on SPRO, and then IMG. When I meant IMG, you have to click on this button, SAP reference IMG. Click, and then select logistics general, business partner, and customers, control, and define customer account groups. Now the path is there in the notes, so no worries, don't worry about remembering it. Once you click on it, like we have seen in that workbook, there are a number of customer account groups. So select and then either double click it or click on the magnifying glass, and these are the controls that you see. You see that for customer account group there is a number range. We'll come to number range in a bit, but most importantly there is something here called as field status, and there are 3 different field statuses: general data, company code data, sales data. Now, apart from that, there are other things like text controls, customer pricing procedure, partner determination procedure, so on and so forth, which will require a considerable understanding of other concepts in order to understand these. Okay, so we're going to ignore that for now. We're going to concentrate on 2 different aspects. The first one being the field status group, and after that we'll move on to number ranges. So what about field status group? So we have general data here, and then company code, and then sales data, right? This should ring a bell already. When we discussed the customer master, we have seen that there are 3 different sections in the customer master, right? General data, company code data, and then sales data. And the customer account group has these 3 different sections as well. Now you can double click on any of these sections, like for example, if you want to see the controls behind the general data, just double click on it. Alright, let me go back again. Here we have company code data. Double click on it, and then you'll go into the status groups inside that particular view. Once again, if you want to go into sales data, just double click on it. Okay, now you know that, for example, the sales data has sales A view has the sales data, shipping data, billing data, partner functions, so on, right? You can see the parallel here. The sales group, the field status groups are sales, shipping, billing, partner data, and so on. So this is a direct representation of the different tabs in the customer master. So let me take a screenshot here so that you can easily remember it. Alright, let me insert a page. Okay, see, there is a sales, there is shipping, there is billing, so on and so forth. Okay, so it's a direct representation of the different tabs. Now just double click on sales, for example, and then you'll see that for sales tab in the customer master sales data, what do we have? Okay, looks like something is wrong here, so let me just correct it. Okay, in the sales tab, what do we have? We have a sales group here, a field called the sales group, but what does it really say? It says suppressed. The status of the field status group, sales group, is set to suppressed. What about sales district? Now this one is display, and you can see that the sales district is display, DE0010. Can you modify it? No, it's grayed out, right? What about customer group? Customer group is a required entry, right? So let me take another screenshot here so that you can easily map what's going on here. Okay, so you see that the sales district is set to display, right? So the sales district is set to display, and hence this is grayed out, right? Price group or customer group, let's say, where is the customer group? Customer group is set to required entry, and it's not grayed out. So you see that there is a facility where you can enter the customer group, and if you do not enter the customer group, let's say you don't enter anything, you see what's happening here. You see that there is a check mark that comes up here, right? And that check mark is just saying that, you know what, you gotta fill it. Without filling it, you cannot proceed forward. And that's what SAP, that's what the picture over here is saying. It's saying, hey, you know what, you have to fill it up. Okay, let me just move all this stuff here, and then move this stuff here, move this picture here. Okay, so when it says required entry, it means that your customer group is mandatory. You have to fill it. And of course, optional is pretty obvious, right? Optional, you can fill it, you don't need to fill it. And then suppress is a way of suppressing that field from being visible on the screen. So sales group is suppressed and hence not visible. Suppressed, hence not visible. Right? So this is the crux of field status group. Can we make fields visible or not in the master data screen is what a field status group dictates. Alright, so that's that. And then what about number ranges? The next one is number ranges. So we have 01 here assigned to the customer account group 0001. And what does 01 say? So just go to 2 steps below. This is where you have defined the customer account group. Just go 2 steps below, and then we have define and assign number ranges. Define and assign number ranges. So the number range that has been assigned to 0001 is 01. What does 01 say? 01 says that the number range for 01 is 1, just preceding by dummy zeros, until 99999, 5 nines. So almost until 100,000. And the most important part, it's an external number range. Now what does that mean? That means that the numbers have to fall in between 1 and 99999, and the number has to be entered externally by the user. Let me see and give you an example of it. if we try and create a customer master as usual with the transaction code VD01 and then use 0001 as the customer account group and hit enter, it immediately says that use external number assignment. This means that whenever you try to create a new customer that has the number range 01 associated with it, you have to enter a customer number using the customer account create screen. If you don't use it, if you don't enter something, it doesn't allow you to go forward, and this is the error that you see. Okay, if you don't enter the customer number, okay, you get an error while creating the customer in VD01 or XD01, whatever, FD01, right? For example, if we had 02 as the customer account number, then the number range is different here, but you would not have to enter it. It would be external. It would be internal, and system would automatically generate it. We'll have a separate session on number ranges, where we define number ranges for sales documents, where we define number range for a whole set of transactions. The fundamentals are the same, but in that section we'll see how to create new number ranges, what is overlap, how to avoid overlap, what are the properties of number ranges like transportable versus non-transportable, and all that stuff will be dealt with in a separate class. But for now, just understand that this is where the numbers are coming from. So the customer number is defined at the customer account group level. Alright, so that's the customer account group. Any questions, just post them in our forum, and then we will discuss that as part of a Q&A. Thank you. Bye-bye. Sometimes when you view or change the customer master and use the transaction, let's say VD01, VD02 or VD03, you might find out that you are not able to view the sales area of the customer master. So it's something like this. You click on VD02, alright, click on VD02 and then select a customer, 3000, 6240, whatever customer, and then without entering the sales area. Alright, so this is the key. So you don't enter this, you don't enter this, you don't enter this, and then click OK. So the system doesn't know for which sales area the system is supposed to show the sales data. Okay, in this case what it does is it just shows you the general data, and as you might have already observed, the sales area data that's supposed to be in there does not exist, or the sales area view is not there. Okay, so some students tend to get confused at this point and are like, okay, where is my sales data? I want to fill out some sales data for this customer. So what you can do here at this point is select your customer by going to, as usual, VD02 or VD03. Let's start with VD02 and then click on customer's sales area. Now this is another cool trick here. This customer 3000 happens to be in the sales area or sales org 3000, 10 and 00. Now there are situations where a customer could exist in many different sales areas. 4000, 10, 00 or 4000, 10, 01, so on and so forth. It's like saying, you know what, a customer Walmart is buying computers from HP in the US, in Germany, in Switzerland, and maybe a couple of other countries as well, right? It's a perfectly valid scenario. So which sales area data do you want to look at is what the system is asking you at this point. So you can choose to select one, all right, and then in this case I'm selecting 3000 because that's the only one. And now as long as you fill this data up and data is available or maintained for that customer, now you click OK, and then you'll find out that the sales area data is available for the customer master. So now you can just go into the customer master sales area data and then fill in data if you require, or just view data on VD03 if you require. Use the customer master and use the transaction, let's say VD01, VD02 or VD03. You might find out that you are not able to view the sales area of the customer master. So it's something like this. You click on VD02, alright, click on VD02 and then select a customer, 3000, 6240, whatever customer, and then without entering the sales area. Alright, so this is the key. So you don't enter this, you don't enter this, you don't enter this, and then click OK. So the system doesn't know for which sales area the system is supposed to show the sales data. Okay, in this case what it does is it just shows you the general data, and as you might have already observed, the sales area data that's supposed to be in there does not exist, or the sales area view is not there. Okay, so some students tend to get confused at this point and are like, okay, where is my sales data? I want to fill out some sales data for this customer. So what you can do here at this point is select your customer by going to, as usual, VD02 or VD03. Let's start with VD02 and then click on customers sales area. Now this is another cool trick here. This customer 3000 happens to be in the sales area or sales org 3000, 10 and 00. Now there are situations where a customer could exist in many different sales areas. 4000, 10, 00 or 4000, 10, 01, so on and so forth. It's like saying, you know what, a customer Walmart is buying computers from HP in the US, in Germany, in Switzerland, and maybe a couple of other countries as well, right? It's a perfectly valid scenario. So which sales area data do you want to look at is what the system is asking you at this point. So you can choose to select one, alright, and then in this case I'm selecting 3000 because that's the only one. And now as long as you fill this data up and data is available or maintained for that customer, now you click OK, and then you'll find out that the sales area data is available for the customer master. So now you can just go into the customer master sales area data and then fill in data if you require, or just view data on VD03 if you require. Okay, now can we test this? Yes. Go back to VD05, and then open the same customer that we have been testing all along, 6540, and for orders set a block to Z6, which is the one that we have just created, called it pure credit, and then click OK, save it. Now when you try to create an order of type OR for this customer, you will have a problem that says VA VA01, VA01 OR, and then 6540, right? You'll have a problem here that says poor credit. So that's how you test it. So the first thing that you had to do was go to VD05 and set the credit, the delivery block for this customer 6540 to Z6. Once that was done, then the way to test it is by creating an order of type, right? The first step was configuration. Once the configuration was done, you have to set this customer to the corresponding order block and try to create an order for this customer, and you should see this message. Now, if I create a quotation, let's say, okay, or another order, VA01 of order type ZOR for the same customer 6540, would I have a problem? No problem, right? So here is something that you should remember. This caused a problem because we said that Z6 plus OR is blocked, right? So for this, if the customer is blocked with this order reason, and if you are using an order of type OR, then it's blocked for ordering. But if you use the same customer, the same block, and then use ZOR or ZQT, currently they are not blocked. So if you want to block them, if you have a valid business reason to block, go back to the configuration SPRO and make entries for either of these, and then when you create an order for this customer with order type ZOR or ZQT, the order will be blocked. Alright, so delivery blocks and billing blocks, like I said, act very similarly in terms of functionality. So if you want to block a delivery for a particular customer from happening, let's say he's overdue, he's like, there is a sudden change in the policy of the government and you're not supposed to sell anything to the government of Syria, as an example, right? Then immediately go place delivery blocks for all orders, all customers that are in Syria, right? Same with billing blocks. Always, maybe there is a reason where you don't want to block or you don't want to bill a particular customer or a group of customers, then you go place billing blocks. Billing blocks are rarely used, but order blocks and delivery blocks are used a lot. Okay, that's how to block a customer master. Now, there's a small side note on the customer master. Can you delete a customer master? For example, we have 1,000 or we have 2,000, we have 3,000. These are all customer numbers, right? Can you delete them? The answer is no. You cannot delete customer master. Okay, you cannot delete customer master. The reason behind this is for consistency. So if you start deleting a customer master and there are open transactions or any transactions at all associated with that customer, let's say orders, deliveries and billing, then it results in a lack of consistency, right? So customer master is not there, but there is an order against that customer. So what does the system refer to? So it causes a lot of consistency issues. So it's not just SAP. As a practice, generally any ERP master data is never deleted as a practice, and sometimes in robust systems like SAP, they don't even allow you to delete master data. So once created, it's there until archive. which is not deletion, right? This is not deletion. This is archival, which means you're going to archive it for later use. Maybe they're not required now. Customers from 20 years from now in the past, maybe customers in 1990 are no longer relevant. So why do they need to clog up the system, right? So you better archive them and get them out of the way, including all their transactions, so that you can your system is more free of resources. Now, that being said, you can, in order to actually archive, you have to mark for that customer for deletion. You have to mark that customer for deletion. Okay. Now, how do you mark that customer for deletion? I'll show you the path. Okay, here is how you mark or flag the customer for deletion. So go to logistics, sales and distribution, customer, and VD06. So VD05 is block and VD06 is flag for deletion. So 6540, same customer, you can flag for deletion either in a particular sales area, say Germany in this case, or you can mark it for all the sales areas, meaning you don't ever want to do business with Walmart, you want to delete that customer, or maybe the customer number has changed, the old number needs to be deleted and no longer used. Okay, so select it and then click OK. So that means we are marking this customer for deletion in this area. But remember, we are not deleting the customer yet. We're just marking the customer. Okay. Now if you go to VA01 and then try to create an order for that customer 6540, well, it's still in block, right? So let me go to VD05 and remove that block. Alright, so both have a conflicting piece of functionality that we are trying to test. So now I remove the block and then I'm going to go back and create an order for 6540. Now you see, it's just a warning that you get there, right? You can still create an order. Although you have marked a customer for deletion, you can still create an order. Okay, so I'll tell you how to mark a customer for deletion once again, and this is a warning. Okay, so you can ignore it and then keep continuing to create an order. Okay, so VD06 is how you mark a customer for deletion. Go inside and mark that customer for deletion either in the particular sales area or in all sales areas. Okay, like so. So this transaction is VD06 to flag a customer master for deletion. Okay, so you can mark it for deletion either by a particular sales area or for all sales areas, and this is the message that you get when you try to create an order for a customer that's blocked. Okay, and this, remember, is a warning. It's not an error. Okay, so we have seen a couple of things here. Let me go all the way back and just do a quick recap. Okay, first things, what is customer blocking? Okay, we have seen that some of the reasons why you would want to block a customer. So how to block a customer master is in the next screen. So go to transaction VD05. This is to block a customer, and if you want to block a customer, enter the customer number here and then the sales area. If you don't know the sales area, you can select it by clicking on sales area by customer and select how you want to block the customer. Do you want to block the customer for a particular sales area, or you want to block the customer for all the sales areas, in which case you select this. If you want to block by a particular area, you select this. So this is just the order block, and you can use delivery blocks, which will prevent deliveries for that customer from happening, and you can also do a billing block, which will prevent billings or invoices for that customer from happening. Now, can you define your own blocks, like own order block, your own delivery block, and your own billing block? Yes. So in this session, I'm going to show you how to create your own order block, but creating your own delivery block and billing block is just as easy. Okay, go here and then go to SPRO IMG and then sales and distribution, sales documents, and then define and assign reasons for blocking. Okay, here is where you create new order reasons if required, and these are language specific. You can specify them in English, German, but the purpose of it is the same. Okay, first thing is define your blocks. In this case, I have defined a block called Z6, and I have assigned that to a particular document type. What this really means is, when you define your own block, you're essentially asking the system to enforce that block for all customers that are assigned to that block for the document type that you have associated that block with. Meaning, in this case, I have associated Z6, the order block, to sales document type OR. So if you try to create an order of type ZOR, the block Z6 does not have any effect on the transaction whatsoever, like we have seen. Okay, so creating an order block is one reason, one thing in the configuration. The complementary part to it is assigning that order reason to blocking reason to a particular document type. Okay, once that configuration is done, you can go back to VD05 and assign that newly created block to the respective customer that you like it to be associated with. And now if you try to create an order for that customer, it will say that that customer has been assigned a block and then hence cannot continue to create an order. That's how you block. Okay. Now sometimes you might be tempted to delete a customer. Like I said, you cannot delete customers. Okay. Now this is pretty interesting here. It's not just the customer master. Any master data cannot be deleted. So none of the master data can be deleted. The only way to get it out of the system is to purge it via a process called archiving. And that's generally done once in 5 or 10 years when the system is really, going beyond its limitations in terms of data and processing power, whatnot. And if you think that, customers 10 years behind or 20 years behind are not really relevant at this point, either their transactions or their master data, then you can just mark them for deletion, and all customers that are marked for deletion will be archived when the next archival process runs, which is a basis job. Alright, so that was blocking the customer master and deleting customer master for you. Thank you very much. Welcome to this quick session on blocking the customer master. Why do we need to block customers, and what exactly is this customer blocking? There are other ways to discourage the customer from placing orders or having to do anything with that customer, but the most common way to block a customer from placing orders or from being delivered to that customer or from invoicing that customer is to block the customer using the transaction VD05. And we're going to talk about the transaction VD05 in a bit. But why exactly do we block this customer? Let's say there is a customer, Walmart. It might be a bad example to block Walmart because nobody will ever block Walmart. But why would you ever want to block a customer, say Walmart? Some of the reasons could be the customer is regularly defaulting on payments. He's become such a pain, you really don't want to deal with him anymore. Or there is a regulatory or compliance issue. Meaning, hey, you know what, this customer is no longer a customer that we are supposed to sell to because of trade embargo or other regulatory or compliance reasons, maybe some legal reasons will prohibit you from selling to that customer, in which case you just got to block that customer and make sure that nobody else in your organization, even by mistake, creates orders for that customer. Right? Rogue customers. Many number of reasons why you want to block a customer master. Okay? So how do you block this customer? This is the transaction VD05. VD01 is to create, 02 is to display, 03 is to change, and VD05 is to block. Alright, so here is an example of blocking the customer by sales area, and how to choose the sales area and all that stuff. But let me start here and maybe block a customer and see the effect of it in the system. So go to VD05, hit enter, and then you select a customer. In this case, I've created a customer 6540, calling it Walmart, because this is a practice system. Try not to block the standard customers because many of the students might be using that customer. Alright, so this customer 6540. Now let's try and block this customer. So go to VD05 and then select your customer 6540, and if you want to block it only for a specific sales area, let's say the German sales org, then just go here and then select the right sales org that you want to block the customer for. If there are multiple sales orgs, let's say Walmart is a customer for your company in Germany, in Switzerland, in US, Canada, so on, just select the right sales org and then click OK. Okay, and then click enter. And as you can see, this customer 6540 is blocked for this sales area 1000 for with an order block of 01. Which is an overall block. There are other kinds of blocks like 01, 16, 23, so on and so forth. Okay, so we've just chosen 01 here and then click OK. Now try and create an order and see what happens. So order OR, and then we have 1000, 10, 00, and then click OK. Select your customer 6540. Hit enter. What do you see there? Let me just copy it. You see at the bottom that the customer has been assigned a block, and that block is of type overall block. Right? So let me paste it here. So this is the message that you see when you try to create a customer, an order for a customer. So this customer over here is blocked for sales in VD05 with reason 01. Right? We have seen that this customer is blocked
with reason code 01. And when you try to create an order, this is the message you get. It says, okay, overall block, so you cannot create an order, so you cannot proceed forward. Alright, now let's do something slightly different. Okay, let's not save this. Let's go back to SPRO where we configure the block, or let me do this. Let me go to VD05 again, open the same customer, click OK, and instead of 01, let me change the reason for blocking this customer at the order level to 16, bad credit. Okay, so we are blocking this customer from ordering by selecting an order block of 16 and then save. Okay, now let's try to create an order. VA01 OR and then same old 6540 and then hit enter. Well, it's not stopping, isn't it? You don't get that message here. It says you can enter the materials, and then once you're done, click the save button. Why is it that when you block the customer master from ordering using reason code 01, you were not able to create a sales order, whereas when you blocked it using reason code 16 for order blockage, you were able to create an order? What is the difference? Now, the difference lies in the configuration. Each order blocking reason is assigned to a particular document type. For example, let's just go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution. Okay, sales and sales documents. And then here is where we assign the reasons for blocking. So just so that you remember, I'm taking this screenshot and pasting that here. Okay. Okay. How to create a new order block. Okay, that's the first thing that you do. You can create new order blocks, like just go here and define blocking reasons. Click choose, and then you can create your own order reasons. Now in the drop down over the customer master VD05, there were only like 5 or 6 blocks. The humongous number that you see here is because all these blocks are defined in multiple languages. So we are only interested in English, let's say. So just go to EM, and then you'll see that for English there are 6 or 7 different blocks, and then we've gone through them: bad credit, overall block, so on and so forth. Okay, so far so good. No difference between the blocks except that they have a different description. Now, what made 01 work differently from, let's say, bad credit 16? The secret lies in allocating the blocking reason to the sales document type. So select this and then click on choose, go to position, and then select the order block, let's say 01, and then we use an order of type OR, right? So select OR here and then click OK, and you'll see that 01, the order block, is assigned to OR, which means if the customer is blocked with an order block of 01, then you cannot create orders of OR, VDOR, VEFR, because all of them have the reason code 01. Right? Now let's go quickly check out 16, which is the bad credit, and see if it has any sales document types assigned to it. Well, I just searched for it and then I found nothing. Right? So can we change that? Yes. So click on new entries,
go to order block, put it as 16, and go to sales document type, enter the document type OR or whatever document type you want to be blocked whenever a customer is blocked with the reason code 16. Click on save the transport. Now let's go back again and try to create an order of type VA01 for the same customer using order type OR 6540, which has already been assigned a reason of 16. Now you see the customer, we failed to create an order for this customer because it's been blocked. Alright, so this is called order blocks and assigning order blocks to a particular order type. If you go back to VD05, the customer master blocking transaction, I'm going to remove that block so that you can continue doing the transactions, and delivery blocks and billing blocks work absolutely as expected. So if you have a delivery block, that means that you cannot create a delivery for that customer, and if you have a billing block, you cannot create a billing for that customer. Alright, so let me quickly go back and do a recap. So in case the customer was given a block of 16, you were still able to create an order because in the configuration where you define these delivery blocks, you have configured it in such a way that for 01 OR was blocked, whereas for 16 OR was not blocked. Can you define more order reasons? Yes. So go to define order reasons. Alright, so go to define and assign blocking reasons, and then go to define the blocking reasons. Okay, go here. First define the blocking reason if necessary. So just go there, click on choose, click on new entries, and then for English choose a blocking reason, say Z6, which is poor credit or whatever we feel like. AN English, right? And then save this guy. Okay, now it doesn't stop there yet. It just by creating a block alone is not enough, so you have to assign this block to a particular sales document type. If we are using OR, we have to make sure that Z6, the block, is assigned to OR, ZOR, or whatever transaction you feel like blocking. Right? Save it and then go back. And then just let me take a quick screenshot of it. Z6 is the order block and order type is OR, and once you have finished that part, then you're good to go. You can go create a customer master like we're going to do now and test it out. Okay, so allocate blocking reason like so. Okay, now can we test this? Yes. Go back to VD05, and then open the same customer that we have been testing all along, 6540, and for orders set a block to Z6, which is the one that we have just created, called it poor credit, and then click OK, save it. Now when you try to create an order of type OR for this customer, you will have a problem that says VA01 OR and then 6540, right? You'll have a problem here that says poor credit. So that's how you test it. So the first thing that you had to do was go to VD05 and set the credit, the delivery block for this customer 6540 to Z6. Once that was done, then the way to test it is by creating an order of type, right? The first step was configuration. Once the configuration was done, you have to set this customer to the corresponding order block and try to create an order for this customer, and you should see this message. Now, if I create a quotation, let's say, okay, or another order VA01 of order type ZOR for the same customer 6540, would I have a problem? No problem, right? So here is something that you should remember. This caused a problem because we said that Z6 plus OR is blocked, right? So for this, if the customer is blocked with this order reason, and if you're using an order of type OR, then it's blocked for ordering. But if you use the same customer, the same block, and then use ZOR or ZQT, currently they are not blocked. So if you want to block them, if you have a valid business reason to block, go back to the configuration SPRO and make entries for either of these, and then when you create an order for this customer with order type ZOR or ZQT, the order will be blocked. Alright, so delivery blocks and billing blocks, like I said, act very similarly in terms of functionality. So if you want to block a delivery for a particular customer from happening, let's say he's overdue, there is a sudden change in the policy of the government and you're not supposed to sell anything to the government of Syria, as an example, right? Then immediately go place delivery blocks for all orders, all customers that are in Syria, right? Same with billing blocks. Always, maybe there is a reason where you don't want to block or you don't want to bill a particular customer or a group of customers, then you go place billing blocks. Billing blocks are rarely used, but order blocks and delivery blocks are used a lot. Okay, that's how to block a customer master. Now, there's a small side note on the customer master. Can you delete a customer master? For example, we have 1,000 or we have 2,000, we have 3,000. These are all customer numbers, right? Can you delete them? The answer is no. You cannot delete customer master. Okay, you cannot delete customer master. The reason behind this is for consistency. So if you start deleting a customer master and there are open transactions or any transactions at all associated with that customer, let's say orders, deliveries and billing, then it results in a lack of consistency, right? So customer master is not there, but there is an order against that customer. So what does the system refer to? So it causes a lot of consistency issues. So it's not just SAP. As a practice, generally any ERP master data is never deleted as a practice, and sometimes in robust systems like SAP, they don't even allow you to delete master data. So once created, it's there until archive, which is not deletion, right? This is not deletion, this is archival, which means you're going to archive it for later use. Maybe they're not required now. Customers from 20 years from now in the past, maybe customers in 1990 are no longer relevant. So why do they need to clog up the system, right? So you better archive them and get them out of the way, including all their transactions, so that you can your system is more free of resources. Now, that being said, you can, in order to actually archive, you have to mark for that customer for deletion. You have to mark that customer for deletion. Okay. Now, how do you mark that customer for deletion? I'll show you the path. Okay, here is how you mark or flag the customer for deletion. So go to logistics, sales and distribution, customer, and VD06. So VD05 is block and VD06 is flagged for deletion. So 6540, same customer, you can flag for deletion either in a particular sales area, say Germany in this case, or you can mark it for all the sales areas, meaning you don't ever want to do business with Walmart, you want to delete that customer, or maybe the customer number has changed, the old number needs to be deleted and no longer used. Okay, so select it and then click OK. So that means we are marking this customer for deletion in this area. But remember, we are not deleting the customer yet. We're just marking the customer. Okay. Now, if you go to VA01 and then try to create an order for that customer 6540, well, it's still in block, right? So let me go to VD05 and remove that block. All right. So both have a conflicting piece of functionality that we are trying to test. So now I removed the block, and then I'm going to go back and create an order for 6540. Now you see, it's just a warning that you get there, right? You can still create an order. Although you have marked a customer for deletion, you can still create an order. Okay, so I'll tell you how to mark a customer for deletion once again, and this is a warning. Okay, so you can ignore it and then keep continuing to create an order. Okay, so VD06 is how you mark a customer for deletion. Go inside and mark that customer for deletion, either in the particular sales area or in all sales areas. Okay, like so. So this transaction is VD06 to flag a customer master for deletion. Okay, so you can mark it for deletion either by a particular sales area or for all sales areas, and this is the message that you get when you try to create an order for a customer that's blocked. Okay, and this, remember, is a warning. It's not an error. Okay, so we have seen a couple of things here. Let me go all the way back and just do a quick recap. Okay, first things, what is customer blocking? Okay, we have seen that some of the reasons why you would want to block a customer. So how to block a customer master is in the next screen. So go to transaction VD05. This is to block a customer, and if you want to block a customer, enter the customer number here and then the sales area. If you don't know the sales area, you can select it by clicking on sales area by customer and select how you want to block the customer. Do you want to block the customer for a particular sales area, or you want to block the customer for all the sales areas? In which case you select this. If you want to block by a particular area, you select this. So this is just the order block, and you can use delivery blocks, which will prevent deliveries for that customer from happening, and you can also do a billing block, which will prevent billings or invoices for that customer from happening. Now, can you define your own blocks, like own order block, your own delivery block, and your own billing block? Yes. So in this session, I'm going to show you how to create your own order block, but creating your own delivery block and billing block is just as easy. Okay, go here and then go to SPRO IMG and then sales and distribution, sales documents, and then define and assign reasons for blocking. Okay, here is where you create new order reasons if required, and these are language specific. You can specify them in English, German, but the purpose of it is the same. Okay, first thing is define your blocks. In this case, I have defined a block called Z6, and I have assigned that to a particular document type. What this really means is, when you define your own block, you're essentially asking the system to enforce that block for all customers that are assigned to that block for the document type that you have associated that block with. Meaning, in this case, I have associated Z6, the order block, to sales document type OR. So if you try to create an order of type ZOR, the block Z6 does not have any effect on the transaction whatsoever, like we have seen. Okay, so creating an order block is one reason, one thing in the configuration. The complementary part to it is assigning that order reason to blocking reason to a particular document type. Okay, once that configuration is done, you can go back to VD05 and assign that newly created block to the respective customer that you like it to be associated with. And now if you try to create an order for that customer, it will say that that customer has been assigned a block and then hence cannot continue to create an order. That's how you block. Okay. Now sometimes you might be tempted to delete a customer. Like I said, you cannot delete customers. Okay. Now this is pretty interesting here. It's not just the customer master. Any master data cannot be deleted. So none of the master data can be deleted. The only way to get it out of the system is to purge it via a process called archiving, and that's generally done once in 5 or 10 years when the system is really, going beyond its limitations in terms of data and processing power, whatnot. And if you think that customers 10 years behind or 20 years behind are not really relevant at this point, either their transactions or their master data, then you can just mark them for deletion, and all customers that are marked for deletion will be archived when the next archival process runs, which is a basis job. Alright, so that was blocking the customer master and deleting customer master for you. Thank you very much. Alright, welcome to day 5 of the sales order SD class. In this class and the next class, day 6 as well, or maybe part of it, we are going to talk about the sales order and the most important fields in the sales order and its business significance. To start off with, we'll see the structure of the sales document. Now sometimes I say the word sales document and sometimes I say sales order. In the industry, these are kind of used interchangeably. Sales order, sales document, roughly the same. But ideally speaking, a sales document is a more generic word, and the word that SAP prefers as well. A sales document could be a quotation, inquiry, order, contract, so on and so forth. A sales order is just an order, which is a particular subtype of a sales document. So a sales document is a more generic term, whereas a sales order is a specific transaction. It's not a quotation, it's not an inquiry, but it's an order. And we already know what is the difference between an order and a document. Okay, so a sales document or a sales order contains mainly three pieces. The first one, this is the header. These are line items, and these are called schedule lines. Schedule lines. Now each order will contain one header. Okay, more than one schedule lines are possible. It could be one or more than one line items, and then each line item could be associated with one or more than one schedule lines. So this is also one or greater than one. Once again, the header, each sales document contains one header, one or more than one line items, and each line item is associated with more than one or more than one schedule lines. Now once again, you could still call it an order and not have any of the line items. Perfectly feasible. Okay, and when you don't have line items, you don't have schedule lines as well, right? So there could be an order with no line items technically, but it doesn't happen a lot in real time. Okay, so that's the structure of a sales document. Now let's explore, go inside and see what's in the header, what's in the line items, and what's in the schedule line. Let me log on, and then while it does that, we have already seen a sales order in action. In fact, we have seen three different types of sales documents. I hope you remember they are orders, quotations, and inquiries. And if you go to any of them, you'll see what is called as an application toolbar that contains specific tools that are used to operate on the transaction. For example, we have seen that this is the document flow, this is the status, and so on and so forth. This is reason for rejection, so on and so forth. We'll see some of the important controls again as we go through the rest of the slide. So this is the toolbar, which contains icons that have a respective action that is taken by the system when you click on that icon, right? For example, if you click on this icon, it will take you to the document flow for that transaction, right? So let me log on to the system and then show it to you while we look at the screenshots as well. Okay, so let's create a transaction. You could create an order, you could create a quotation, you could create an inquiry. All of them have the same structure, more or less. Header, line items, schedule lines. Okay, let me use the customer 1000. Enter test PO. select some bill to party, ship to party, payer. And enter the material number and order quantities. In this case, we are just entering M01 and an order quantity of 1. And when it's done, we're just going to save it, and this is going to generate a sales order as we know it. Alright, while it does that, okay, that's fine. While it does that, let's move on in with our workbook. Okay, so we know that there is a header, there is a there are line items, and each line item has n number of schedule lines. How do you navigate to the header first, and then we'll move on to the line items. The way to navigate to a header is, let me go back and open the transaction VA02 or VA03, and then we'll see how to navigate to the header. Now look at this button over here that I'm highlighting with the mouse. Click on that button to go to the document header. This is the button that you use to go to the document header. Once you click on that, it will take you to a different window, or it will take you to another window which will have a whole bunch of tabs like sales, shipping, billing, accounting, so on and so forth. It's just a nice clean way to segregate the tons of data available both at the header as well as the line item level into logical sections. So the sales tab will only contain sales relevant information for that order. The shipping tab will contain shipping relevant information, so on and so forth. So that's how you go to the header. Now, how do you go to the line items? So there are 3 line items in this case, for example, and then if you want to go to a line item, just double click on this line item anywhere on this line. Generally, you double click here, right? Double click to go inside the line item level details, or you can single click on this 10, 20 line numbers. Okay, like how? Like you get this M01, right? So I'm doing a double click on M01, and then you go into the line level details for line number 10. As you can see, there are a whole bunch of tabs here, very similar to the way that we have tabs in the header. We have sales, shipping, billing, conditions, and so on. If you look at this screen and want to identify whether you're looking at the header data or the line item data, here is your clue. It mentions the document item, and then it says item data here, which means we're talking about item. Whereas if you go back and then double click somewhere on the header or click on that header icon like this, it will take you to the header, which will give you either the order number if you have saved it, or it will say in the application title bar that it's header data. So that's how you can quickly identify whether you're looking at the header data of the transaction or the line item data of the transaction. Alright, so we know how to navigate to the header now. We know how to navigate to the line items. If there are more tabs horizontally, then you can either use this button and this button to navigate to the hidden tabs, okay, or use this button to pull down a list of all the tabs. Let me tell you what I mean by that. So if you look at the screen here at the header, there is sales data, there is shipping data, billing data, and so on. And the last one that you see here is the status. But is that really the last tab? No. Because when you see these tabs tapering down like so, that means that there are more tabs over there. So by clicking on this button, you can see that I have moved further down to the right, and then there is additional data A and additional data B, which are just a set of additional tabs. So you can use these little buttons to navigate between the different visible and invisible tabs, either in the header or in the line item. Or you can just click on this little scratch pad kind of button, and then it will show you all the tabs that are available, including the hidden ones, and then you can just select the right tab and it will take the focus back to that tab. Alright, so that's how you navigate to the different tabs, whether they are visible or not. Now the next thing is schedule lines, right? Each line item could contain one or sometimes zero or more than one schedule lines. A schedule line basically represents a schedule of the delivery. Just select a line item. Like in this case, I have selected line item 10. Now the way you select a line item could be a little tricky initially. So if there were two line items, let's say MO1 and MO2, the way to select line item 10 or 20 is by clicking on this little square to the left of that particular line item. If you select that, the entire line just gets highlighted. Right now I'm selecting both these two line items. Alright, now let me go to 20 and then click on this button, the one that looks like a bar chart. It's called the schedule lines button or the schedule lines shortcut. So click on that and it will take you to the schedule lines tab of line item 20. And over here you'll see that these are the schedule lines. The structure of the schedule lines is very simple. It's not as complicated as a line item. So you select the line item by clicking on this left square and then click on this button. It will take you to the schedule lines tab of the line item, and then you have one or more than one schedule lines. The basic schedule line will look very simple. See, look at this example. See, the delivery date for this line 10 is 1/11/2010. Okay, 1/11/2010. Now the order quantity is 1, which is what the customer has ordered, right? The order quantity is 1, but the confirmed quantity is 0. What that means is the customer has asked for the goods to be delivered on 1/11/2010, the quantity being 1, but the system says, hey, you know what, I can't confirm the quantity by the requested date, but instead here is a date that I can get the goods ready by. And you see the confirmed quantity is 1, which is what was requested. Now, how does the system know that it can't get them ready by 1/11, but it can get them ready by the 5/11/2010? That is because the system knows behind the scenes that if goods are not available, then either they are procured or produced, and depending on whether they are produced or procured, in the material master we would have maintained a bunch of timelines, which basically say, hey, you know what, it's going to take so long to produce and so long to store them in the warehouse. Or if you are procuring them, it's going to take so long to create this purchase order, like 1 day, and then 5 days to get the goods from our vendor, and 1 day to store it in the warehouse, which will roughly make it like 7 or 8 days. And it's going to add that number of days and then say, I don't have the goods, but I can get you in 7 days, or I can get you in 5 days, depending on whether we're producing in-house or procuring from our vendor. That's the schedule lines. Now, moving on. Now we know how to navigate to the header, how to navigate to the line items, and how to navigate to the schedule lines. Now, there is another way to go to the header, line items, and schedule lines, and that's via the menu path. So click on Go To, and then when you hover your mouse over the header, it will drop down and show you all the relevant tabs. So you just have to pick this tab, let's say accounting, and then it goes straight to that tab. Same with the line items. You click on Go To, hover your mouse over the item, and then it will take you to all the tabs that are available at the line item level, and you can just select the right tab to go to that particular tab at the line item level. The only thing that you have to remember is, over here when you're selecting item, you have to make sure that you select the line item. But in this case, we don't need to select anything because there is only one header. So let's see that in action. So go back and then go to header. I'm just hovering my mouse over header, and then it's a little tricky, you just gotta move your mouse properly, and then go to status. Right now we are in the header data status tab. It took you directly to the header and focused your attention on the status tab. Now let's go back and select line item 20, and then click on Go To Item, and then let's say Billing tab. You see, it took you to the line item 20 and focused your attention on the billing document tab of that line item. That's how you navigate using the menu and go into the respective tabs of the header or the line items. Okay, now that's about the general navigation. So by now you should be comfortable to navigate to the different sections and tabs of the sales document, like how to go to different tabs in the sales header, line items, and how to go to the schedule lines for a particular line item and understand the contents of a schedule line. Now from this point on, we're going to pick some fields, like it could be fields like what I'm showing on the screen here, like order number or PO number, so on and so forth, and then we're going to explore the business significance of those fields. Okay, we're going to start off with the order number 12970, or in our case it is 14253. So what's this order number? An order number is SAP's internally generated order number. The customer did not give it, the system has automatically generated it. Normally this is always set to be automatic, meaning you're not going to create an order number, say 12345. Instead, the system is automatically generate an order number, for example 12345, and the next order that you generate using VA01 would be 12346, and the next would be 12347, so on and so forth. That's what I meant by auto increment. The system will be set to auto increment the order numbers, and they will be typically numeric. It's very rare to see an alphanumeric standard order. There are some cases where you might want to do alphanumeric order numbers, but there are a ton of restrictions on it in terms of ease of use, in terms of the user exits or customization that you have to do, so on. And this order number is used to uniquely identify that order number in the system.
meaning anytime in the future you can go back to VA02 or VA03, punching this number and get all the data relevant for that order on your screen. Now what's a PO number? So order number as in sales order number. This is purchase order. So the PO stands for purchase order. Now this is very free in terms of what you can put in there. It's very liberal. So you can put in text, you can put in alphanumeric, you can put in numbers, you can put in special characters. It's really up to you. You got like around 30 characters or 20 characters, and then you can enter whatever you like. Now this is not generated by the system in general. It's given by the customer and we use that as a reference. Now here is how I would let you imagine it. Let me give you a scenario. Okay, so here is our customer, Walmart, and Walmart is placing an order. From Walmart's perspective, it's not a sales order, it's a purchase order, because Walmart is purchasing, so they call it a purchase order. HP, for example, is buying that order, is taking in that order, and HP would call it a sales order because HP is selling. Walmart is buying and HP is selling. It's the same thing. A Walmart wants 20 computers from HP and HP wants to sell the same 20 computers. They're referring to the same data, but the nomenclature is different. The naming convention is different. The customer always calls it a purchase order because the customer is buying or purchasing from us. The company generally tends to refer to it as a sales order because they are selling to the customer. Now, Walmart will have its own purchasing system. It could be an ERP, it could be whatever. In fact, Walmart has a pretty big purchasing system, right? Now, this purchasing system will keep generating POs or purchase orders, and each purchase order will have a unique number or some identification. So maybe it would say HP 102012 and HP 102013, so on and so forth. Let's say this order is coming through today, and then in VA01 we have created a sales order, right? And then when you create this sales order, in the PO number field we're going to put in HP 102012. Now this is what the customer would refer to, and when you create this order using VA01 and then save it, your sales order number would be, say for example, 14253, like what you see here. So this is 14253, which is a sales order number, whereas the purchase order number is, let's say, HP 102012. Let me put that here, HP 102012. Assume this was what I created initially. Okay. Now, let me go back, and let's say this purchase order was placed on May 10th. Now on May, let's say 15th, Walmart calls up and says, hey, you know what? I placed an order on May 10th. The purchase order number is HP 102012. What is the status of this order? When is it going to be delivered? Now, how is the HP sales guy who takes that call be able to answer that question? The simple answer to that is he'll go inside the sales order, like using VA02 or VA03,
search for the sales order number 14253 using the information that was given to him, which is HP 102012. Let's just quickly do that. Go to VA03, and we don't know this order number. Let's say I don't know this order number. This was created 10 days ago, 5 days ago, right? But I do know that Walmart is just specifying what their purchase order number is, which is HP 102012, and then click on search. So the system is cross-referencing the customer's purchase order number with our sales order number 14253, and then it's automatically pulling in that order, right? So probably you understand by now that a PO number is given to us by the customer, and that is used to actually cross-reference the order, our order number or the company's sales order number to the customer's purchase order number. Alright, next, net value. This is the net value. Sometimes this could be before tax, sometimes this could be after tax. We're going to discuss more in pricing. Until that point, we're not going to worry too much about what is net value, how it's computed, what is tax, what are discounts, so on and so forth. Next, we have a PO date. Now, PO date is not the same as the date on which you created the order. It's the date on which the PO has come in. Okay, so let me take another take at the example that we were just saying. We said that Walmart placed an order on the May 10th for HP 102012 PO number, and the sales order number is 14253, and let's say May 10th was a Friday. Okay, let's say May 10th was a Friday, and all the staff for HP left for the day. Now they're going to look at the order again on Monday, which is, let's say, May 13th, which is a Monday. They're going to look at this purchase order and then process this sales order. Now you see the creation date for the sales order is May 13th, but the PO date ideally should be May 10th. Now you might ask me, what difference does it make? What difference does this 3 days make? When HP receives this order, it sends back a confirmation saying, yeah, we did create an order, we have received your order, and we will process it further. Thank you very much. That's what pretty much an order confirmation is. In the order confirmation, they're going to have the customer, the items, the prices, so on, and the PO date as well. Right? Now, Walmart doesn't want to see a date of May 10th or May 13th maybe, because of a variety of reasons. So most of the time companies are okay with dates, no big deal, nobody bothers really. But sometimes in big organizations there are some rules that have to be followed. For example, let's say this line that I've drawn is a quarter end. Okay, this is April, May, June, and this is June 30th. I believe June has 30, right? And then here we start with July 1st. If the order came in on June 30th and we were only able to create the sales order on July 3rd, and if this PO date says it is July 3rd, it's going to be a problem for Walmart, isn't it? Walmart maybe has budget for this purchase only until June, so they're not going to, or they're not supposed to issue purchase orders beyond June because they don't have the budget. So the PO date should always be between April and June, and it should not be before or after June, because that's what they're budgeted for, right? Silly, kinky things really doesn't really have to bother you, but you have to remember that there is a date called PO date, and that is really different from the creation date. I'll show you the creation date in a bit. Okay, net value, PO date. You can backdate the PO date like so. Like if you go back and then change this order, you can backdate the PO date. Let's say today it's the 9th of May, right? You can make it to the 30th of May if you like. No big deal. Okay, it's a free form with no validations. Next, we have sold to party 1400, ship to party 1400, and then a whole bunch of different partner functions that I'm going to show you now. Now I'm using a word called partner functions. What is this partner function? So the examples that I'm showing you here are sold to, ship to, bill to, payer, but it's not just limited to that. There could be n number of partner functions. In the transaction, you can just go to the header by clicking on this button again. Click on partners, and then you'll see a whole bunch of partners there, and then more if you like. Like for example, we see contact persons, we see sales employees, so on and so forth. So let me take an example here and then try and illustrate the concept of partner functions. This is really important. Okay, so just try and focus on the subject. What do we have here is a company. Let's say Siva is a small company with, you know what, let's say you know 100 employees. So Siva is in the process of setting up an office with 100 employees, which requires 100 PCs, 100 desks, 5 routers, 3 servers, whole bunch of software, so on and so forth. Now with this kind of requirement, you can't just go to any one company, right? You can't just go to HP or Cisco and then buy all of that stuff. You'd have to go to a provider or a consulting firm or an infrastructure firm that can do all of this for you in a very integrated fashion. Okay, you could call them resellers, you could call them value-added resellers, you could call them sometimes distributors. It's really up to the nature of the business transaction. But let's start off with a reseller who is ABC Consultants. Okay, let's say they are local to the place where Siva lives, and then they said, yeah, we can do all that for you. Okay, so take your order, 100 PCs, 100 desks, 5 routers, so on and so forth. So ABC takes an order, and when ABC takes this order, the sold to, if they were implementing SAP, let's say, is Siva Incorporated. So whom are they selling the goods to? Okay, this is a primary entity. Then we have ship to. Maybe Siva says, you know what, initially I might not have all the space for 100 computers, but I do have a warehouse maybe in Fremont, California, with this address, and then ship it there. Okay, so ship to is Siva Inc., but to the Fremont address, not to maybe the San Francisco address. Right, that's the ship to. Payer, who's going to pay for this transaction? Maybe Siva Inc. Got a loan from the bank, or maybe some angel invested in Siva Incorporated, and he's going to pay for it, right? So the payer is going to be, let's say, XYZ Ventures, who is paying on behalf of Siva for this venture, right? Who is the bill to? Meaning, who is supposed to get the bill? A payer pays for the bill. A bill to receives the bill. When I meant receives the bill, it's as simple as getting a copy of the bill, but you don't have to really pay for it. That's a bill to. A payer pays for the bill. Okay, so the bill to could be Siva Inc. as well as there could be multiple bill tos, right? Everybody wants to see the bill, so it could be XYZ Ventures as well. Okay, so this is the partners associated with the transaction that Siva is giving to ABC Consultants, in this case an order. Now ABC Consultants will source these different products from different companies. Now the routers will be sourced from Cisco, the PCs would be sourced from HP, let's say, desktops would be sourced from Office Depot, so on and so forth. Now they might not directly speak with HP, but they might have an mediator distributor, say Ingram Micro, which is a distributor to HP. So they're going to place an order to Ingram Micro because Ingram Micro actually gives better prices for smaller resellers than HP does because of the volume of business that they do, right? So if Ingram Micro were implementing SAP, how would it be? So sold to is ABC here. So whom are they selling this to? ABC. It's not Siva Incorporated. Siva Incorporated is just a ship to address for them or an end user for them, but they are not the ones placing the order, right? The order is placed by ABC Consultants. And what about the ship to? The ship to could be ABC in case ABC wants to receive the goods, maybe unpack them, install some software and ship it after that to Siva Incorporated. Or depending on the business process, they might just say, hey, you know what, ship it directly to my client, Siva Incorporated. Either way, it's fine. Who is paying for this transaction? Typically it's ABC, but if ABC doesn't really want to take any financial risk, they'll say, hey, you know what, I'm not going to pay it, my customer is going to pay it directly, which is XYZ Ventures. So it's either this or this, generally, that it's not both. And then bill to, it could be one bill to, it could be more than one bill to. There are other partner functions. Let's say when ABC Consultants called up Ingram Micro, they were speaking to a sales employee, say Adam. So he is a sales employee to Ingram associated with this transaction, which is an order on behalf of Siva Incorporated. Okay, and who is the end user? Meaning, okay, we are selling some goods. Where is it going? It's going to ABC Consultants, all right. But is he consuming the goods? Not really, right? He's selling it back after adding some value to another company, Siva Incorporated, his customer. So the end user in this case is Siva Incorporated. Now, why am I even capturing it here? Maybe it's required for reporting, maybe it's required for audit reasons, maybe it's required for any other special function that Ingram Micro deems fit in this scenario. For example, Adam is captured because it could be informational, or sometimes this could be for commissions. Oh, you made $10 million in sales, you get 1% out of it, so on and so forth. Now when HP takes this order from Ingram Micro, again, who is the sold to? Ship to, payer, bill to, and then if necessary more bill tos. There could be a sales rep here, there could be an end user here, there could be a cooperative buyer here, there could be a value added distributor here, so on and so forth. Sold to is Ingram. Ship to is, let's say, ABC. Payer is, let's say, Ingram in this case. Generally it's the the distributor that pays for the goods. Bill to is Ingram, because he doesn't want to share the bill with ABC. Sales rep is the HP sales rep in this case, who is, let's say, Will. End user is again Siva Incorporated always, right? Who's a cooperative buyer? Another partner function. I really don't go into the details of it, but that depends on the nature of the business scenario. Cooperative buyer is generally when different companies form a cooperative and then buy goods because they have more leverage, right? Who is a value-added distributor here? Ingram Micro. He's doing the distributor. Who is a reseller? In case there is a reseller, you can say VAR, value-added reseller, is ABC. So on and so forth. So a partner function, these are all called partner functions. A partner function is an entity or a stakeholder, right? An entity or a stakeholder responsible or has a stake in the transaction. Now that stake could be financial, informational, or whatever. In the case of one sales rep, he could get some commissions. In the case of another sales rep, maybe it's just information. Hey, how many sales did you do for the day? Or how many sales did you do for the month? How were you performing against the previous month? Sometimes it's entities that don't have anything to do with the transaction. For example, the cooperative buyer who is not really paying for the bill, nor is he looking at the bill, nor is he receiving the goods, but it is just there to ensure that you get a better deal. Alright, that was the partner functions. Let's move on to the next set of fields. This one is called the requested delivery date. Okay, where is this field? It's in the sales order header, and if you go to the sales tab, you'll get that function. Let me just log in again. Looks like I've timed out. Okay, VA03, let's say. Let me open that same transaction and I'll show you where the requested delivery date is. Okay, here is your requested delivery date. What is the requested delivery date? It's the date when the customer requested the delivery to happen. Sometimes the system just defaults it to a certain date. I'll tell you the reason why, and I'll tell you why that date was picked and where is the configuration for it. But functionally, this is supposed to be the date on which the customer has entered or has asked the goods to be delivered. Okay, and this date will be kept as the basis for which you do all your subsequent transactions related to that particular order. Like, how do you plan for the delivery? Okay, if the customer wants goods to be received by the 13th of May or 15th of May, then how do you plan for it, right? For example, if you look at this as a timeline, this is May 15th, which is the requested delivery date. How do you plan for it? By May 10th, maybe you need to transport the goods and load the goods. Maybe by the 9th, you need to make sure your picking is done. Maybe by the 8th, you need to make sure that your delivery is created. Maybe by 7th, you got to make sure that your goods are available. Okay, so it plans and backtracks like this, and in order to do this kind of a computation, which is called delivery scheduling and transportation scheduling, which is a topic for another day, the requested delivery date is generally the target date. Okay, and it's the basis for determining delivery scheduling, MRP scheduling, so on. Next, we have the complete delivery flag, which we have seen already as part of the customer master. The complete delivery flag
is going to identify whether this customer requires the order to be delivered in full, meaning no partial breakups, for this transaction. Okay, so generally if the customer master contains the complete delivery flag checked on in the master data VD01, 02, 03, now when you create a transaction using VA01 for this customer, automatically this flag will come and sit in this flag. So that means the customer preferences are carried over to the transaction level. Okay, now you can always go and change it, meaning, yeah, this is generally the customer's preference, complete delivery, but this time he's okay to relent. So if it is checked on, you can just go and remove it. Okay, so at the transaction level, you can change the customer's preferences to whatever you like. Maybe yes, or make it no. And you know what happens if you say yes, and you know what happens if you say no. Complete delivery, make sure that the system doesn't break it up into partial deliveries, and if you don't set it to complete delivery, where possible, the system will try to deliver whatever is available first and then ship the rest of the goods later. Right? This we have discussed as part of the customer master class. Delivery block. What is a delivery block? An order is blocked for delivery, and then see what happens. Okay, now let me change this transaction, and then oops, I'm trying to reprocess this order, is it? Or let me create another order, OR 10 00 1000. Enter. Enter your materials, let's say MO1, and some PO number. Click on save, and then the document says some data is incomplete, so it just pops out this message, and you can just try and save it here, but our intent is to create a delivery, right? So let's go to edit and then see what's missing here. The missing data here is the contact persons. So click on complete delivery, complete data. If it doesn't show you where you need to fill it up, generally it will try and highlight where you can fill it up. For example, order reason is missing, so it will just go and highlight that field. Sometimes it doesn't, so you just have to go inside, click on the partner functions, and then enter some partner functions here. Okay, now this data is complete. I can save this transaction. The order number 14254 has been saved. Now let me go to change mode for that transaction, then try to deliver it. I go to sales document, deliver, and then the system, if everything is right, should be able to create a delivery off of this order. I was trying to create the delivery, and here is our delivery number. Now you can do picking, packing, blah blah blah. But our intent is to test the delivery block, meaning if there is a delivery block at the transaction level, you will not be able to create a delivery. So how do you test it? I don't want to save this delivery, so I'm going back, and the system is asking me, do you want to save your data? I'm going to click no. I'm going to take you back to the order and then try to place a block, which is a delivery block, on that order. Let's say export papers missing. Let's say it's an export order. Now let's try and deliver this order by clicking on sales document, deliver. Look at the message. It says sales order is blocked for delivery because, and then it explicitly mentions the reason. This is called as a delivery block. Alright, and the purpose of a delivery block is to block a delivery from happening. Generally, when do you block deliveries? Functionally, what are the reasons? We know how it works now, but why would you want to block a delivery? These are some of the reasons, like customer didn't pay up. He's placing orders, but he's not paying for his transactions. You should block the delivery from happening, because once the goods leave your warehouse, then it's as good as gone if the customer doesn't pay up. Right? Political reasons. Example, suddenly there is a crisis in the Middle East. You no longer want to sell to a country in the Middle East, let's say Syria. Or suddenly there is political unrest in Egypt. So you don't want to sell, you don't want to put a block because the reasons are political. So until the situation is resolved, you really don't want to deliver anything to that customer. Right? Bottleneck material, export papers missing. There could be n number of business reasons why you want to block a delivery from happening. And these blocks are freely deliverable, meaning you can just go create your own delivery blocks the way you like it, which really happens in most of the cases. When you go to a brand new system, you'll not have any of this. The only reason why these exist is because it's an IDES system, and we have seen what an IDES system is, right? So because it's an IDES system, this ton of data exists for you to play with, but in a real system that you start with to implement from scratch, you wouldn't have any of these data in the billing blocks. So you would have to, or delivery blocks, you would have to create them on your own. And in order to do that, you'll have to go to SPRO, IMG, so on and so forth, which we're not going to touch at this point because it's going to take the focus away. But what you have to take away from here is that these blocks are freely definable, meaning you can create your own blocks. Alright, next is a billing block. Now, a billing block stops billing from happening. So your order is created, let's say there is no delivery blocks, and your delivery is created. Now what? You need to bill the customer. Sometimes you might want to place a billing block so that you can't really bill your customer. How do you do it? It's really simple. Let's say you go all the way back to the sales order, open it, and then remove the delivery block because we want to deliver it now, but we want to test the billing block functionality. So let's place a billing block here and then try to do this delivery, finish it up, and then try to create a billing document. So I'm doing a delivery now. Alright, so the steps here are not the focus. I'm just going to finish the delivery, and I'm going to stop at the point where I'm going to do billing, and then show you what happens when you try to do billing for this order, and when there is a billing block, how should the system react. Okay, I'm just trying to create a transfer order here for the delivery that we just picked up, and once it's done, our picking in that delivery should be completed, and this should be pretty obvious to you at this point. But if for some reason you're not comfortable with this, that's fine. Don't worry about it. So I'm doing a post goods issue, and it says this item requires a serial number. So I'm going to go to 10, click on extras, serial numbers, create serial number automatically, click, and then post goods issue. This is something that we have seen in the previous class when we have done a hands-on of the sales order cycle, like creation of inquiries, orders, quotations, contracts, so on and so forth. I'm just doing a post goods issue, and then the delivery is created. Now, how do I create a billing document? Go to VF01. Your last created delivery number will be available here, and then click OK. Okay, it says not processed, and it says no billing document generated, see the log. What could probably be the reason? How do you see the log? Go to edit, log. and then you see the billing document, the document sales order 14254 is blocked for billing because you've placed a billing block. Okay, so this is the effect of a billing block on the transaction. Now, why would you want to place a billing block? What are the reasons that you would want to place a billing block for? In general, you would place a billing block to make sure that you would not bill this customer before ensuring that certain things are in place. For example, you are buying computers from your neighborhood store or some online store. They send you the goods and then invoice you, and then you pay that invoice. Let's say that's the procedure. But a couple of times, maybe in the last couple of months, you did get the invoice, but you did not get the goods anytime soon. So there were some delays in the deliveries, and invoices were being sent for which you were asked to pay, but the goods did not get shipped to you yet. And you don't like that, right? You want to see the goods first and then start looking at your invoices for payments. And you're saying, hey, you know what? Don't invoice me until you send me the goods. Now, how is that your vendor who is implementing SAP and a sales order transaction going to do that systematically? The first thing that he's going to do is whenever you place an order to your vendor, he's going to put that order on a billing block, right? So here is our order. Here is you placing an order to HP, let's say, or whoever. HP is creating an order using VA01, and you said, do not bill me until I receive the goods. So HP will deliver the goods, okay, and then bill the goods. But before billing, they will ensure that this delivery has really reached you. So what they'll do is put a billing block here, and then they'll create the delivery, after which billing is supposed to happen but will not happen because there is this billing block, and then they'll wait for a couple of days until this delivery reaches you, and after that they'll remove the billing block manually. So they'll remove this billing block if at all there were any, and subsequently the billing will automatically happen via the batch process. We'll talk about these batch processes, but you understand the sense, right? There is this delivery, and then billing will happen only if there is no billing block. That's one scenario. There are more scenarios like that. There are scenarios where billing blocks would happen, or billing blocks would be placed because you want to check a really big order, like $1 million order. It's a big order, $1 million or $5 million order for, let's say, a big power plant transformer. It's really expensive, and it's, let's say, $5 million. And when you want to bill that to your customer, say, here is the invoice for $5 million, you really want to be damn sure with the taxes, with the prices, with the discounts, so on and so forth, because even a 0.1% variation in tax is going to be a big amount, right? So in such cases where there are high value items or high value orders, there will be somebody in the accounting department who will always place every order on a billing block and will not invoice the customer until they ensure or maybe double check and make sure that everything is all right, then remove the billing block so that billing can be generated for that order. Okay, moving on. Pricing date. Now we have seen creation date. Where is the creation date? Let's go to VA03 and I'll show you where the creation date is. Go to header. Okay, go to header, and this is the creation date. Okay, here is a little caveat that you might want to know. If I go to the display mode and go to the header, you'll see that the
creation date is actually grayed out, right? I cannot change this 9/5/2012 to anything else. That's grayed out. But the pricing date is changeable, meaning I can change it from 9/5 to 10/5. Alright, same with the PO date. I can change it from 9/5 to 16/5, or I can change it from 9/5 to 2/5. Right, so we have creation date, which is unchangeable, it's set in stone, and then we have pricing date, PO date, document date, requested delivery date. Many different dates. Most of these dates are changeable except for the creation date. Now we know why and how a PO date is used. Now let's talk about the pricing date. What is a pricing date? This is also used very similarly to how we have used the PO date, but with a slight difference. The pricing date determines what is the date on which the pricing has to be taken. Again, let's split up our dates into 2 quarters. Let's say the Walmart has placed an order to us on June 30. Let's say the price on June 30 for a product of HP 1020 is $575. Okay, but if you create the order on July 1st, and let's say the price for that material is jacked up to $595, the customer is going to see this price, whereas he was expecting a price of $575, because we said that, you know what, until July 30 this is our price list. Now Walmart is not going to be happy with that price, right? He's going to say, you know what, I placed an order on July 30th and I think I'm supposed to get $575 as the price. Well, how do you change it? You change the pricing date from July 1st to June 30th. As simple as that. And the system will automatically pick up the price that was created, or that is applicable on June 30th. Alright? That's pricing date. The same thing happens with future dating. Let's say the price is $575, but as of July 1st, the price was dropped to $555. Okay, now Walmart might ask you for a concession. Being a customer, they'll say, hey, you know what, can you give me this price, and I'm going to give you this order right now. And you might be, or your sales employee from HP will be very much tempted to take that, because by this quarter end, this order on June 30, if it's a big one, will increase his or her sales target for that quarter. So he's going to take this order on this quarter and then probably give him July 1st price by changing or future dating this pricing to July 1st. Okay, that's the significance of pricing date. Once again, pricing date, make sure that whatever be the date of pricing is the date on which pricing that was maintained for that product is picked up. Example, a product would have one price until the 30th of June, and the price could change after the 30th of June, let's say starting July 1st. So if you want to give a previous price, you can just backdate it to July 30th or any date before that. Or if you want to give a price after July 1st, you can change the pricing date from the past on to July 1st or any date beyond that. Alright, next is international commerce terms. What are INCO terms? International commerce terms, or INCO terms as it's called, right? INCO stands for International Commerce Terms. So there is a general standards body which defines these terms, and the terms are defined in 2 parts. First part, or it's called INCO 1, is a 3-character or a 2-character ID that's set in stone. Maybe it's called CFR, CIF, CIP, carriage and insurance paid, carriage, insurance and freight for free, right? FOB, free on board. XWorks, EXW, meaning the customer will come and pick up from the plant. So these are all the different types of logistics that are mutually agreed upon. So if you as HP promises an order as FOB, that means that you're going to ship the goods free of cost, and that's agreed upon. Okay, so there's no argument over what FOB is, because there is a strict definition to what FOB is, and that's defined by an international body, like I said. Okay, now FOB until what point? Is it going to be, let's say I'm shipping computers from San Francisco down to Brazil. It's an international order, or it could be a domestic order, say until New York. Okay, I said FOB, but until what point? Is it going to be to your doorstep? Is it going to be to your warehouse, or is it going to be to our distribution center in the East Coast? And that is described by this part, which is Inco 2 or part 2 of the Incoterms. So Incoterms define how the logistics happens, especially freight and shipping terms. Now there is another part to it which is called the title transfer, which says where exactly the transfer of the title is happening, meaning where exactly is the change of ownership happening. So if there is some goods that HP is shipping to Walmart, New York, and let's say it says FOB until New York, that means that HP or its logistics provider, let's say UPS or USPS, they are responsible if any damage happens to these goods. So the change of ownership is only happening at New York, with maybe it's a docking station, or maybe it's the port, or maybe it's their warehouse. That's exactly where the change of ownership is happening. So until that point, HP or the logistics provider owns the goods, and they are responsible if something goes bad. Okay, but after the goods have been received in the warehouse, it's the responsibility of Walmart. Okay, so Incoterms defines the title transfer as well. Okay, next is payment terms. What is a payment term? A payment term defines how you get paid, or how is the customer going to pay you. It's pretty simple actually. The next field is the payment term. What is a payment term? Like we discussed, a payment term dictates how your customer pays you. It's a schedule of payment. A simple payment term could be net zero, or this one, it's commercially called net zero, which means pay within 0 days, which is immediately. Now let's look at this example 002, which says pay within 45 days, but if you pay within 30 days, you get a cash discount of 2%, and if you pay within 14 days, you get a cash discount of 3%. In general, this is written like this. The payment terms is called net 45, 3% 14 days and 2% 30 days. So that percentage represents the cash discount that the company is going to give their customers in gratification of the customer's early payment.
So essentially, if you pay within 45 days, yeah, the company is happy. But if you pay within 14 days, the company is more than happy, and they'll let you pay only 97% of what you're supposed to pay. If you're supposed to pay $100, just pay $97 is what that 3% says. The specific term for it is called cash discount. Alright, as opposed to other instant discounts that are applied as part of your invoice. But we'll see the different discount terms when we come to pricing. Alright, the next field is the reason for rejection. What's this reason for rejection? What are we rejecting here essentially? Let me take this transaction, and I think I timed out. Let me log in again. Okay. I opened up this transaction, go to VA01, order, sales org, distribution channel division, enter our customer, then click OK. Let's say we enter a bunch of materials, M01, M03, M04, M05, so on and so forth. Okay. And then we save this order by filling up whatever is necessary. If you think something is not filled up, you go fill it up and click on save. Now let's say the customer calls back tomorrow and says, hey, you know what, I placed an order yesterday for these set of goods, and I think I'm not going to be needing item number 3. What do you do then? So go to VA02 and open up the transaction that your customer is talking about, and then there are a couple of options for you. The first option is just select that line item and then click on this button with a red dash which just says delete item. Okay, then say yes, that's going to remove that item. Okay, but that's not the preferred option, so I'm not going to save it. I'm going to go back. Do you wish to save your data? No. Let me go in again. Go to this tab called reason for rejection, and against this line item 30 put a reason for rejection. Whatever it is, he doesn't want this because the last time the goods that we supplied were of a poor quality. Well, okay, and we're gonna put that reason for rejection there and then click on save. Done. Okay, that's reason for rejection. Now you can define your own reason for rejection. That's what I meant by freely definable. But what is the difference between reason for rejection versus deleting that line item? Why really are we doing this reason for rejection as opposed to deleting that line item? Now, deletion of line item, number one, is not really capturing what is the reason why we are deleting that line item. Well, he might just talk over the phone and talk to our sales rep and say, I don't want it because of quality. But there should be some way for the sales rep to really capture that reason. That could be captured via this reason for rejection based on the drop down. So that way your senior management will get a nice report that says, okay, out of all the orders that have been placed this month, so many items have been rejected because of quality, so many items have been rejected because of competition better than us, or whatever be their reasons for rejecting that line item. So that's why SAP always suggests that we put a reason for rejection as opposed to deleting line items. Now, the second and third points over here, which are stopping transfer of requirements and cancelling reservations, require some understanding of TOR, which is called transfer of requirements, and stock reservations made against existing stock by transactions. So we're going to just hold off onto that, and we'll not discuss them as part of this class, but as part of another class we will definitely be discussing transfer of requirements and reservations, and we will briefly touch upon the reason for rejection at that point. Alright, moving on. Document flow. What is a document flow? And we have seen what a document flow is already. How a quotation spawns a order, how an order spawns one or more than one deliveries, and how you can track back from the delivery back to the order and back to the quotation. Sometimes this flow could be pretty intimidating, so you could have one quotation and then order 1 and then order 2. Against this order you could have delivery 1 and then delivery 2, delivery 3, so on. And then over this we have delivery 3, delivery 4, delivery 5, and then this will have invoice 1, invoice 2, and then so on. It could be pretty complicated, especially with big orders. So a document flow is very handy if you want to track back what really has transpired. When was this invoice created? What was the corresponding delivery that triggered this invoice to be created? Was this delivery created as a single delivery or as multiple deliveries as part of a single order? Did this order refer to a quotation or it did not refer to a quotation? Right? This is called as a document flow. Now, document flow could be both at the header level as well as at the line item level. At the header level as well as the line item level. We'll have a separate video on what is document flow at the header level versus document flow at the line item level, how to view the document flow at the line item level, and what is the effect of this document flow or how to see the effect of delivery splits or invoice splits or order splits as part of troubleshooting or as part of user auditing and other use cases where you might want to use document flow. Alright, the next button talks about or the next topic is order combination. Again, order combination is something that we have seen in the customer master. The order combination field is used when you want to combine multiple orders into a single delivery. So order 1, order 2 can be combined into a single delivery if the goods are going to the same destination and they're going on the same day, etc., and some other conditions are fulfilled. So again, this is a priority, or this is a preference set by the customer at the customer master level, and that just flows down into the transaction. And you can always uncheck this at the transaction level and say, hey, you know what, for this transaction order combination is not recommended by the customer, so uncheck it. Alright, billing schedules and billing dates again flow down from the customer master, but we are kind of ignoring it for now because in order to learn about invoice dates and billing dates, we will have to wait a little more until we get to billing. Same with categorization of revenue into buckets. We don't want to really understand categorization of revenue into buckets at this point, so let's not bother about this, or let's not bother about this. But the reason why I put it out there is because these are important topics, and we are supposed to cover them by the end of this course, and I want you to really understand all of them, but this is not the right time for that. So let's wait until we cover some additional topics, and then we'll be more comfortable learning these. Okay, the next topic is pricing. Well, we're just going to look at it because it's a very, very vast subject, and it will take close to 3 to 4 hours to really understand pricing and at least do a single hands-on of the basic price list and basic discount. Now, the key word here is conditions, because pricing uses what is called as a pricing condition technique. This is a proprietary SAP method to perform pricing using a variety of parameters. So, like I said, pricing is a pretty complicated subject, so we're not going to get there until probably very late in the course, maybe 25th day, and that's when we're going to discuss pricing. So until that point, we're not going to get to pricing, but we should understand. But this is where you can see the prices, like what is the price, what is the tax, what is the cost associated with it, and what is the discount associated with it, so on and so forth, and what is the profit margin, what is the net before tax, and what is the net after tax, so on and so forth. So if I ask you a question and say, what is the total tax for this line item 20, you should be able to go to the line items and then look at the MWST or whatever tax condition is out there, and the percentage and the corresponding amount that was calculated. Alright, next we have texts. What are texts? Texts are little pieces of information that are, essentially texts as they are. They're nothing more than texts. It could flow down from a previous transaction, or it could flow down from master data, or they could be entered in the system by a user or by somebody in the warehouse. So let's take an example. So there is a customer who is very finicky about his goods, and he always complains. So we make a note against the customer in the customer master and say, extra care while shipping. Okay, we don't want to get more trouble from this customer, so we say extra care while shipping. Now there is some material which is, let's say, fragile, so we say it's fragile, or take extra care while shipping, so on and so forth, whatever it is. Now let's create a quotation for this customer for this material, line item 10 for this material. When we create this quotation, this text will automatically come and sit in the quotations header, and this text will automatically come and sit in the line item. Now when you create an order with reference to this quotation, automatically these little pieces of texts, now it could be as simple as handle with care, or extra care while shipping, or fragile. So these texts will come and sit in your order. And when you create a delivery from this order, these texts again, if required, can be transferred over to the delivery, where the delivery clerk will be able to make some decision, like put some extra foam or extra padding to make sure that they don't get broken, so on. Once again, we're going to talk more about texts. What is text determination, how to set these texts, how to create new text types, how to make the text flow from the previous transaction to the current transaction, and all that good stuff as part of what is called as text determination.
Okay, so until that point, you can just consider text as little pieces of information that can flow from master data down into transactions and from one transaction to another transaction. Alright, additional data A and additional data B. So up until this point, we have seen quite a number of fields, and all those fields are standard provided by SAP. But what if your business requires fields that are not provided by SAP? You might ask me, what are those fields? Can you give me some examples? Sure. Let's say HP is this selling and is implementing a plan to attract more customers. Now, I'm just taking HP as an example because we have been taking that example all along. But you could really take any large volume customer or company. Now what HP is doing is it's dividing its customers into tiers. Let's say HP is selling computers to some universities, some colleges, some corporates, some individuals, so on and so forth. Now because they buy in bulk, not the individuals, the universities, colleges and corporates, HP has divided them into multiple discount brackets, where you say, okay, for all sales that happened from the first of the January until this point, if the total sales is less than 10 million, you are in the discount bracket of 2%. This is just discount that's given based on volume of sales. Okay, and let's say 10 to 20 you get 4%, and then less than 30 million you get 6%, or you call them tier 2, tier 2, tier 4, tier 6 or tier 5, whatever they are, and each tier will have a respective discount. Maybe tier 2 will have 3% discount, and tier 4 will have 5% discount, tier 6 will have 8% discount. So these are tiers that are associated with that customer retroactively, meaning after all the sales have been done, they will run a program, HP will run a program that will compute all the sales that happened until the beginning of this year and then decide which discounting bracket they should go to. Now, this is something that SAP is not built out of the box for, isn't it? Meaning this brackets is a term that's something that only this particular company uses. So, what we can do is assign that field to the customer master, and in the sales transaction, let's say the users always want to know which discount bracket this customer belong to. So in the additional data B, you can see that it's a blank canvas. There's nothing in there by default. So go here and then you can start customizing this field and say, put a text here called bracket, and there will be a text box here which says he's in the 3rd discount tier or 5th discount tier or 7th discount tier, so on. Now this customization cannot be done in SPRO. Your ABAP programmer would have to customize this. Okay, you cannot go to SPRO, pull a couple of switches and then perform this additional data B tab customize. Adding additional fields to the additional data B tab. That's just not possible in customization. You would have to write a functional specification which describes the fields that should be available there, how they should be populated, if you should be able to update them, so on and so forth. And your ABAP consultant will do that using what is called as dialogue programming, which is something related to programming. We don't need to worry about it. Okay. Now the net of it is, if you want to have additional fields in
the additional data B or additional data A that your business demands, then you can always go there and start putting in additional fields, and your ABAP consultant will help you in getting those fields up there and modifying the respective tables, do the corresponding dialog programming for insertion, updation, deletion, so on and so forth. Okay, I can talk about more scenarios here, but I would rather have you stop here and understand how to use additional data B, and that should be more than enough for now. Okay, and next is, can you delete sales orders? Can you delete sales orders? Well, we know at this point that we cannot delete customer masters or any master data, but can you delete sales orders? Yes, you can. There is a specific menu path for it. You can delete sales orders, like create an order and then you can delete an order by clicking on that. Now sometimes deliveries or orders cannot be deleted, and when you try to do that you get this error. Now when can you delete things and when can you not delete things? Here is a thumb rule. If there is a subsequent transaction to it, be it at the header level or the line item level, okay, if there is anything subsequent, then cannot delete. Okay, example, order 1, line item 10 M01, line item 20 M02. Can you delete it? Yes, you can delete. Now line item 2 is delivered. After delivering, can you delete this guy? No, you cannot delete it. Cannot, because there is a subsequent transaction associated with that line item. Okay, if there is a subsequent transaction associated with a line item, you cannot delete that particular line item. Same with the order. If there is any subsequent transaction associated with that order, let's say some delivery has been created with respect to that order, then you cannot delete that order. Okay, either way, the preferred way is not to delete transactions. It's always to put a reason for rejection. Okay, and you know the reasons why. Okay, this button is called availability check. Okay, and this button is view availability check or view availability. Okay, so we'll talk about availability at a later point. So we know that this button is what is used to do schedule lines, and this button is used to do pricing. You don't need to go to these buttons. You can always go to the line item and then click on the schedule lines tab or the conditions tab. In fact, this button will take you to this screen and this button will take you to the conditions screen. Okay, now between the header and the line item there is a ton of data that's actually shared. Like the header data contains the partners tab, the line item data also contains the partners tab. The header data contains shipping data, the line item also contains shipping data. Same with texts, billing, additional data. But why are we replicating data between the header and the line items? Here is a simple reason why. The same data, partner data for example, could differ between the header and line items. Again, let's take an example. Here is the header where we are saying ship the goods to San Francisco, but line item 10 should be shipped to, let's say, New York, and 20 should be shipped to San Francisco. So the header data is generally applicable to all the line items, But at the line item level, you can always change the shipping data. In this case, the ship to. Same with bill to. The entire order at the header level is net 30 payment terms, which is in the billing data. But line item 20, the customer says, hey, you know what? I can't do net 30 just for this line item. Can you do net 40 or net 45? If you're okay with it, you can do it. Changing the payment terms at the line item level to be different than the header level. So the thumb rule again is data from the header percolates down to the sales line items. Example, payment terms, Incoterms, shipping point, ship tools, texts, so on. If you want the data to be different for a particular set of line items, say like the examples that we have taken, we want to ship some goods to New York as opposed to the header San Francisco. You want to ship the goods with a payment terms of net 45 only for 20 line item, but for the rest of the line items you don't want to do that. In all these cases, data at the line item level can be made to change. Alright, and that's why data is generally replicated between the header and the line item level. Alright, so that's all for day 5, and we'll have a Q&A session tomorrow. Okay, I'm marking this file so that you realize that this is the end of the file.
So in this chapter, we're going to start learning about enterprise structure. What is enterprise structure? How the company is structured in the system. Let me give you an example. If you take the company GE, GE is a pretty big company, right? So GE has GE Healthcare, GE Lighting, and say GE Plastics. There are many different companies inside GE, but let's just take one of these. If you take GE Healthcare, GE Healthcare is again a global company, meaning it does business in the US, it does business in UK, Canada, India, Singapore, and so on. Now, if you take the US company, the US company has sales offices in the West Coast, because there are hospitals in the West Coast, there are hospitals in Midwest, there are hospitals in the East Coast, in the South, so on and on. And each sales office contains a whole bunch of groups of people, some people doing a certain line of business. A salesman, say Rob's group, does only capital equipment, meaning all the big stuff, right? Like X-ray machines or MRI machines and so on. Capital equipment. A Stevens group does consumables, meaning an X-ray equipment requires some tissue, some tubes, or something that's consumed just for that particular X-ray for that patient. That's a consumable. Like a syringe is an example of a consumable. A tube is an example of a consumable. You see, the entire company is structured in a certain way, in terms of where it's operated, how many different sales orgs it has, or sales offices it has, and in each sales office, how many different groups of sales reps are there. And of course, underneath it, there are so many different sales reps, right, selling the product. This is one part of it. Another part is, I'm just taking US just for the sake of simplicity. Another part is maybe there's a manufacturing plant somewhere in Wisconsin. So in Wisconsin, so this is a manufacturing plant. So in Wisconsin, there is a plant or a factory. There could be one or more than one. One of these factories producing capital equipment, another producing consumables, another producing spare parts, so on and so forth. So each factory will have or can have so many different warehouses. One warehouse in Milwaukee, one warehouse in Waukesha, one warehouse in Brookfield. These are just different cities that might have different warehouses that store the goods that this factory produces. And when you're shipping, say for example, spare parts for an X-ray machine, they could be shipped out of Brookfield. And when you're shipping an X-ray machine, the entire machine itself, it could be shipped out of Milwaukee. And say if you're shipping some consumables, it could be shipping out of Waukesha. Alright, so what am I trying to say here? The company runs its business using different org structures. In this case, each country represents a company. Because if GE Healthcare wants to do business in Singapore, it has to go set up a legal office there and do their business. So it's a company where the profit and loss, the balance sheets, assets, liabilities are maintained at this level. And further downstream, a company has plants, one or more than one. Company has warehouses. Company has sales offices. Company has expenses around sales offices. Company has manufacturing expenses. Company is structured in a certain way to represent the structure of the company, the entire GE or GE Healthcare, in SAP is done via enterprise structure. So this is the definition of enterprise structure. An enterprise structure from the perspective of SD has three parts. From the perspective of an SD consultant, this is finance. Okay, this rectangle is finance, and this is sales, and this is logistics. Finance, sales, logistics. Now, for a consultant working on he is more focused on logistics. A finance consultant is worried about more elements in finance, more operative and organizational elements in finance. The reason why I'm saying we need to know a bit about finance and sales and logistics is when you perform a sale, the sale has to be accounted for in finance, and the sale has to be done using the sales elements, and the sales has to be delivered using logistics. So all these three functional areas come together when you represent an enterprise structure of the company that's relevant for an SD consultant. So as an SD consultant, you should know a little bit of finance org elements, a little bit of sales org elements, and a little bit of logistics org elements. In this chapter, we are going to focus on the financial element or the financial org elements. Now, I'm using the word org element. What's an org element? I'll give you a very, very rough example. If a bank, say Bank of America, is writing an application for online banking, it will represent in its code or in its system the major elements, right? How is the bank structured? What are the branches? Because a customer can make a transaction in a branch, and you should represent that branch in the system. Okay, this is the Boston downtown branch or the Houston midtown branch. Let's say you're a high net worth individual and you have privilege banking with Bank of America. Which privilege banking manager or group of people responsible for dealing with privilege banking has done your transaction? So who is the sales manager who has done the transaction for you? And the list goes on and on. The point being, we are trying to capture the major elements within which we are trying to do the transaction. We are trying to do a transaction in a branch with a sales manager, and the details from that point on could be very bank specific. So we are not here to talk about that. The reason why I gave you this example is so that you understand that when you do a transaction, when a customer comes to us and does a transaction, in case we are GE, medical systems or healthcare, and the customer comes to us and we create a sales order for him, we would have to say, okay, we have created a sales order for this customer in this company. We have to represent the company in the system, right? Are we doing it in Singapore, or are we doing it in the US or UK? And who has done it? And what channel did we use to sell the goods to the customer? These are all the different org elements. These are not real physical entities sometimes. For example, a plant is a physical entity. It exists. But a sales group, it's really virtual, right? It doesn't exist. It's a group of people that we are calling as an org element. Most of the time, it's a virtual grouping or virtual representation of certain things that are required to run your business and report on that part of the business. Now, in a subsequent section, I'm going to talk about what really is the use of enterprise structure. But up until then, let's really go through the definitions of all the different org elements and create them in the system before we really go and understand the philosophy behind why SAP asks us to do enterprise structure definition. Let me erase this. We have so much to do in finance. Okay. So in finance, there are 3 or 4 different org elements that are important for SD consultants. But at this point, I'm only going to focus on 2 org elements, or rather one and then another to a certain extent. The topmost org element is called a company. In the case of GE Healthcare, this would be GE Healthcare. This is the company that reports the profits at the end of the quarter or at the end of the year, and this is the company for which there is a stock ticker that trades in public, so on and so forth. Everything rolls up to this entity in the US. That doesn't mean that GE Healthcare doesn't do business in India or Africa or Australia. It does business there, and all the profits are rolled up to this entity in the US called GE Healthcare. It could be public limited, it could be a private company, it doesn't matter. Now, underneath that, you have the actual legal entities that are doing the business. For example, so this is GE US. So this is a legal entity that's doing business in the US as GE Healthcare. Now this is GE UK. It's the same company, but in the UK it has to operate in the legal restraints of that particular country. It has to show its books to the country's taxman. Whenever there is an audit, it has to be shown to the respective officials, or all the sales for that country, if you want to report on top of it. Everything is at this level. So same with GE Canada. So there is a GE Canada, right? GE India, GE Singapore. The list goes on and on and on. Most of the time, every country that a company operates in has to have a legal entity in that country. So the typical colloquial name for this is called legal entity, and in SAP terms, this is called company code. So this is what SAP calls it. You could call it a company code in SAP, but outside of SAP, if you talk to the general business, they call it a legal entity. So what's a legal entity? A legal entity is how a company is represented in the books. And that representation needs to be done in SAP as well. So GE US is represented in SAP as a company code. And GE UK is also represented in the system as a company code. So from the finance section of enterprise structure, this is your focus, because you almost never deal with this. The company, very rare. You will never have to deal with it. For all practical purposes, company code is what you'll be dealing with. Every bit of configuration that you do with respect to finance, whatever little that you do, is always with the company code. There are some other org elements that we'll talk about when we come to the respective areas. Alright, so in finance, the main org element is the company code. It's also called a legal entity, and that's how a company is represented in the books and in the system. And all accounting is done at the company code level. Not at the company level, but always at the company code level. This is the org element at which SAP does accounting at the highest level. Alright, in the previous chapter, we have talked about the finance part of the enterprise structure. Now we are going to look at the sales part of the enterprise structure. At the top, we have what is called as a sales org. Sales org. Okay. What is a sales org? A sales org represents the sales policies that are implemented in that geography or in that zone. For example, let's take GE US. Okay, GE US is the company code for which we are trying to create all these different sales orgs. So a sales org falls under a company code, meaning this sales org is associated to a company code, meaning this sales org exists for that company code. Now, more than one sales org can exist for a company code. For example, GE US can divide their entire sales in the US as, say, Midwest, Northeast, Northwest, and so on. So that's one way of defining it, by geography. There are multiple ways of defining it, but before we get to that, why are we doing this division? What's the advantage? Let me give you one simple example. Say GE US does business in Midwest, say, a bit differently than it does in the Northeast. For example, when I talk about sales policies, pricing is one example. meaning the prices in the Midwest are different from the prices in the Northeast. Possible, right? Typically, most of the US has a same price list for most companies, but sometimes it's possible. It's possible that different geographies have different pricing policies. Say, for example, in the Midwest, returns are allowed on capital equipment, whereas in the Northeast, returns are not allowed. Maybe replacements are done. See, these are all examples of policies, sales policies. A sales org is used to define a set of policies that apply to their sales, returns, or any kind of sale transaction. Now, it need not always be the case that one country has more than one sales org, either by geography or by any other parameter. Most of the cases, one company code almost always has one sales org in all practical scenarios. But SAP allows you to have more than one sales org per company code. It's up to you. But like I said, typically one sales org per company code. Okay. Now, what is a sales org? A sales org defines a set of policies that are to be used for that particular geography or whatever kind of division that you use to define that sales org. If there were no Northwest, Northeast, or any other geographical divisions through which you wish to implement your sales policies, you can have an entire US as one sales org, and all these connections are gone, and it's directly linked to your company code GUS. So US has one set of sales policies with respect to the entire country. That's a sales org. A sales org is the highest level org element. So this is the highest org element in sales. Okay, so because this part of the window is all sales, right? So in sales, sales org is the apex structure. Under it, we have two main divisions or two main substructures. The first one is called as a distribution channel. Distribution channel. What's a distribution channel? Now think about GE Medical Systems. When GE Medical Systems wants to sell an X-ray machine, what are the different channels through which it sells that X-ray machine? It could do a direct sale, meaning it could directly go to hospitals or diagnostic centers and sell this equipment to them, or it could do say agency sale, say AG, where there are agencies that resell this medical equipment, and G sells to that agency, and that agent sells it to the hospital or the diagnostic center. It could do it via cooperative networks, network of hospitals buying on behalf of the entire hospitals, right? So different channels through which they distribute their goods. Now, if you take a computer, that's probably more relevant. If you take a computer, a laptop, HP sells a laptop. And what are the different distribution channels through which they sell their laptops? Examples could be wholesale, meaning, a company like, say, Ingram Micro, right? Ingram Micro, which is a distributor of computer goods, buys them in wholesale and sells them to different smaller companies. That's one channel. Another channel is corporate, where, say, a big company wants to purchase laptops for their in-house consumption for their employees. So HP goes and makes a deal with this company, and that is a corporate company, right? So that channel is a corporate channel. and then HP can send the same computer on Amazon, right? That's online retail or e-commerce. HP can also sell their site on hp.com. That is e-commerce or online, whatever. As opposed to a third-party online system like buy.com or amazon.com, they could sell it on their own website via e-commerce, right? And they could sell it as a franchise. Or they could have agents. They could have resellers. These are all the different distribution channels through which HP actually sells their laptop. Now, in the case of HP, it makes sense that it has, a whole bunch of distribution channels like that because it's a mass product. But with a product like an X-ray machine, not everybody buys it, right? Only hospitals, diagnostic centers buy X-ray machines, and of course, the network through which they sell their products is not as wide as, say, HP selling a laptop. They only have like 1, 2, or 3 different channels. So the channel through which the sale is made is called as a distribution channel. So each sales org in the US, for example, you can have more than one distribution channel. And the second key part to a sales org is the division. Again, you can have more than one divisions. This is called a division. division. What is a division? A division represents a group of products. From the perspective of GE Medical Systems, there could be n number of X-ray machines, all with different configurations, different power ratings, different kinds of X-ray machines. For example, a dental X-ray is different from a whole body X-ray versus a lower arm X-ray versus an X-ray that's done only for the fingers. These are all different X-ray machines. They have different form factors, their uses are different. But if you want to group them all together and say, which division does all these 10 different X-ray machines belong to? It's X-ray. So a division is a grouping of different products, a set of products rather, into one parameter. And why would we want to do that? We're going to talk about it at a later point. But you understand this point, right? You group different products into one based on some kind of a commonality in it. All X-ray machines come under the X-ray division. Maybe you want to do the accounting differently for X-rays, the pricing differently for X-rays, maybe report all the X-ray sales for all the 10 different machines underneath it into one division, and so on. The uses of them are endless. Similarly, it can have CT scanners, and then again, there are 10 different types of CT scanners, one for the brain, one for the whole body, so on. And all of them are grouped together into one org element called a division, in this case, CT division. And MRI is another division, and consumables is another division. They only sell consumables. They don't sell capital equipment, right? So a division is an org element that represents a grouping of products for the purpose of pricing, for the purpose of reporting, or for the purpose of other operational efficiencies. If you were to do it for HP would have divisions like laptop divisions. And inside laptop, there are a whole bunch of materials that could come under the umbrella of a laptop. For example, the Inspiron model. Well, HP could have 10 different types of laptops, and all of them could come under the division of laptops. Same with desktops, same with printers or scanners, and any other kind of broad classification of products that they want to do, or their line of products, classification of their line of products is called a division. Okay? So we have 3 org elements that we have seen here. Sales org, distribution channel, right? And division. Now, a sales org plus distribution channel plus division. So this is 1, 2, and 3. This combination is called as a sales area. And this is purely an SAP term. It doesn't have any significance outside of it. Don't think of sales areas as the sales areas that salespeople generally think of. No, this is my domain, this is my territory, this is my sales district, this is my sales area. No, it's not that. There is another term for it called sales district or sales region that you can use at the customer master level or the transaction level. But that's different. That's typically the sales area that sales consultants think of. But this sales area is an SAP specific term which signifies or represents a combination of one sales org, one distribution channel, and one division. For example, in this case, sales org US plus agency plus X-ray could be one sales area. Sales org US plus direct sale plus X-ray could be another sales area, and the number of combinations could go on and on and on. Why do we do this? Because not all combinations are really relevant. For example, in the US, maybe direct sales is not done for X-ray machines, in which case you don't use this combination US plus direct sales plus X-ray machine. Maybe this is not relevant. So all combinations in which you actually perform a sale have to be created as what is called as a sales area, which is an SAP specific term that signifies a sales org and a distribution channel and a division for which a sale can be done. So we have learned three things here: sales org, distribution channel, division. And we have seen that a distribution channel is really something that falls under a sales org, and there can be more than one distribution channel under a sales org, and same with divisions. There can be more than one division associated with a sales org. And a combination of sales org plus distribution channel plus division is called as a sales area. And we have also talked about why we do a sales area. And on top of that, we have seen that a sales org is really linked to a company code. Okay, in the next chapter, we're going to talk a little bit about sales offices and sales groups. That's going to be a small chapter. And then we're going to move on to logistics. We are going to continue our discussion of sales. So we know a sales org, distribution channel, and division form a sales area. These are the primary org elements in the sales part of the enterprise structure. There are two more org elements that you should be knowing about, which is sales office. A sales office is associated with a sales area, and there can be more than one sales areas per sales office. So what does a sales office represent? A sales office typically represents a virtual or a real office where sales is being performed. For example, USG Medical Systems, for a combination of agency and MRI, could have one sales office in Los Angeles, one sales office in SFO, San Francisco, one sales office in Portland, and one sales office in San Diego for all West Coast sales, and then they could have more on the East Coast. Now, for a company like Facebook, it need not be geographic. They could have sales offices all in one place where they really want to do different divisions, meaning one sales office for all ad revenues coming from conventional companies, one sales office dealing with all ad revenues coming from say e-commerce companies, And they could have one sales office only looking at potential new clients. So it need not always be geographic. It could be by line of business, it could be by channel, or it could be any way that the business seems fit. The key point to learn here is that a sales office represents a group of people. Okay, a sales office over here in this case, say the Los Angeles sales office, represent a group or more than one group, right? This is a group 1, GRP1, and this could be GRP2, and this could be GRP3. So these different groups of people, each group would be responsible for, say, in this case, group 1 could be responsible for all X-ray sales, and it has 3 different salespeople here. Salesperson 1, salesperson 2, and salesperson 3. Say Bob, Stephen, and Mary. So all these 3 salespersons or sales guys could be in one sales group, and Mary, for example, could be in this sales group as well as CT sales group. If her specialization is both X-ray as well as CT, she could be part of both these sales groups. Once again, there is a sales office which could represent a physical structure, or it could represent a virtual structure through which they want to structure or channel their sales, and it's assigned to a sales office. So a sales office is assigned to a sales area, and underneath each sales office there could be more than one sales group, and each sales group could have more than one sales person. So this is the last set of hierarchy: sales office and sales group. And typically these are optional, meaning you don't need to have a sales office, you don't need to have a sales group. But these elements, the sales org, distribution channel, and division, these are mandatory. These are required. Sales org, distribution channel, division, these are required. This is optional. You don't need to have it. If you want more reporting, you can have it. If you don't need that level of reporting, you can just not use it. Alright, in the next chapter, we'll be moving on to logistics. So the last piece to the definition of enterprise structure is logistics. So in logistics, at least for us SD consultants, the top org element is the plant. So what is a plant? So a plant is a place where goods are manufactured. So what about service companies? Do they need a plant? Yes, they do need a plant. So a plant is much more than a place where goods are manufactured. A plant is a place where goods are evaluated, services are performed. So for a company that's doing car repair, there could be multiple plants in the city. For example, one in a particular downtown part, or another in one of the suburbs where service is performed. So a plant is a place where services are performed, or goods are manufactured, or both, of course, and sometimes for services that are not really physical in nature. For example, car service is a little physical in nature. What about a law firm? Does it need a plant? Yes, it does need a plant. What about a software services company like Microsoft? Does it need a plant? Yes, it needs a plant. So now, how do we define a plant? A plant is a place where you can manufacture goods or perform services, or you just want to evaluate all the services that are performed under a single head. In the case of a software services company, it's just an aggregation of all the costs that go into that software services being performed, let's say for US. So from the perspective of valuation, a plant is a very important org element. And a plant is associated with a company code. Now, one plant can be associated to one company code only, meaning GUS can have more than one plant. Plant 1, plant 2, so plant 1 in one location, plant 2 in another location, plant 3 in another location. But one plant cannot be linked to more than one company code, meaning this plant cannot be linked to both US and UK. That's not possible. But one company code can have more than one plant. So it's a kind of an ownership thing. So one plant, a plant is like an asset. This head or the company can have this asset listed under it, but this asset cannot be listed under both this company code as well as this company code, right? I hope it makes sense. So that's a plant, and underneath the plant we have what is called as a storage location. So think of storage location as an aggregation of a warehouse. This is storage location 2. This is storage location 3, and so on. So what's a storage location? A storage location is where goods of different types are stored. So one storage location could be used for returns, another storage location for broken items, another storage location for unrestricted goods, or you can have everything under one storage location, but instead underneath this storage location and a plant there could be more than one warehouse. Warehouse 1, warehouse 2, warehouse 3, and so on. Now, I'm not going to talk about warehouse because it's not really super important at this point, but I want you to stop at the storage location, and this is your least org element with respect to logistics. First there is plant, and then there is storage location. For all practical purposes, think of a storage location as a warehouse. So a plant has multiple warehouses. It could be one or more than one. One last piece of assignment is that the sales org and distribution channel combination can be assigned to a plant. So the combination of sales org plus distribution channel can be assigned to a plant. Now, that's one of the weird assignments that you need to do, but other than that, most of the assignments are pretty simple. Plant to a storage location, plant to a company code to sales org to distribution channel, sales org to division, and a combination of sales org, distribution channel, and division is called as a sales area. And the sales area is assigned to a sales office. Sales office is assigned to a sales group, and sales group has a whole bunch of people there. This is enterprise structure. So in the next set of chapters, we're going to actually create these structures in the system as configuration using a sample template.
Alright, now that we have done the enterprise structure in theory, we're going to configure enterprise structure in the system in SPRO. This will be our first exercise majorly in configuration. Now we have already seen a case scenario of how company code, company, sales org, plants are all assigned and what they really mean. Now we are going to talk about how to create them in the system. We'll take this simple case study. Here is our company code, company, and these are our company codes, which is another way of saying this is the parent company and these are all the legal entities under which this whole enterprise is operating. So in the US we have
GE Medical Systems US, and in the UK we have GE Med UK and Asia Pac for the Asia Pacific region. We'll not create all these company codes, but we can just create one. And like I'll be telling you, we won't even be creating company codes for the simple reason that we would never ever create company codes, because this is all FICO. Alright, so underneath that we have a bunch of sales orgs. Once again, like the thumb rule we mentioned, most of the time one sales org per company code. Like GE Medical US will have one sales org in the US, and UK will have another sales org. But in case you want to create more sales orgs, you could do it by geography, you could do it by any other number of parameters that your users ask you to create. So here is our set of sales orgs, and these are the distribution channels: agency, wholesale, retail, direct. In this case, GE Medical Systems is selling direct and through the direct and the agency distribution channels in the West sales org. So that's what these links over here mean. And we talked about divisions. Okay, and these are our divisions. We know divisions represent the product lines. In this case, GE Medical Systems is selling X-rays and CT equipment. So they have divided their product lines into two divisions. And now underneath this sales area meaning West, direct and X-ray, let's say we have two sales offices, one in the Bay Area and one in Los Angeles. So for this exercise, we'll just create one sales area, which is the Bay Area. And underneath that, we have two sales groups, one for field apps, which is a product line, and the other one for consumables, which could be another example of a product line. So this is sales group. Now, like I said, this is FICO, so we would probably not be creating this, but instead assume that GE Medical Systems is either 1000 or 3000, which are standard existing company codes in any IDES system. But in a real project, remember, company code will be created for you by your FICO consultant. There's a whole lot of setup that needs to be done behind the scenes when you create a company code, like the creation of GL accounts, chart of accounts, currency, account determination, so on and so forth, which we don't care about at this point or at any point in the future. So that's the reason why I'm saying don't even bother creating company codes. Rather assume that your FICO consultant has created a company code and call it either 1000 or 3000. 1000 is the German company code. So if you want to create your enterprise structure in Europe, use 1000. If you want to do it in US, start with 3000. So from an SD consultant's perspective, we're going to be creating a sales org, distribution channels, divisions, sales offices, sales groups. Now, apart from this, there is a whole logistics part that needs to be created as well, like the creation of a plant, the creation of a storage location, the creation of warehouse, and the creation of shipping point. Now, the plant is very much used in sales and distribution, but nevertheless, it's not your job to create a plant. So who will create a plant for you? The consultant will create a plant. Alright, so the plants New Jersey or Arkansas will be created by your consultants. In this case, the example being GE Medical Systems US is associated with 2 plants, one in Arkansas, one in New Jersey. So they have to be created in the system as plants. While you can use the existing plants 1000 or 3000 or 1200, if you want, you can create your own plants. And we'll try and do that in this example. So I'll change the color just to indicate the fact that these are not something you might need to do in a real project. Alright, so this is 6 and 7 is storage location. So underneath the plant there are multiple storage locations. Each storage location contains the goods that you want to store or ship. And when you ship goods out, you will be shipping goods out of a shipping point. Shipping point is mostly relevant for SD, but it's either the SD consultant or the consultant who can create that. So shipping point is 8. And there are, in this case, for the Arkansas plant, there are 2 doors. Each door could be responsible for a particular type of shipment. Like we discussed in the enterprise structure theory, there could be multiple doors in the warehouse that could be assigned to a single shipping point, or each door could represent one shipping point, or all the doors in the warehouse could be represented by one shipping point, if that makes sense. And then warehouse, like I said, is always optional. Use the warehouse only if you implement warehouse management. If you do not want to implement warehouse management, do not create the warehouse. We'll try and create the warehouse in this case just to see, or rather complete the structure. But remember, warehouse management is optional. You don't need to have a warehouse management setup in order to do a sales order, delivery and billing. But if you do not have a company code, I'm just marking them in star to indicate that these are mandatory. So company code, sales org, distribution channel, division, plant, shipping point and storage location. So what are the things that are optional here? So let me change the color to green and then show you what is optional. So this is optional, this is optional. So sales offices and sales groups are optional. You don't need to have them. Warehouse management is optional. Alright, now that you have a good idea on what to create here, so let's go ahead and create them. And as we create, I'll try and capture the screenshots and paste it in our workbook. Okay, so I said we're not going to create the company code because we will never ever be creating it. So we'll start off with the sales org. Let's say US or West. We'll start off with West. Where do we go for this? So go to SPRO, which is our customizing transaction, and we have already seen the examples of customization, and we have already seen what is the purpose of customization, configuration, so on and so forth. Alright, so I'm going to jump straight to the customization part. Go to enterprise structure, and you can see that there are mainly 2 parts to it. One is the definition. The second part is the assignment. The definition is where you create all these little boxes. So if you can look at the enterprise structure again, the definition is where you create these sales org, distribution channel, division, plant, and all these little boxes. The assignment is the arrows that links these boxes together. So one sales org could be assigned to multiple distribution channels, multiple divisions, and one sales area comprises of one sales org, one distribution channel, division, so on and so forth. The assignment of these boxes, or the connection of these boxes, is what is represented by the assignment part. So the first part that you have to do is do the definition. The most of our work will be in these sections: logistics, sales and distribution, logistics execution. So we'll start off with logistics, sales and distribution. Here is how we create the sales org. Okay, I'll capture all these screenshots so that you can refer to them at a later point. So the first job is to create a sales org. The one that we want to create is West. Alright, so here is our sales org. So the first step is go to define, copy, check sales organization. Select it, and we have two options in this pop-up. The first option is to define a sales org, and the second option is to copy, delete, check a sales organization. Now you will be very tempted to go to the first option, define sales organization, but never do that. And this theme repeats across many other enterprise structure elements. Don't define enterprise structure elements, rather copy them from an existing standard enterprise structure element. Now you might be wondering why. When you define a sales org, there is a whole bunch of things that are already assigned, or rather that should be assigned, that you might tend to forget, or you might not even know sometimes. This could be a little difficult to comprehend initially, but as you go forward and start doing the configuration in SAP, you will notice that this is a recurring theme where you won't create configuration but would rather copy from an existing configuration set. Now let me show you what I'm going to copy it from and why. But before I do that, let me take this screenshot and then paste it over here. So this is the first part, and this is our second part. Step 1 and step 2, select this and click choose. Okay, so when you select that and then click choose, what happens? You get this blank screen. I said we want to copy from something, right? So what do we want to copy from? First part, and why? If you want to copy something, click on this button, the second button, the one that looks like one page over the other, right? Like a notepad over there, one notepad over another. This is the copy button that you consistently encounter across all of SPRO. It's really easy to identify, as we'll see. Now, there is a from entry and a to entry. This is the from entry, this is the to entry. From is what you want to copy from, and to is what you want to copy into. Now in this case, we want to create a sales org West, isn't it? West. So the target is the to sales org, which is West. Now what's the source? Source is 0001. Now why 0001 and why not something else? For example, there are so many of them, right? Why am I only choosing 0001? for the simple reason that this is an IDES system which will contain a ton of data, like 1000, 2000, 2200, 2300, so on and so forth. But if you look at a blank system that you will be implementing SAP on in a real project, you'll not have any of this test stuff. You'll only have one sales org, which is the template that you use to copy and create your own. This is a template provided by SAP in a blank SAP system. But since the one that we are working on is an IDES system, well, you have a ton of data. But don't expect to see this data in a real SAP system that you're going to implement SAP on. Alright? So that's the reason why you will only use 0001 as the source. Now let me take a quick screenshot of this so that you can remember the source. Alright, so like I said, click on the copy button. So this is the copy button. The source always be 0001. So like I said, none of these other ones will be available. Only 001 will be available in a standard SAP system. Once again, these other elements here are available because this is a test system and there is a ton of test data. Somebody else has created them and given it to you. In this case, SAP's partners or SAP's internal testing team has created all these different sales orgs, which would not be the case in a brand new implementation. Alright, so start with 001 and then your target will be West. Click OK. And then if you get something like this, just click OK. So we'll discuss what number ranges are at a later point in time. Oh, did we not copy this? Okay, like so. Okay. So next step is you get this message. Click OK. We'll see what transport numbers are, why they are not transportable, what are number ranges, so on and so forth. Now, if you do not see this, alright, if you do not see this, then you know what to do. We have discussed this as part of our transport request creation. Remember, if you do not see this, if you don't see a number filled up and then some text here, then you have to click on this button. This button. If you do see this, then there is no need for you to click on this new button and create a new transport request. But as a practice, whenever you are creating a new configuration, always create a new transport request. So this is a way of recording what you have done so that you don't have to repeat this again in a new environment. Things can be copied over. So we'll discuss what this is at a later point. So create sales org West. So we're just setting up a small message there so that it's very easy to identify when somebody else looks at this and says, what is it exactly that we have done at this point? Okay, so the next step is you get this transport request and you go here, click on this new box and then enter a description and then click save. When I click on save, a new transport request will be generated here. As you can see, there is a new transport request that has been generated. Okay, so here is your new transport request. This is called as a transport request or TR, which is a unique way or a unique code that identifies what you have done. And here is your description. and then click the green button, which completes your act of creating the sales organization. Okay, then you get this message, sales org copied to West, right? So this completes the creation of the sales org, and hit enter. Now we are done. We created a sales org called West. Now after you have created the sales org, click on define sales organization and then click choose. The one that we have created, go search on it. Okay, so the creation part is complete here. Or rather, the copying part is complete. Copy is complete. Now there might be some little changes that you might have to do to that sales org. For example, the way to come here is click on define sales org and then click choose. Oops. Let me move this a little bit here, and then here we go. So we have to click on define the sales org now and then click choose. So go to the next page and I'll tell you why we are doing this step. So here we have a list of all the sales orgs that are available and that you have created, right? So now go to the position box and then select the sales org that you have created. Go to position and then we have created West, right? So enter that sales org, click OK, select it, and then go to the details. Okay, so here is what you have to do. Sorry, there are a couple of steps that you have to do here, and then I'll explain all of them. So what have we done here? Once again, you went to define sales organization, click on choose, go to position, and then selected West as the sales org that you want to see and change, and I'll put that step as well here. So on to position, enter the sales org and then select the sales org and then click on the details button. So select, click on the details. Now here we specify a bunch of things. At this point, not very important, but at a later point you will see that a sales org will also have certain parameters, like what is the currency, what is the number if you are doing any text messages, what is the, if you are printing the address of your sales org on a form like an order or an invoice, what should be the address, so on and so forth. Okay, apart from that there are other areas like intercompany rebates, so on and so forth, which we will not be very worried about at this point. But what I want you to take away from here is that this sales org has certain properties. Okay, now if you go to this little box, okay, this little box where you specify the address. Okay, what is the name? West, whatever, West G something something, and then you can specify the address. Where is it? So West is in 1100 Southwest and Roos Road, and then 67009 California. No, it's like San Francisco. Okay, and then US, and then so on and so forth. Whatever you want to enter here, you can enter all that stuff in there and then click OK, which is a way to change the address of the sales org that you have just created. Alright, so the first step was to open that sales org and then click on the address details and change the address to the exact address that you want that sales org to be headquartered at. Okay, so finish that. Oops. California. Okay, save it, and every time you save it, this pop-up box comes up. Now if you look at this box, I might not want to create a new transport request here. Why? For the simple reason that what I've just done is also part of creating that sales org, like changing the address. But the next step, which is maybe creation of a distribution channel or whatever, is a totally different step that requires its own transport request. Right? In that case, I'll be creating a new transport request. So for now, I'm just going to say okay, whereby these two different activities that I've done just now, the first one being creation of a sales org, the second one being changing the address of the sales org, are all recorded under a single transport request. Okay, I'm done here. Going back, and the next step is the distribution channel. Now, next step is distribution channel. Now if you remember that picture, the distribution channels were agency and then something of that sort, right? What was that? Oops. Okay, agency and then direct, right? We want to create direct as the distribution channel and then X-ray as the division. Okay, so let's create the distribution channel as agency. So again, where do we go? We go here to create a distribution channel. Click, and what do? As usual, copy. We don't do define, right? Copy, go to copy, and then from 01, which is the source here. Again, there might be many distribution channels, but we copy from 01. Okay, and we want to call this division as agency, right? Distribution channel as agency. So you can call it AG. Right? So I'll take a screenshot here to say that we are creating a distribution channel here of type AG, which we are copying from 01. So we click OK, and then you get this transport number problem, which is fine. Now here I'll be creating a new transport request, because in the previous one we have created a sales org, but in this one we are going to do a distribution channel, right? Two separate things. One is independent of the other. So create distribution channel AG, standing for agency. Okay, save it, and this will create another number here, which is a different transport request number, different from the previous one, and then click OK. Distribution channel AG copied to AG. We are done here, right? Let me copy all of this stuff, move a little bit here, and then we have completed the creation of the distribution channel. Next is the division. Where is the division? Here is the division. Okay, so they are a little haphazard, so you just have to make sure that you search all of the places in the enterprise structure section to find out where all the different elements that you're going to create are. Okay, they're not in the order that we have learned. meaning sales org, distribution channel, division, sales office. They're not in that order. They're a little haphazard, so you have to be a little careful in where you search. But nevertheless, everything will be under that enterprise structure branch. It's not a very big branch, so you don't have to really worry about it. Okay, the division that we wanted to create is X-ray, isn't it? So again, we start with 01 and then create X-ray as a division. Okay, create new division XR standing for X-ray. Enter, and then it will create a new transport request as usual. Click OK. Division is copied, and then we are done. Now what have we done here? Created new division XR, right? So distribution channel is done, division is done. And then we have sales office. Again, this is an optional entry, but just for the sake of completeness, we'll be doing this sales org as well. Sales office, I mean. So go to sales office, and then you can either create a new entry or you can choose to copy from 001. Okay. Now, I'm taking a different beat here. I'm saying you can either copy or you can choose from 001. Why? You can sales office. So I'm saying you can either copy or you can create your own. But that was not what I said when we were creating sales orgs or distribution channels, especially sales org. The reason being, anywhere in the configuration where you have that magnifying glass kind of a button. So here is a thumb rule again. So if you have magnifying glass, safer to choose copy, COPY. In this case there is no magnifying glass, right? So you can just choose new entries, no problem. Or you can as well select 001 and then click on copy. Okay, so I'll choose new entries just to illustrate that it doesn't really bother. Alright, so what is the sales office that we should be creating? The sales office is, let's say, Bay Area, right? BAYA. The description is Bay Area. And then we have to enter some address here. No, I'm not going to enter the full address here. Bay Area sales office, it's in the US, blah blah blah. Then you can enter all that address anytime you like and then save. Again, create a new address, new transport request, create sales office BAYA for Bay Area. So give as much of a meaningful description as you can, because it's going to be really useful after a certain point in time where you might want to dig back into the system and see, what are the things that have been done, especially after a go live. If you want to find out a particular rogue transport that might be causing some problems, it's very easy to identify if you have a request description that's more meaningful. Alright, so similarly you can create any other number of sales orgs sales offices that you want, but for now we're just going to go ahead and create sales groups. Again, the sales group that we'll be creating is, let's say, consumables. CON consumables. Enter. Okay, the one that we'll be creating here is consumables. Okay, sales office is that, and then sales group is consumables. Okay, so in fact we can copy all of this stuff into the previous slide, right, like so. So here is our sales group and sales office. Save it, then create new sales group con, enter. Okay, so we have done our sales part, which is creation of a sales organization, creation of a distribution channel, creation of a division, sales office, sales group. Company code and company will be created by your FICO consultant, but we will also do the part of an MM consultant, which is creation of a plant and storage location. Okay, sometimes, as an SD consultant in smaller projects, you might have to do this, but it's very, very rare. But nevertheless, we will see it just for the sake of completion. Okay, next one is plant. So how do you create a plant? Here is how you create a plant. Next is plant. So here is how you create a plant. Go to define, copy, check plant, and as usual, copy but don't define. So copy, delete, check, click on choose, click the copy button, choose the source as 0001, and the target is going to be, and we're going to choose the source as 0001 as usual, and the target is going to be the plant in New Jersey, let's say. So it's going to be New J, and then hit enter. The same transport number message, click OK, and as you see in the left bottom corner, it's trying to read the tables and do a bunch of stuff behind the scenes that we don't need to bother about at this point. It's a pretty intensive series of steps that SAP is doing behind the scenes, which we need not be aware of, as it's not very important. But what is important is to understand that you shouldn't create plants, but rather copy plants from standard setup. And here we go, same old familiar transport request. Click on new, and then what are we doing here? Create new plant, New J, and try to be as descriptive as you can, as usual. So recording the transport. Look at the left bottom corner for any messages or as any progress that SAP is doing in terms of copying or any other stuff like that. Okay, the message finally that you get is plant 001 copied to New Jersey without number ranges, understandably, and we don't really care at this point as long as we see that our plant has been created. New Jersey is the plant that's created. Okay, now as usual, go back to define and then click choose, then select select New J plant, and either go inside the plant like this and then change the configuration is required, or go to the address details and change whatever address that you want to change. Okay, in this case I would let it remain as it is, but you might want to change the address of the plant in a real scenario, because if the plant is in San Francisco, you don't want this address to be there, the Waldorf, Germany address, right? That's the plant, but I'm going to remain as it is and move forward. Okay, plant is done, and then we have storage location, right? So where is our storage location? Go to material management, and we have maintain storage location, right? So here is storage location configuration. So we want to create a storage location where? Storage location for the plant New Jersey, right? So enter your plant as New Jersey. So in order to create your storage location, the first thing that you have to do is enter the plant. right? So enter the plant, and then click OK. And you see that there are already 3 different storage locations assigned to that plant. If you want to create your own storage location, as usual, select 001 and then create new entries by copying, or you can just start creating new entries and then create your own storage location, right? And then click copy, or you can use new entries to create your own storage location. Now if you think these storage locations are not relevant, you can delete them. Okay, select all of them and click on this button to delete. Most of the cases that's what you'll be doing, because you don't require those standard storage locations. You might want to create your own storage location like so. Okay, then click on new entries. What is the storage location that we want to create? The one that we want to create under the New Jersey plant is, let's say, in New Jersey, in Jersey City, there is a storage location. There is Jersey City storage location. Okay, and select it. Go to address. If you want any addresses, you can specify that here. Specify that here. Address of storage location. Alright, I don't know why I'm not able to do it, but that's fine. So create storage location Jersey City, right? Save. Then our warehouse. Like I said, warehouse is optional, so I'm just going to show it for the sake of completeness. But when you want to do it, you can just definitely skip this step. So here is the warehouse step under logistics execution. Okay, warehouse. Like I said, this is optional. Okay, here is our warehouse. Select this and then, as usual, define copy, delete, check. What warehouse do we want to select it from? We want to select it from 001 and then call it the warehouse WH1, let's say. Alright, so you want to create a new warehouse. You copy from 001 and create your own warehouse WH1. So create new warehouse WH1. Okay. Then warehouse 001 copy to WH1. Sorry. Okay, this is the warehouse step. And hit enter, go back. Okay, you can as usual go and change the address of the warehouse, the address formats and all that stuff. The next is the shipping point. So we know this is where we ship and create the shipping point. Go click on choose. As usual, go click copy 0001 and then the shipping point we are let's say we are shipping delicate medical equipment, right? So, or consumables, let's say consumables are like they are consumed by the equipment, like gels that they write for on your body when you want to do when they want to do a CT scan, or any of those consumables like syringes or stuff like that. So if you want to ship consumables, you'll definitely ship it in a different format than when you ship those capital equipment. So for shipping point, we can define 2 shipping points, one for those sensitive equipment, and the other is for a temperature sensitive equipment, like those vials of bottles or all that kind of stuff, like gels that need to be kept under a particular temperature. Now this is sensitive equipment, and I'm just using a term there called sense. Create shipping point SENS for sensitive equipment. Okay, the shipping point that we are creating is SENS. Oops. Okay, so we are doing that there, and we are doing that here. Warehouse is done, shipping point is done. Alright, so we have done most of the stuff here, like creation of plant, storage location, shipping point, and warehouse. So the definition part is done. So you close the definition part and move on to assignment. Now let me go back to that picture there, where I think it was a long way back, where we see all the different enterprise structure elements, and then you see we have created most of these things. We have created West, we have created Direct, we have created X-Ray, we have created Bay Area, we have created Field App, Sales Group, New Jersey plant, some shipping point, storage location, warehouse, right? Optional as well as mandatory. We have done all that stuff. Now for the next part, what we are going to do is link them up together, and we're going to start here. We're going to start with assigning the plant, the storage, this sales organization to the company code. We're going to choose 1000 in this case. You can choose 3000 or 1000. The actual number will be given by your FICO consultant, right? So the definition part is done, and now we're going to start with assignment. Go there, start with sales and distribution. Assign sales org to company code. So the sales org that we have created is, but before I go there, let me take a screenshot. Okay. First part is assign a sales org to company code. The sales org that we have created, I guess, is West. West is assigned to 0001 company code. We don't want that. We want it to be assigned to 1000. Now you might have a question here. So who has assigned the sales org West to 0001 company code? We didn't do that until this point, right? So SAP has automatically done that under the assumption that that's what you want, because we have copied it from 0001, if you remember. The sales org West was created as a copy of sales org 0001, and internally 0001 sales org is already assigned to company code 0001. But that's not the assignment that we want. We want West to be assigned to company code 1000 or 3000 or any other company code of our choice, and we can change it here. Alright, so you can change it here like so. Okay, we can change that assignment here. So change it? Yes, of course we want to change it. Assign sales org West to company code 1000. Again, like I said, you can be as descriptive as you want. The more descriptive you are, the better it is. Alright, so what have we done here? We have chosen West as the sales org, and we have we have assigned West to the company code 1000. So this is the change that has been done. Changed from 0001 to 1000 or a company code of your choice. Okay. Next is distribution channel to sales organization. What distribution channel do you want to assign it to? The one that we are interested in is in West, and you see West is assigned to so many different sales distribution channels, right? And we are not interested in this or this or this. We are only interested in AG, which is the one that we have created, which is agency sales. Again, you might have a question. Who has done all these assignments? Remember, these assignments are done as a part of the copying process behind the scenes by SAP. Okay, and it's a side effect of copying. So if there is any other assignments that SAP is already done for 0001 sales org, it will already be done for you. But it's very easy to correct. All you have to do is select whatever is not necessary, click on the delete button, and then all the stuff that is not necessary will be gone. Right? So go here, and what we are doing here is this step. So select whatever is not necessary and then click on delete. Delete unnecessary assignments. Okay, so delete, save. Again, what are we doing here? Assign sales org west to distribution channel agency AG. Okay, save, go back. Assign divisions to sales org. What is the divisions that we are interested to assign west to? We are interested to assign it to X-rays, isn't it? So select whatever is not necessary again, and then only assign it to X-rays. Oops. Or maybe we can go back and set it up right there. Okay. Oops. Sorry. Pick up this window, put it here, and this is that. Select whatever is not necessary and then click on delete. Right? So we have done three things. Assign sales org to company code, assign distribution channel to sales organization, and assign division to sales organization. Now copy this guy, because this is what we'll be using again in the next picture, because we have just done only three pieces in this menu path. This is done, this is done, this is done. Now we need to do this part, setting up of sales area. Assign, finishing up the previous configuration, which is assigning West Sales Org to division X-ray. Okay, save it, go back. Now the next is setting up our sales area. Go here, click on this button. It will set up the, it will show you the sales area. The one that we are interested in is to set up West Distribution Channel AG and Division X-ray. Do we have anything like that? Of course we have it. But as usual, apart from that, there are a ton of other things that we are not interested in, isn't it? So we are not interested in everything that I'm highlighting here. We are only interested in this one row, West AG XR. So everything that is not relevant, you know what to do. You just have to delete that stuff. Okay. Once again, that extra assignments is automatically made by SAP because we have copied West from 0001. Okay, that's that, and save. Assign, create rather, sales area West and distribution channel agency, and then division XR, which stands for X-rays. Okay, next is assign sales office to sales area. Okay, what sales office needs to be assigned to the sales area? go to sales office and select West. West should be assigned to sales area, West and distribution channel, division, agency and XR. This one needs to be assigned to a different sales area, which is sales office, which is Bay Area. If you remember, the sales office that we have created is Bay Area, but that assignment is not here. So delete everything that is not necessary. Delete and go create new entries for West, distribution channel, agency, division, X-ray and sales office, Bay Area. Okay, this is the entry that we want to create. Save it. New entry. Assign sales area West, distribution channel, agency and division XR to sales office. What is the sales office that you want to assign it to? Bay Area. Enter and then click OK. We are done here. It's pretty simple, isn't it? As simple as it can get. Once you get a hang of what we are doing here, whatever we are doing here is really, really easy. There's no complication here at all. Right? You just have to have an understanding of what we are doing on paper. Once you have that understanding, whatever we are doing is pretty simple. The actual steps are pretty simple. If you know one step, all the other steps are very easy. Okay, but understanding those concepts and understanding what a sales office is, sales area is more important. Next step is assign sales groups to sales area. Okay, sales office is Bay Area. And is it assigned to anything else? I don't even see that entry. So click on new entries and then create Bay Area. Assign it to sales group con, which is our consumable sales area, isn't it? So this is the next step. Oops. The next step is assign sales group to sales area. So this step is done. As usual, create your meaningful transport request. Assign sales group to sales office. You can specify the names very clearly so that it's easy to understand. Okay, then the next step is assign the sales organization to plant and distribution channel combination to plant. So select that. The ones that we have created is West and distribution channel is agency, right? For West and agency, we want it. This is the assignment that we are interested in. West and agency should be assigned to the plant New Jersey, and the rest of them can be deleted. Right? Oops. This is this entry. Delete everything that's not necessary. Right. By doing that and click save. Assign distribution channel and sales org West AG to plant New Jersey. Okay, that's done. And then you can close this guy, go to logistics execution and assign warehouse number to plant and shipping point to plant combination. Okay, this one is very simple as well. No sweat. Go to the next one and assign warehouse number to plant storage location. The one that we want is plant New Jersey. New Jersey is assigned to a storage location 0088. If you have created it as a storage location, you can use that. If you want to have a new storage location, you can choose that. See, this one is Jersey City, right, which is JERC city. So go to New Jersey, New J, storage location is Jersey City, and warehouse number is, I think, warehouse 1. If you don't know these entries, you don't need to remember them. You can just go here and search. Like I said, it's very easy if you set this on paper first and then do it on the system hands-on. Assign plant New Jersey and storage location Jersey City to warehouse 1. Okay, this is the assignment of the warehouse part. Okay, there we go. I think we are getting closer to our final results. The next one is assign shipping point to plant, this one. So you go there and select assign shipping points to plant. This one looks a little different than the other ones. As you can see, the interface looks a little different. So the way to search for it is click on the search button, okay, and then find the plant. The plant in this case being New J, right? This one is a little different. Okay, okay, search, go to search, enter the plant, and as soon as you enter the plant, it will show you the plant that you have selected, and then select it and see if the storage location is assigned, shipping point is assigned to a plant. In this case, sense is assigned to this plant, and any assignment, if it is there, you're done. If not, how do you assign this? If you want to assign, let's say 3000 to a plant New Jersey, how do you assign it? So select your plant and then click on assign. Your possible list of shipping points comes up. Select it, and then I'll go to the next page. In this case, first step is select plant. First step. Second step, click on assign. In the third step, the pop-up comes up. So select the plant. This is step number 4, and click on this for step number 5. Okay. Similarly, if you want to delete, you can select a row and then click on delete. This is assigning shipping point to plant. In this case, sense is already assigned to New Jersey, so I'm safe. Assign shipping point sense to plant New J, and then click on save. Now we are done with our enterprise structure. We have done a whole bunch of things today. Want to see what we have done? Because we have been doing so many descriptions in the transport request, right? So go to SE01. Okay, so go to SE01, which is the transport organizer or transport request views. Okay, and then select modifiable and released. Okay, I would rather, this should be good enough. Okay, select this. I'll tell you what modifiable is and released is at a later point, but make sure you have selected both of them, because some transport might not be released and some transport might be released. If you want to see a comprehensive list, this is the easiest thing to do. Okay, and then click on display. Okay, the entire list of transports that you have done will be shown here. So if you collapse this, you can see that these are all the transport requests that you have done here. See? The list of customization done by you against your username and the client and the description that you are given and the unique numbers is all here. Okay, now another chapter called landscape is where we'll be discussing transport requests, how to create transport requests, how to modify transport requests, how to release transport requests, what is the process of release, what are the contents of a transport request, what is a landscape, is all something that we need to discuss as part of a different class. So until that point, you can just leave this concept right here. Alright, so this is transport requests and this is enterprise structure for you. We have just completed a full enterprise structure as you'll be doing in a full setup. Any questions you have, we can discuss them as part of the hands-on that we are going to do on Tuesday. Okay, thank you very much.
In this chapter, we are going to talk about common distribution channels and divisions. Before we talk about the details, let me do a quick experiment. Can you create a customer master with a blank or a wildcard distribution channel or division? Meaning, when you create the customer master sales view, you enter the details of sales org, say 1000, distribution channel, 10 or 20 or 30, and division is 00. Can you wildcard this? Meaning put a star or a blank? Let's try it. So go to logistics, sales and distribution, master data, business partners, customer, create, VD01, enter the customer of 1000, sales org of 1000, and typically would put a 10 here or a 20 or whatever distribution channel, division of 00. Now the experiment that we are making here is, what if we just put a blank or just put a star? Does it work? Let's see. Whoops. It says that the sales area 1010 is not defined for customers. So what does it tell you? It tells you that you cannot create a customer with a blanket or a wild card distribution channel or division. So before I explain why I'm doing this, let me give you a business scenario. Say there's Dell Computers and it's trying to sell to a customer, say ABC Electronics. And the sales org that it's trying to sell is in 1000. Now, Dell could be selling to ABC Electronics in different formats. ABC could be buying from Dell as a retail customer for their own internal consumption, or it could be buying from Dell as a reseller intending to sell it to other customers, maybe after value adding some components, or it could be buying just as a distributor to distribute goods to other customers down the line. Now, when you want to create ABC Electronics across all these channels, you would be forced to create this customer 3 times. Say retail is distribution channel 10 and reseller is distribution channel 12 and distributor is distribution channel 13. You'll have to create this customer 3 times. So one is for
sales org 1000, distribution channel 10, which is retail, and division, let's say 00. Let's make it less complicated. And another record for reseller, and another record for distributor. Why? Because a customer always has to be created for a combination of sales org, distribution channel, and division, even if the data is same across all the distribution channels or all divisions. In this case, it's the same customer. The data across the retail channel or the reseller channel or the distribution channel is not really changing. So why are we forced to create this customer 3 times? Do we have to do this? Do we have another option? Can't we just say, hey, you know what? I'm going to create this customer for this combination 1000-10-00. Just refer to the same data for all of the distribution channels or divisions, because the data remains the same. So all we are trying to say is, instead of wildcarding this and saying, this is the data for all distribution channels, can we pinpoint, can we just select a certain set of distribution channels, say 12 and 13 in this case, and say that this data always refers to 10? Yes, you can. The way to do it is with common distribution channel or common divisions. Sometimes it's also called reference distribution channels or reference divisions. So I'm saying that if you maintain data for this combination, you don't need to maintain it for this combination because it already exists. Why does it exist? Because 12 refers to 10 and 13 refers to 10, and there's no need to create data again for 12 and 13. Now let's do another experiment. Let's try to create a customer for the combination 1000-12-00. Very easy. Just put 12 here. Whoops. It says that the sales area 1000-12-00 does not exist. So what does this tell you? It tells you that when you create 10 as a reference distribution channel for 12 and 13, you can't really create data again for 12 and 13. Now you might have a question here. Based on this error message, sales area 1000-12-00 is not defined for customers. Is it really true that 1000, 12 and 00 are not defined for or are not defined as a sales area? Well, let's find out. Go to SPRO, IMG, enterprise structure, assignment, sales and distribution. You can set up sales areas and go to selection by contents. I'm going to select sales org and say division, because we want to search by division 00 and sales org 1000. Choose. You have 1000-10-00, 1000-12-00 and 1013-00 created as sales areas. That means that even though the sales area 1000-12-00 exists in the enterprise structure, still SAP does not allow you to create a customer for this combination. it only allows you to create it for this combination. Where is this configuration that allows you to reference one distribution channel to another? And go to SPRO, and instead of going to enterprise structure, you might be tempted to go there, but it's not there. Go to sales and distribution, and then go to master data, and this is where the configuration for common distribution channels and divisions is. So let's go inside the common distribution channel configuration. Go to position, select 1000, and you'll see 10, 12, and 13. But the first column represents the sales org, the second column represents the distribution channel, and for 10, the reference distribution channel is 10, and for 12, the reference distribution channel is 10, and for 13, the reference distribution channel is 10. So 10 is really referring to 10, meaning 10 is the reference distribution channel, which is good. And 12 is also referring to 10. And 13 is also referring to 10. So this is the configuration that says that 10, in this case, is the common distribution channel for 12 and 13. Now you see two columns here that references 10. For example, distribution channel 12 references 10 here and here. The one that we are interested in is this column because that is the reference distribution channel for customers and materials. For now, just understand that reference distribution channels or common distribution channels are not just for customers or materials, they are also for condition records. So they refer to pricing condition records or other kinds of condition records. And this column refers to master data like customer or material. You could have a different combination for each of them, but it's very rare. You always go with the same combination. Now we know the configuration and we know the result of the configuration when you create the record. Again, let's do another experiment. Let's change this to something else. Let's say 13 and 13. What should happen now? When you try to create a customer master for 1000-1200 combination, system should say no because it really refers to 10. But when you try to create it for 13, 1000 sales org, 13 distribution channel, 00 division, it should say okay, right? Let's try that. So let's change this to 13 and this to 13 and save it and try to create a customer which is VD01 and it's going to be 1000, and instead of 12 we are going to put 13 because we just dereferenced 13 to refer to itself instead of the common distribution channel 10. This works fine. So what does this tell you? As long as you reference another distribution channel, you can't really create master data for the referenced distribution channel or the referenced division. Couple more learnings here. Now all along we have been talking about distribution channels. The same logic as in common distribution channel or reference distribution channel applies to common divisions as well. You could see that in the example here. So there's configuration for common distribution channel and there's configuration for common divisions. And the second point is the same logic applies to not just customer master but material master and condition records. Okay, so what does it mean? This means that when you create a customer, you only need to create one record because 12 and 13 already reference 10. What if there are more divisions? Say there are 0, 0, 10 and say 20. Ideally, if you don't reference another division, you would still have to have the same problem that you started with. You'd have as many records as there are possible sales areas. So which means you'll have to do this one record, plus you'll have to do 1000 plus 10 plus 20, that will be another record, and 1000 plus 10 plus 30, that will be another record. So if you have 3 distribution channels, 10, 12, 13, and 3 divisions, 0, 10, 20, you'd have to create 3 records. Can we minimize that? Yes. You could have 10 reference 00, 20 reference 00, in which case there's no need to maintain these 2 records as well as these 2. You could just have 1000, 10, 00, one record, and all the other sales areas really reference the 1000, 10, 00 record, right? What are we doing here? We are reducing the data maintenance. So instead of 9 records that you would probably have to maintain if you did not have common distribution channels and divisions, you are just maintaining 1 record. What about the material master? Same thing. If you go to a material master, say MM01, and select the material, say M01, hit enter, and then we are only interested in these details, right? So click OK, and you'll see that you'll have to enter a sales org and distribution channel to maintain sales data for that material. Now, granted, you don't see a division here in the material master case because divisions are really part of the material master maintenance. You still have distribution channel. So in this case, when you reference 12, 13, 14 to 10, you don't need to maintain data for 12, 13, 14 sales org distribution channel combinations. You can just maintain for 10, and the rest of the data really references 10. And same is the case with condition records. Let's try and maintain a condition record. Go to VK11 and enter PR00. Select the combination material, click OK, and you'll see that sales org distribution channel is typically a possible combination in most of the pricing condition records. So if you maintain for 10, you don't really need to maintain for 12 or 13. If you try and maintain for, say, 12, which really references 10, hit OK. You'll have a message here saying that condition records cannot be created for distribution channel 12. So if you try to create condition data for a distribution channel that really references a common distribution channel, you get an error message saying that you cannot maintain conditions for that possible combination. So that's about condition records. So let me summarize what we have discussed here. Okay, creating master data for all possible sales areas is not necessary. So this is master data proliferation. You don't really need to do it. And the way to avoid this master data proliferation is common distribution channels and divisions. And another point is when you create a reference distribution channel division model, data only needs to be created for the common distribution channel division combination. The rest of the distribution channel division sales area combinations need not be maintained and cannot be maintained.
Okay, now when we think of this enterprise structure, and ask yourself the question, why are we doing this enterprise structure? Most people will be tempted to say, yeah, we're doing this enterprise structure because we want to structure our enterprise. Meaning we want to put some organization around the company. That would be a very tempting answer, but unfortunately that's not correct. That's not the reason why we do enterprise structure. Barring a few exceptions, one or two, most of the elements in the enterprise structure, like sales org, distribution channel, division, sales office, sales group, these things are really useful for reporting. This is the most fundamental reason why we do enterprise structure. What do I mean by this reporting thing? When I mean reporting, okay, how much of sales did we do in this distribution channel? How many new, let's say, sales, and it's $100 million in retail and $150 million in franchisee sale. So that gives somebody up in the value chain, say the CEO, CIO, some picture on which distribution channel to concentrate on, which needs more efforts, which gives them more leverage, so on and so forth. And you can probably think about 1 million reports like this based on sales org, based on divisions, which product lines are doing more, which product lines need more R&D because the sales is increasing, which is an upcoming and promising product line, so on and so forth, right? And you can talk about sales offices. What kind of sales did this particular sales office do? How much commissions did the particular sales group, right? Sales group, how much commission did he get? Right? These are all examples of reports that can be pulled once you create your master data and transactional data according to a particular structure. And that structure in this case being the enterprise structure. So reporting is the primary reason why you use enterprise structure. Okay. There is another reason which is more operational. Okay. Let me write here. Operational. Meaning you want to give a special discount. Example, you want to give a special discount to all, let's say, coupon, right? You want to give a special coupon to only a retail distribution channel. So unless you classify as a customer belonging to retail or a transaction like a sales order belonging to a retail, section or segment, you can't really give that coupon out, right? You only want to give that out to a retail. So giving a coupon is an example. Giving a discount, any other kind of discount, like a promotional offer where you give 10% discount to all corporate customers. Sure, that can only be possible if you classify the customer or the transaction as being corporate, right? You want to have special pricing for it. You want to have special freight for it. These are all operational reasons, meaning they are useful for your day-to-day operations. So unless you classify your data, like the customer master or the transactions, as belonging to one particular segment, you can't really, create all these operational. You can't really give these or do these operational interactions like giving coupons, discounts, or having special freight, so on and so forth. So these are the two main uses of enterprise structure. One is operational, second is reporting. The third is almost a subset of reporting, I would say, is what I would call, so we have two uses, right? Let me just summarize that. So you got your enterprise structure, and you have two uses for that, I said. One is operational, where on a day-to-day basis, you would need your data to be structured in a particular way, and another is reporting. Okay. Now, a subset of reporting is internal
versus external. Internal is all the reports that we have discussed in reporting, like sales reports, operational reports, like what's the total discount that we have given, are we going to losses or profits. That's internal. It's only relevant for our own company's employees or the decision makers. But external is probably for the government or for the SEC or for any other external board that requires some data. If it's a public limited company, let's say, if it's a private limited, yeah, the government is probably needs your transactions for tax records. But if it's a public limited company, yeah, like Apple or any of those big companies, they would need to file their returns with the SEC because they deal with public money. The bottom line is, this is a special kind of reporting that not just used internally within the company, but it's sent out to somebody else like the government or SEC. The key org element that is used for this external reporting is company code. Okay, so it's a pretty important org element. So that's why all business transactions are performed under this head. So irrespective of whatever the business transaction is, anything that happens in the company, well, most things, okay, have to happen under a particular company code. Okay, so company code is super important. Company code is very important. And the reason being, like I said, everything has to be done under a head. Now, when we talk about sales, we talk about sales org. So everything happens under the sales org. When we talk about purchasing, everything happens under the purchasing org. Right? When we talk about warehouse management, everything happens under a plant. But when we talk about the company in general, the big daddy for all of these different org elements is the company code. And any transaction that you do here or here or here has to be finally linked to a particular company code. That's why each sales org is linked to a company code. And similarly, purchase org is linked to a company code, and similarly, plant is linked to a company code, and so on. Okay? So company code has a special place in that it's the head under which you do all your transactions, so that anything that you want, finally, when you pull your balance sheets and profit and loss, it's done at the company code level. This is the place at which you do your profit and loss account, so which is basically accounting for how much did we make this year and how much did we lose this year, right? And balance sheet, so how much assets we have, how many liabilities we have, so on and so forth. This is the importance of enterprise structure. So let me quickly summarize what you've just learned. We were trying to discuss the importance of enterprise structure. So we said enterprise structure is not just created because we want to put our org into structure, but there are two main reasons why we do enterprise structure. One is reporting, and another is operational. Reporting, because unless you organize your transactions into different sections or sectors or any other kind of org elements, you can't really do any kind of reporting on it. And we have seen some examples of reporting, like sales reports, purchase reports, discount reports, or channel reports. These are the types of reports that can be pulled out of the raw data, like the raw customer data, raw sales data, raw purchasing data, raw invoices data. Operational, on the other hand, is giving or rather performing certain operational activities based on the way you have structured your enterprise. So you want to give special discounts to a particular channel, or you want to give coupons to a particular customer group, right? Unless you really classify a customer as belonging to a particular channel or a sales order belonging to a particular channel, you can't really do these operational things that are required generally in the enterprise.
So reporting and operational purposes are the main reasons why an enterprise structure is created and used. So a special case of reporting is company code, where we said the reporting that happens in company code is not just used for internal purposes, but is used externally also, like reporting it to the government for tax and other reasons. So company code plays a very special role when we talk about reporting. So like I said, all transactions have to be accounted for in the company code. So that's the head under which all accounting is done. If you move goods from one place to another, the company code has to record it. If you sell some goods to the customer, the company code has to record it. If you purchase some goods, the company code has to report it. So a special sub case of reporting that's especially used for legal and government purposes is the company code. So this is a pretty important piece of the enterprise structure that's used both for operational as well as reporting, and especially on the legal and government front.
Okay, in this section, we are going to talk about business process. Business process. So what is a business process? Let's take the example of a company that sells, say, servers, those big computer machines, and also software. Now, the way the servers are sold is totally different from the way the software is sold. How, you might ask me? With servers, these are like really expensive pieces of hardware, right? So, with servers, there's a sales guy who goes after potential customers. So these are all potential buyers. And maybe some of them are interested in buying this product, right? And then they'll ask you for a quotation. And this quotation goes through a whole bunch of iterations, like price increase, price decrease, quantity increase, approvals, so on and so forth. And then some of them might actually go ahead and place an order. And thus, this order is to deliver a couple or 10 or 20 of these servers, and our warehouse will have those servers available, and they will deliver the servers out to the customer. And then our software installation expert or hardware installation expert will go and install and configure the hardware and the necessary software, show a demo to the customer. The customer likes it and probably gives you a confirmation that everything is fine, and you're gonna send an invoice to the customer, which is a fancy word for a bill, and the customer is going to pay the money. Okay, so that's how the servers are sold. So let's come back to software. So how is software sold? Because software does not have inventory, right? So no physical inventory. And say, for example, the software that's sold here is it's not like enterprise software. It's not like $100,000 or $1 million. It's a software that's sold in a city and it's less than $100. And the way it's sold is it could be sold as a freebie along with the rebate, for example, or it could be sold as a freebie along with some hardware to improve the hardware sales, or it could be tagged along with another channel partner to increase the sales of another product. So in this case, there is no quotation, there is no order, there is no delivery. Maybe there is electronic delivery, but that's about it. There is no installation and configuration you have to do. The customer will install it by himself. And of course, there is invoicing, which will happen in a different way compared to the way that we do invoicing for servers. Let's take another example. Say there is a power company, a power generating company. Right? And say this is based on coal, thermal power station. Right? So this runs 24/7 and so needs access to a whole bunch of coal, right? Right? So this is all coal. And it cannot wait for the coal to come like every day. It doesn't do like that. So it has a vendor, maybe an open coal mine. They will be delivering the goods or delivering the coal to the power station. Now, how will they deliver it? The way they deliver it is not the way a server is sold, right? A server is like, okay, I need 1 server or 10 servers. You deliver it to the customer and that's done. But with coal, it's like the coal mine is going to continuously dump a whole bunch of coal, say, at minimum maintain 100,000 tons of coal over here as a consignment, make it available to the power station, and whenever the power station requires coal, it will withdraw from the coal dump, and then if it doesn't like it, it will return it. So this process is called a consignment, and if the coal mine thinks that this power station is not consuming enough from the dump, it can probably sell it to another coal station, to another power station. So this model is different from the way servers or software is sold. Let's take another example. We have a power station. And this power station is selling to the grid, the California grid or whatever. And this grid supplies to homes like yours and mine. Right? Now, nobody goes around and sets up a power station just like that. The power station always has a contract with the grid. This contract could be saying that you got to buy electricity from me for say 10 years at so many megawatts, and this same company will have a contract with the coal mine that they have to supply the coal at so many tons per day or so many tons per month for a period of 10 years. You can't just go about and set up a power station and then expect customers to come in. So this shows that there is a contract involved between two parties. So these are all examples of business processes. So there is quotations, there is orders, there is deliveries, there is invoicing, and then there is invoicing without delivery in this case. And then there is a consignment, which is not really a sale, but it results in a sale after some time. and then there are contracts. These are all different examples of business processes. So in the next chapter, we'll see what a document type is and how it's related to a business process. Okay, now that we have seen what a business process is, let's move on to the document type and how it's related to a business process. Right? So document type. A document type represents the characteristics of a business process. What do I mean by that? So let's take the same example. So this company, right, sells servers and sells software, and when it's selling a server, so it's going through a salesman who contacts a list of potential customers, and out of them some customers are interested to proceed forward. So in this case, these customers are not really interested at this point to buy the product, but they just want to have a look and feel of it, maybe find out if it's really useful, and they might ask you for a quotation, and then maybe iterate over the quotation. At this point, you see, this quotation is a business process. Receiving a quotation from a customer does not mean that you can ask your factories to start producing that server or piece of hardware, right? So demand is not transferred to production. Your production facility, which could be in China or in the US, does not need to start producing it because it's just a quotation. The customer just asked for a quotation. Also, a quotation will have a whole bunch of statuses. Like, you know what, it's 10% through because it's a sales and negotiation cycle, right? It's 10% through, or it requires a VP approval, or it's a hot lead versus a cold lead, meaning it might not even go through, or it might go through with a high probability, and maybe it's approved internally or by the customer, or maybe it's just lost. These are all statuses. Now, an order need not have a status, but a quotation could have a status. After the quotation is done, let's say if the customer agrees to buy it, maybe he'll place an order. And when an order is placed, that's when the customer agrees to buy the product. And when the customer agrees to buy the product, we can signal our manufacturing, either the vendor who's producing and shipping it to us, or our factory which is actually producing the goods. So you can pass the demand to the factory. And this document will have a corresponding delivery and invoice also linked to it, because a quotation will not be delivered anyway, we know it. So you don't need to have the quotation to be configured with the corresponding delivery in case if delivery is asked, or corresponding billing in case billing is asked. Because quotation is not delivered, quotation is not billed. Whereas an order is manufactured or procured, it's delivered, it's invoiced. So this is a different business process altogether. And maybe after an order is placed, you really check for the credit that you can, extend to that customer. Maybe because not all customers are equal, right? A Fortune 500 company could be extended a great amount of credit, but an offbeat family-owned company, you might want to be a little careful, right? So credit management is required here. Credit management. But in this case of quotation, there's no need for a credit management because it's more or less like an inquiry, more formal form of it. Okay, and after an order is placed, it's delivered, right? So it's delivery, and the delivery is going to have details like picking, packing, the route that it needs to take to reach the customer, so on, right? And then the hardware is installed, configured, and the customer agrees to it and says, okay, I'm good. And then, of course, once the customer agrees, it's invoiced, meaning the bill is sent to the customer and the customer pays it. So this business process will have things like, can we cancel the invoice or not? If there are more than one invoice in a month, like if the customer buys like regularly, like one server today, one server at the end of the week, and maybe 10 servers in a month, can we produce all of them in an invoice list as opposed to an individual invoice? That depends on the choice of the customer. So these are all properties of the invoice or the business process called invoicing that we are trying to document. Another example is, can you post negative values? Right? So this over here is an example. So if you go back, so SAP has broadly classified all these different business processes into 3 different classes. Okay, the first one, quotation, inquiry, orders, okay, is called as sales. Let me put it in a different color. So this is called sales. So this is one type of categorization or classification, the big one. And next we have delivery. This is the second kind of classification of the different business processes. And the third, of course, is invoicing. Okay, so there are 3 different kinds of business processes in sales and distribution. So let me go here and say, in SD, there are 3 different classes or 3 different categories of business processes. Business processes. Sales, delivery, and billing or invoicing. And each of them is configured in a different place. Now, sales, for example, could have more categorization underneath it. We'll talk about that in a minute. And deliveries, of course, are different categorization. Billing can have different categorization. If you want to give me some examples, an example of a sales categorization is an inquiry, which is different from a quotation, which is different from an order, which is different from a consignment, which is different from a contract. And each of them actually represent a category of a sales business process. Similarly, in delivery, we're going to have different categories of business process like regular deliveries, expedited deliveries, returns, and these are delivery categories, right? And invoices have their own item categories, and invoices have their own billing categories like standard invoice. If you want to give money to the customer, like if you have overcharged the customer, you would do a credit. Or if you have undercharged the customer, you would do a debit memo. If you want to do corrections, there is invoice corrections. These are all examples of billing categories. Okay? Now, where is the document type? I'm talking about business processes, 3 different classifications of business processes: sales, delivery, billing. And then underneath each of them, I'm talking about sales categories, delivery categories, and billing categories. So where is the document type? A document type represents all the variations that are possible in a particular category. For example, if you are talking about a quotation, which is of a category type quotation, in sales, a document type represents all the properties of how a quotation should behave. This is called as a template. So a document type represents a template that's used to characterize how a business process of a particular category behaves. We'll talk about the template in the next chapter. In SD, there are 3 major classes of business processes. One is sales, the second is delivery, the third is billing. Under each class of business processes, there are different categories of transactions. Inquiry is different from a quotation, which is different from an order, which is different from how a consignment or a contract behaves. This is segregated or separated in SAP using what is called as a category. Now, we'll see some examples of where you configure sales documents, where you configure delivery documents, where you do billing, where you set the category, and so on. And then we have seen that a document type is really a template that represents the category of the business transaction and how it should behave. For example, how the credit should be done and how demand should be passed on to production, and whether a status should be maintained, like hot, cold versus lost or approved. All these things are specified in a template, and that template is called a document type. Now, the easy part is that for all the sales templates, there is only one place where you can configure this template. And the template looks like irrespective of the document category. For example, if the document category is quotation or a consignment or a contract, does not matter. All of them have the same template, and they're all configured in the same place in SPRO. And same with the delivery. All the delivery templates, irrespective of the category, are configured in a different place but under the same location in SPRO, and same with billing. Now, I'll show you the path that you need to take to configure this. So here is the path where you configure the sales document types. So go to SPRO, IMG, sales and distribution, sales, sales document header, and under that we have define sales document type. Let me take a screenshot of this
So this is where you configure your sales document types. Okay, sales and distribution under SPRO, sales and distribution, sales document, header, and sales document types. Where do you do the delivery? So deliveries are done here. So go to logistics execution. This one is a little off, so it's an exception, but most of it is under SD anyway. Go to shipping, go to deliveries and delivery types. So I'll take a screenshot of this as well. So go to logistics execution under SPRO. This is all under SPRO. And then shipping, deliveries, delivery type. And then how about billing? Billing is easy. So you go to billing under sales and distribution, billing documents, billing document types. Okay, this, and this. So this is where the templates are maintained, or the document types for the respective classes are maintained. The billing, the delivery, and sales. Now let's look at this example of a template. What do I mean by a template here? So let's go to this section and see how this template looks like. So let's go to sales document header, and select the defined sales document type. And these are the different sales document types. So go here and then select say QT for quotation. Remember, we have used QT when we have done the sales document cycle. You can either double click it or select it and go to this magnifying glass. And here is your sales order type. So what's this sales order type? What is it really? So this is the template that I was talking about. You see, it has so many different sections. So each one is a section. So this is a section that contains the number systems. This is a section that contains some other details. And this is a section that contains billing details, shipping details, all for the same sales document type called quotation. So this is what I mean by the template. The template called the sales document type. Right? So this is the template, or a set of properties that define a sales document type. And remember, the most important property in a sales document type is the category. And this is the category. And if you go back, I've told you that there are different categories of sales transactions, like inquiry, quotation, order, consignment, contract, so on. So if you go here, this is the field or the property in the sales document type or sales document type template that shows you what kind of category of business transaction this really is. So can you create your own categories? Like if you go here, can you create your own category? Like your own category? No, you can't. These things are hard-coded in SAP, meaning you can't create more than what is available here. These are the only categorization that's possible in defining a sales document type. That's it. Whatever you do, you will have to confine yourself within these different categorization available to define and classify a sales business process. Now, same thing with delivery and same thing with invoicing as well. They have a predefined set of categories, and each category behaves in a certain way. Example, a quotation behaves in a certain way and an order behaves in a certain way. and we know how they behave based on the different properties that we have seen when we talked about the business cycle. Now, if you want to create your own business process, like if you go to a company tomorrow and try and implement SAP, their business process need not be anywhere similar to how a software services companies run, or a hardware service company runs, or even how a coal mine runs. They could be totally different. You could be working in a car rental company implementing SAP. You could be working in a real estate company implementing SAP. Or you could be working in a production studio running SAP. Like there are many production houses in Hollywood that run SAP. And all of them have different business processes. But the categorization that we have seen here is what brings structure to it. This categorization is pretty similar, meaning whether you go to Hollywood implementing SAP for a production house, or whether you go to a coal mine to implement SAP for their logistics processes, there are only a fixed category of sales business processes. And if you want to create one, go and copy from the one that's closest to what you like. Meaning, if there are so many different categories like quotation, order, scheduling agreement, contract, inquiry, and so on, if a media company is looking for an inquiry, or if customers come to this media company in Hollywood for inquiries, you don't want to create it as a copy of quotation. You would want to start with an inquiry that's provided out of the box in SAP, copy it, create your own inquiry document type. Now this is very important. You don't change this. You don't go into inquiry and start changing things. You always make a copy and then create your own document type or template or whatever, and then start to customize it the way you want it. Before we answer the question of why we are copying it, we have to understand that whenever you're trying to copy it from an existing template, make sure that you copy from the closest possible category. Like I said, if your company is trying to implement an inquiry business process, don't copy it from a quotation, or don't copy it from an order. Don't copy it from a contract either. Copy it from an inquiry. If you are trying to create a contract, create your own contract as a copy of a standard contract. Now, the next important question is, why do we copy? Why can't we use the standard template provided by SAP? In the previous chapter, we have seen that we have to copy, create our own business document type to represent the business process that we are trying to model. If we are trying to model a contract, you create a new document type for contract and copy it from contract. Now, why do we need to copy? Why not use the standard template provided by SAP? After all, SAP has done so much work and research and figured out that these are the properties of a quotation. Use it. Why don't we just use it? The reason is pretty simple. A template is a template. You're supposed to use a template to create your own and modify it accordingly. So here is a template for a quotation, right? If you go here, this is the template, and these are all the different sections, like whatever sections in the template. And the template has number ranges and general control, some controls, so on. These are the different sections in the standard template provided by SAP called quotation. And I'm saying
go make a copy of it and create your own, like so. So you got quotation, and this button over here will create a copy. So use this button to copy and create your own. See, it says specify target entries, and then you go here and say Z. Let's say we are doing it for Hollywood, some production house in Hollywood. So Z, H, and then QT, and then Hollywood quote, and then when this pops up, say yes, then you change the name here, right? I missed that step, so I'm going to put that here as well. So change the name to something else, ZXXX, and then give a description, and then when this pop-up comes up, click yes, and then save it. So it's going to take some time and ask you for what is called as a customization or customizing request. So what you got to do here is, for now, just go and click on this button. And it's very similar to the way that we have seen customization in enterprise structure, right? So go here, go out, click on this button, and give a description. Say create ZHQT quote, save it, right? And you get this picture, you get this pop up again, right? And then click on this button, and then it will save it, and then create your custom template called Z Hollywood quotation. Now, why are we going through this procedure? Why not just use it as it is? Like I said, a template is a template. It's supposed to be used only as a reference. So SAP has provided this for reference. So use it, copy it, and then change the properties. There are a couple of reasons why we have to do it this way. This is the standard SAP approach to configure any module, not just SD, MM, PP. You take any module, it's the same thing. SAP provides some configuration. If you want to use it, make a copy, create your own, and then start to modify things. That will better suit your requirements or your business processes. We'll see some examples of changes. But before that, let me talk about another point. So when we do this copy, the name of this document type is QT, right? And then I did ZHQT. I didn't just do HQT for Hollywood quotation, right? It's just 4 characters after all. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's it. That's the unique code that identifies that sales document type in SAP. Why did I use a Z? Why did I start with a Z? Why couldn't I just have said HQT? There's something called as namespace. Okay, so what's a namespace? Namespace is something that tells SAP what's the starting letter. Well, there are many definitions for it, but for now, let's just say that the starting letter dictates the namespace, meaning when SAP delivers a new document type in the next release, say for example, the current release is 4.7. The release as in software release, right? We have different versions of Windows. So let's think about Windows for a bit. So there was Windows XP, and then that was released in 2000 or 95, whenever. And then there is Windows Vista, and then there is Windows whatever, right? Like say Windows 7, and then there is Windows 8, so on, right? These are all the different versions of the software. So similarly, SAP has many versions. It started with 2.0, 3.0, 3.1, and then 4.6, and then 4.7. I don't really want to talk about all the different versions, but one of the major versions is 4.7. And then there was ECC 6.0. In between that, there was 5.0. And in ECC 6.0, there are different enhancement packs or service packs, like Enhancement Pack 1, Enhancement Pack 2. So a software is evolutionary in nature, right? With each enhancement or version, SAP is going to provide us so much more additional functionality. And for example, in the next release, let's say current release is Enhancement 1, and in the next release, SAP is going to tell us or give us an additional piece of functionality in the quotation, maybe a little checkbox here, that makes quotation behave in a very different way, trying to encompass more business scenarios. Or maybe SAP wants to give us a different quotation type specifically for media houses in Hollywood, say HQT. If it happens to be HQT, the one that SAP delivers in EHP2, then if you have created HQT as a copy of QT, this is going to be overridden, and your business process stops with that upgrade. Which means when you upgrade from this to this, well, you're not going to do the upgrade. Your system admin of SAP is going to do the upgrade. That there's going to be a whole bunch of testing and so on. So it's not something that happens out of the blue. Understandable. But when you do this upgrade, and if SAP has come up with a new quotation for Hollywood in an Enhancement Pack 2, then you'll have to create a new version, say HQ1 as a copy of QT, and use it to represent your business process. Whereas because SAP has overridden your business process with a starting name of H. Now, it's not fair, right? Why should SAP override anything that's already configured? You know what you're doing, so why should this enhancement or the next version override what you're doing? It boils down to the fact that SAP is a packaged software. It provides out-of-the-box functionality, and that's what it's good at. So it provides the functionality, use it. If you don't want to use it, make a copy, create your own, start it with a Z or a Y. These are the only namespace that's allowed for us. And anything else starting with A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, blah, 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 and then X, up until X, SAP reserves the namespace so that any enhancement that it provides as part of the next version of the software can start with any of these alphabets. But Y and Z are special. They are called customer reserve namespace. What is that? So this means that anything that starts any kind of configuration, be it a document type or whatever, that starts with a Z or a Y is respected in an upgrade, meaning that SAP will not override them. because SAP will not deliver them in the first place. And that's what is the use of starting with a Y or a Z. Now, this is a little too much at this point, I understand, but no worries. As you keep doing this configuration, make sure that whenever you start a new document type, always start it, or an item category, or any other configuration, except for some things like enterprise structure. They are exempt because SAP does not deliver enterprise structure elements by default. So 1000, 3000 company codes, they are not delivered by default in any SAP installation. So you can have any numbers or anything. You don't need to start it with a Y or a Z. But any other piece of configuration, like document types, item categories, billing document types, this or that, they all have to start with a Z or a Y. And that's called as a customer reserve namespace. Right? The second point is, why are we copying? Like I said, we have always got to copy from the nearest clone, right? So if you want to model a quotation, you went to Qt and created Z Hollywood quotation. If you are working in this coal digging company and you want to create a quotation for a coal mining company, maybe you'll have Z something C Qt. And the properties of this is going to be different from the properties of this. What properties? The properties could be anything that we have specified here. Any of these are all these are properties. And any of them could be different. You could go change it from 70 to 80. You could go change this from AG to CN. If it's permitted, of course. You could go change it from 05 to 06. Now, I understand we have not seen these things yet. We don't know what they are. But these are like the different levers that control the entire business process. So if you change something, the behavior changes. And that's what I mean by the nearest clone. So when you want to create your own business process, copy it from the nearest clone and then start it with a Z or a Y as a matter of principle. And then start changing the properties behind it. So with this, you should be able to understand what is a document type, why is it called as a template, why you should copy and then create your own template instead of overriding the existing document type, and what is the namespace that you should be using to create your own document types. In the next chapters, we'll start exploring the different fields inside the document type. Okay, so let's go into the configuration for the sales document type. Go to SPRO, IMG, Sales and Distribution, Sales, Sales Documents, Sales Document Header, Define Document Types. You already know this path, so I'm not making a copy of that. Then go here and select the document type that you have created, which is Hollywood quotation. Select that, go inside it, and the first thing that you see here is number ranges, first section. Okay, so what's a number range? A number range represents a sequence of numbers or an interval of numbers that particular sales document type can have. For example, this is ZHQT, right? That's the document type. And it has an internal number range. Let's talk about that first. The int over here stands for internal number range. And then there is an external number range. And that is 02.
First off, what is a number range? When you create a quotation, go to VA21, use the document type ZHQT, and then put your customer in, whatnot, and then you click the save button. So you enter the details, and then you save it. It will generate a number. You want to see it in action? Just open another window. Go to VA21, ZHQT, and then put some sales org, distribution channel, division. Put your customer in there. And then put some material. Put a date. Today's date, and then have the quotation be valid until, say, 1 week. Then if you save it, it's going to generate a number here, Hollywood quote, and then it's 2 followed by so many zeros, and then 42. So this is the quotation number. So you enter the details here, like customer, material, valid to, etc., and then you got this number. So why did the system take this number 200042 and not something else? And it has created it automatically. You didn't ask it to use a particular number. It has automatically taken it. So where is it configured? It's configured here. So 05 refers to a number range, a from, a starting number range, and a to an ending number range. And this falls somewhere in between. So if you want to see what's the number range associated with 05, you got to go here and look at what this 05 really represents. I'm going to go back and look at number ranges. See, number ranges for sales documents. So select that. Before I do that, let me take a screenshot. So this is where number ranges are configured. Config for number ranges. So go back, and if you want to see all the different intervals, go there, and 05 corresponds to 2 followed by 6 zeros and then ends in 24999, and the current number is 20000042, right? So let me explain what this means. So if you go here, this 5, the number range for 5 starts with 20000000. It's like 2 million or whatever, and until 2.5 million. And the current number range is 20000042, and that's what the system has given you. If you create another quotation now, this will become 03. So this is like a counter that keeps on increasing from 2 million all the way through 2.5 million. The more quotations you create, the more numbers you consume. This is a number range. And this check mark over here, if you don't check it, this is internal. What's an internal number? An internal number range is something that the system generates automatically within this range of numbers. But if you mark it as external, that means that within this number range, the system is not going to choose anything. It will ask you, the user, to choose a number between this number range, this set of numbers. So when do you want to use external versus when do you want to use internal? In this case, the system is giving you a privilege of using both internal as well as external. If this is deleted, then the system defaults to external. That's how it works. So what's an internal number range and what's an external number range? Internal is always system generated. You don't have to prompt, or the system does not prompt you to enter a number. In external, the system prompts you to enter a number, and it has to be within a number range specified in the number range interval. If you want to create your own number range, no problem. Just make a copy of it, call it Z1, and then you can choose a number range. And you can make it either internal or external. So at any given time, you can view the intervals, the different number range intervals. You can go and change these intervals, like you can change this to whatever, as long as there is no overlap. And you can view the current status, as in, what's the current status? You can reset it to any number that you want. Like if you want to skip some numbers, that's fine. You can go change it from 13,358 to, say, if you want to start with 15,000, you can make it 15,000 and save it. Okay, so that's a number range.
Alright, so we have just finished talking about the number range is internal and number range is external. And we have also seen that number range is internal takes precedence over the external number range. Alright, now what about these fields? The item number increment and sub-item increment. Sub-item increment is something that we can only understand when we talk about bill of materials. So I'm going to leave it at this point. But what about sub-item increment? Let's try and create an order of this type and start entering materials to understand what sub-item increments really mean. So here is our order type, ZMA, and we're going to start entering an order here. So even if you put it as an external number range, right, it says that you have to enter a document in between 6 zeros and then 5999. 1 2 3 1 2 3. So what this goes to show you is that irrespective of whether you use internal or external, you could still use a number range, meaning even if you want to force the users to enter numbers as in the sales order externally, you could restrict that number ranges to a particular value. In this case, we are restricting it to 02 number range, which corresponds in VN01 to a particular number range, which is 500000 until 599999. Alright, now moving on, we are right now testing this little feature called the item number increment. So go here and start entering material numbers like M01, M02, M03, so on and so forth. M02, any material is fine. The point that I want to illustrate here is, look at this item number increment. It starts with 10, then 20, 30, so on and so forth. Right? If you started with a number range increment of, let's say, 100, let me save this guy. Okay, and now let's try to create an order again and see what happens here. 1000. Then let's start entering these numbers. M01, M02. Do you see the effect of this? It says if your item number increment is X, then the items increment in that order. So let me take a screenshot here So where are we? In the previous screen we talked about an item number ranges internal and external. Now we are going to talk about item number increment. An item number increment decides what should be the items that should be incremented in that particular order, meaning items should start incrementing by 100, 200, 300, 400, so on. If you put it as 10, it will be 10. If you put it as 15, it will start with 15 and then move on to 30, 45, 60. Now you might have a simple question here. Why are we starting these numbers with 10 or 100 instead of 1 or 2, 3, 4, 5? Okay. Most ERPs will have a facility where number ranges can be inserted in between line items. Meaning, if you have something similar to 10, 20, 30 line items, and then later the customer calls and says, you know what, I want 10, along with 10 I want some other material. You can put it as 40 here, or you can put it as 15, which naturally goes and sits here. Okay, if you want, we can see that with an example. Okay, now if I say M03 and then instead of 300 or hitting enter, if I enter 150 or any number between 100 and 200, look at what happens. See, M03 has moved up, isn't it? This is what I was meaning when I said numbers in the line items always have gaps. Like in this case, we are starting with 100, 200, 300, and if I just enter M04 here, it will automatically say 300. But if I say M04 170, this will go and sit in between 150 and 200. So that's a way of inserting line items in between a whole bunch of line items. Alright, that is item number increment. So I'm going to leave sub item increment, and when we come to bill of materials, I'm going to discuss that. The next is reference mandatory. We are moving on from number ranges and into general control. Reference mandatory has a couple of options here. Let's pick up B, which is with reference to a quotation, and then see the effect of this on your transaction. Okay. Set it to B, save it, and then let's start to create an order. ZMA, and then you see the system is actually forcing you to enter a quotation when I just pressed enter. What does this tell you? This tells you that if you set a particular document type to be always created with reference to another document type, let's say quotation, then you cannot create that document type without actually referring to that quotation. So ZMay has been configured here with option B, which says that you should mandatorily reference a quotation. And hence, when you try to create an order of type ZMay, it's forcing you to enter this quotation. So if you say no, it doesn't take you forward. See, you're not explicitly clicking on that create with reference button. It is forcing you to enter the create with reference button. To enter the quotation number. Right? So let me delete this guy. Okay. The reference mandatory, I am setting it to B, which is with reference to a quotation. Now, when you try to create a sales order, when you try to create the May sales order, SAP forces you to create it with reference to a quotation, whatever be that quotation. Right? Earlier, if you wanted to create a document, or let's say an order with reference to the quotation, you had to click on this button, right? Remember, create with reference. But that's not the case now, because we said in the configuration that we want this document type ZMA to be always created with reference to a quotation. The system is forcing us to always create with reference to that quotation. Now, what is the business scenario that this field should be used under? Let's say, for example, let me go to the next page. Let's say, for example, your company sells some servers, right? HP sells servers, right? Big ones. It's like 100,000, 200,000. And when we are creating an order for a server, in the past, we have always observed, let's say the power user of sales has always observed that there has been some discrepancy that the customer has asked for, and in terms of pricing, and what we have placed as an order. So in order to avoid all this confusion, the sales people have decided, the sales team has decided, that whenever an order is created, approved quotation is required. When I say approved, somebody from the sales department or somebody higher up in the sales department has to look at that quotation, approve the prices, and only then the order will be created. That way, there is no way that the customer's quotation and the customer's order could be different from each other. Now, in this case, our order of type order whatever will be configured in such a way that it will be set to reference mandatory of B, whereby when somebody tries to create an order of type ZXXX, it will always ask for a quotation. Alright, this is a business example where you can use that create with reference mandatory field. Okay, for now I'm going to make it no reference because we don't require it at this point, and then we're going to move on to check division. Now this is the same field that we have seen in the enterprise structure, same org element, division as in product lines. Now here is a little caveat that we have overlooked. You look at this division. So whenever we are trying to create an order, okay, let me go back because we have changed the configuration and start over again. Whenever we are creating an order, we are entering a division. What does that indicate? What does that indicate? Here, once again, when you're trying to create an order, you're entering a division here. If you don't enter a division here, at least when you select a customer master inside, you will be forced to enter a sales org distribution channel division. Now, what is the purpose behind it? Ideally, you wouldn't really want to restrict your orders to a particular division, isn't it? Example, if HP, okay, let me give you that example. If HP is selling 4 divisions, laptop, desktop, printer, and then server divisions. If HP is selling 4 divisions, and when we are creating an order using VA01, then enter OR, ZOR, whatever, and then here we have sales org, distribution channel, division. What does this field really say? Are we restricting the customer to enter products only from one division? Not necessarily. If you want to look at an example, let's say the division that we have chosen in this case is ZMA, and then sales org distribution channel division is 00 in this case. Okay, so in this case the division is 00. Now let's go inside and try to create an order with different line items belonging to different divisions. Let's say M02. Okay, just put your cursor on that and then hit F8. It will take you to the material master. What is the division here? 07, right? So M02 belongs to the material 07, division 07, and still you are able to place an order even though you are saying initially that your division in the sales document type should be 00. That doesn't mean, let's say if this is 00, then this is 01, and then this is 10, this is XX. That does not mean that the customer should only order divisions from laptop or printer or scanner. The customer is free to choose whatever divisions he likes. Okay, so here is the deviation. This is the division in the header, and this is the division in the line item. Here is a deviation. Normally, by default, this deviation is tolerated because we really want the customer to place orders from any product line. No problem. Sometimes, however, we want to check the division and ensure, let's say I set it to error. Okay, I set it to error, and now I go back and try and create this order. VA01. Now remember the header division is 00. Now I'm trying to create a division at the line item level, for example M02, which belongs to a different division. And you look at the message at the bottom. It says, what does it say? It says division 00 deviates from the line items, isn't it? So division deviates from the line item. Division in the header deviates from the line item. So this has resulted in this error. Division at header is 00. Header division is 00. And item division is 07. So there is this deviation, and that's what SAP is trying to say here. It says header division 00 is deviating from item division 07. Right? That's the check division field. Moving on, let's remove that. We don't want it to get in our way. Now, credit limit, credit group, we're going to discuss when we talk about credit management. Item division, not very important. Read info record, it is important, but we are going to talk about that at a later point. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to highlight some of the fields and then let you know that these are important, but we are not going to discuss at this point because we have not really gone through some of the concepts that are really necessary in order for us to understand these things. Okay, so these two fields, learn in credit management. It's a totally different topic, and we will talk about that when we'll talk about these two fields when we get to credit management. Now, output application, we will see in output determination. Again, another topic that we don't care about at this point. Don't rush into it. We got time. Info record, we will see after we learn about CMIR, or customer material info record, which is another topic that we will discuss another day. Alright, so these three fields are important, these four fields, but we are not going to talk about it now. Okay, next, check purchase order number. What does this field do? Check purchase order number. If you check this on, then the system is going to validate. Let's say I check this on, sorry, not this one, this one. Okay, the system is going to validate whether there is a duplicate PO that has been assigned, that has been created already for that particular customer. Let me talk about that with an example here. Okay, let's say for example customer A places, like Walmart example, if you remember, Walmart customer A places a purchase order of, let's say, PO number 12345, and in VA01 HP receives that PO and creates an order number 32146, and in the PO number field the system already assigns the purchase order number to the sales order number. So this is SO number, this is PO number. Now tomorrow, if Walmart releases another PO of the same number, should we receive it and create an order, or should we call up Walmart and say, hey, you know what, you're trying to duplicate a PO number here, are you really sure these are two separate POs? Sometimes they could be right. It is possible that the customer is placing another order with the same PO number. An example of that kind of a scenario is called blanket order, where there will be one PO number against which there will be multiple purchase orders issued, and we would have to create multiple sales orders with the same PO number. Now, if you do not want that to happen, or if that is not the case really, then you would probably want the system to issue an error and say, hey, duplicate PO on the day before order number 32145 has already been created with the same PO number. Do you want to really create another one with the same PO number? Right? And in order to enable that option, set this to A. Okay, set this to A. Now again, let's go back and try and create an order of the same document type, and then for the same customer, let's first create test PO 1. Okay, this is the first order. Test PO is our PO, right? I'm going to copy it. For the customer 1000, remember, if it is a different customer, the PO number could be same, don't bother. But if for the same customer, if the PO is going to be same, then we have a problem. Okay, so I'm going back and starting again with the same customer, right? And try to enter a PO number here, like so. You look at the message at the bottom. Purchase order number already exists in this document 1333
13334. What it means is, in that order number 13334, you seem to have already created a PO number. Do you really want to pursue? Is that really right? Right? So this is the error message that you get, or rather warning message, when you receive duplicate POs, purchase orders. Okay, and that field called the check purchase order number could be used to identify whether this field is duplicated or not. Alright, that was that. Now enter PO number. Let's say I don't understand this field. So you think that this field might help you in configuring your scenario, but you don't really understand that field. What do? So you go to this help button, select your field, highlight or focus your cursor on that field like so, and then click on help button or click on F1. Now use document number to enter external PO number. So there is some help that is available here. So SAP has chosen to provide some text as the help. You can try this and make some sense out of it. If not, you might have to really try that option out in your development environment and see the effect of it. But there is some help that's available against every field. If you just highlight that field and hit on F1, or just click on this question mark button in the menu bar, in the menu. Okay, but we don't require this. It's not a very important field, so we're gonna ignore it. Next, transaction flow section. Again, not many fields are important at this point, but let me highlight whatever is important. Quotation messages. This is important. This is important. This is important. I can say 1, 2, 3 and then 4 incompletion messages. These are important, but we are only going to talk about this field now. The rest of the fields 1, 2 and 4 for later. Okay, because in order to understand 4 incompletion messages, we have got to talk about incompletion log. In order to talk about 1 document pricing procedure, we need to understand pricing. In order to understand 2 status profile, we need to understand what is a status profile and how to assign a status profile, how to set the different statuses, so on and so forth, which are separate topics in its own realm, and then they require an hour of extensive study. So we're going to revisit those fields when we come back and discuss those separate topics. But as of now, this is a very simple field, quotation messages. Now what are the options that are available there? These are the options. You see? Right now it is set to B, but these are your options. What are the options here? Okay, these are your options. And in this case it is set to B, which means check at item level. Okay, this is very simple. I'm going to illustrate it with an example. Alright, so it is set to B. Alright, we are happy there. So let's start to create an order first, a quotation first. Okay, let's say QT, and then use the customer 1000. Set a start and end date, because we know that for a quotation, a start and end date is mandatory. So I have put a 1 week as the start and end date, and I enter some materials and quantities. Okay, so PO 123, if you like to put a PO number there, but that's fine. And now save it. So you remember, for customer 1000, for material M01, there is a quotation, and that quotation number is quotation 200040. Okay, so there is an existing quotation
for customer 1000 for material M01. Right? Now let's try and create an order here by going to VA01 ZMA and hit enter for the same customer. Okay, you hit enter, you don't get any message there. Now try M01 and then hit enter. Okay. Okay, what is your check at item level? Okay, ideally, when we create the quotation with reference to. Okay, moving on. We have shipping section, and in the shipping section we will discuss delivery type, delivery block, shipping conditions, and immediate delivery. Go there and go here. There we go. And the important fields are 1, 2, 3, 4. The first one is a delivery type. Why do we need to enter a delivery type in a sales document type? Now we are talking about sales document type, right? ZMA or ZOR. Now why are we even entering delivery document type here? So if you remember your OTC flow, right, we've got order, standard OTC flow, and then delivery, and then billing. So this is F2. So this is sales, this is delivery, this is billing. In the configuration for a sales document type, why are we entering a delivery document type? The reason is, when you try to deliver an order type, you don't really mention the delivery document type. I'll tell you an example here. Okay, a very simple example. Now, when you enter an order like so, you have to enter the order type here, be it ZOR, OR, ZMA, whatever. Alright. Now you create your order like so. Okay. Now if you try to deliver an order, alright, like so, are you really going to enter a delivery document type? Just like the way we have entered sales document type when we created a sales order. Now you know how to fix this problem, right? You're gonna future date it. Right? We never entered a delivery document type here. Delivery is automatically created. What type of delivery is it? If you go to the header, this little hat kind of a button, okay, and then go to administration, you'll see that the delivery document type is LF. And where is this picked up from? This is picked up from this button, or rather this field. Okay, the delivery document type is picked up from the shipping section of the sales document type. So the delivery type LF in this case is picked up from shipping section of the sales document type. Okay, this is to ensure that when somebody is trying to create a delivery, they don't have to explicitly mention the delivery document type. It will automatically picked up from LF. Okay, that was that. What about delivery block? Let's place a delivery block. Let's say, political reasons. Okay, save it. Let's try to create an order now. VA01. You see, the system automatically places a delivery block, right? We didn't enter the delivery block. It was automatically picked up from this particular piece of configuration. Automatically set. You don't have to manually set it. Why do you want to use this? Which situation would warrant you to use this field? For example, certain business processes, when I mean business processes, translate that into your mind to sales document type. Certain sales business processes would always warrant you block the document or block the process first, make sure certain things are in place, and then explicitly release the block. Okay, example could be an order type specifically for let's say, which business process shall we pick? An order or a sales document type specifically built for samples. Okay, evaluation orders or sample orders. Now, you don't want to send out evaluations or samples to anybody and everybody you like. You want to make sure that you send out the samples only to certain business users or certain customers that you think are important. Okay, so all evaluation orders, let's say ZEV, should always go on a delivery block, and you customize that delivery block in such a way that it will be some ZX or something, some number that has a description, say evaluation block, and the order will automatically go on an evaluation block, and somebody who is the right competent authority will go and remove that block, and that will be recorded in the system as the user who has removed that block. Okay, it's just for backtracking. Alright, next we have shipping conditions. Let me set this to 51. Okay, just for the heck of it. Some shipping conditions, 51. Now, if I don't set those shipping conditions there, and if I try and create an order, what will be the shipping conditions? How do I know what the shipping conditions are? So I go to the header, look at the shipping, and see that the shipping conditions is 02. Standard. Right? Now let me redo this order again. After having saved this, now let me redo this order. Okay, now let me go to the header and see what is the shipping conditions. You see, it has changed to 51. Right? What does this go to show you? This should tell you that shipping conditions come from the sales document type. Okay, shipping conditions come from the sales document type if, and rather I would say, will override shipping conditions from customer master. Earlier, if I did not have specified the shipping conditions here, the shipping conditions from the customer master, which was 02, came and sat in the shipping conditions field of the shipping tab of that line of that order. But in this case, the shipping conditions at the line item level have overridden the shipping from the customer master. A simple example again, take the evaluation order or the sample order. By default, the customer says, hey, you know what, ship me 3 days ground.
or ship me overnight. That's my shipping preference. So accordingly, you'll set it in the customer master's shipping tab. Now, if you're sending evaluation orders, you really don't want the customer to incur that overnight shipping charges, which would be, let's say, $200 or $300 for a big equipment. Right? The customer would say, why are you even sending me this evaluation overnight? I don't need to evaluate anything overnight. So in that case, the shipping conditions would be set to a very relaxed shipping condition, say 10-day ground or the cheapest possible, so that it suits that business transaction, which is an evaluation order, which is not really a customer's priority. We are selling goods to him, and customer, we are not even selling, we are giving it out to try, and the customer doesn't want to pay for all of the freight, isn't it? So that is that. And the next is immediate delivery. Okay, so let me set this to immediate delivery, which is X, okay, or rather A. Okay, let me set this to A and try to create an order here. Okay, let me set this to A, save it. Okay, and try to create an order here. 1000 as usual, M011, and remove the delivery block and then click save. Now you see what's going to happen here. Look at this message. It says May batch order number so and so has been saved, and at the same time the delivery has been created. Why? Because it has been set to A. Okay, or rather I think I did not clearly capture this, so let me capture this here. Oops, sorry. Okay, so this field has been set to A, and this, because this has been set to A, the system has automatically created a delivery without having to go through VL04 or VL01N, any of the delivery transaction codes. So this scenario is called a rush order. Rush order. What is a rush order? A rush order is where you are forcing the system to create a delivery automatically without having to go through either the delivery due list or the delivery creation program. Alright, now when will this be useful? The case of a rush order where the customer is waiting for the transaction to happen, or meaning customer is waiting on your front desk and saying, hey, you know what, release me the goods right now, I want these goods, I want to take them along. Okay, sure. So what's going to stop the customer from taking the goods? Well, in a standard order scenario, here is something that you should know. In a standard scenario, orders will be created through the course of the day, but deliveries will not be created like that. Deliveries will be created overnight. Via a batch process. This is VL04. It's a nightly batch process that runs once every night and takes all the deliveries that are due for the day
and creates those deliveries. Okay, so order 1 need not be relevant, so it will not create. Order 2 is relevant, okay, it will create. Order 3 might not be relevant. Order 4 might be relevant. This is the normal process. But if the customer is waiting at your desk and asking you to rush the delivery right now, you can't say that, hey, you know what, we'll wait until the delivery process happens, which will happen overnight. The customer will just be pissed off. Instead, what you do is, you will not create a standard order like ZOR or whatever other order types, but you will create a rush order. The scenario is called a rush order, which is a fancy term for configuring the document type in such a way that your delivery will be created immediately, as simple as that. Okay, this is called rush order, and the only difference between a standard order and a rush order is that the immediate delivery flag will be set to A. Alright, so there you go, that's the rush order. The next field or section is the billing section. So what's happening in the billing section? Again, I'll highlight what is important: delivery relevant billing, order relevant billing, intercompany billing, billing block, billing plan type, checking group. Alright, these are our important fields. Now 5, 6 we'll see later. Okay, not now. So 1, 2, 3 and 4 we'll talk about them now. I would rather defer to talk about point number 3, which is intercompany invoice, but I'll just give you a highlight. But later when we come to billing document types, I'll go at a much deeper level to talk about intercompany billing document types. So what about the other ones? Delivery relevant and order relevant billing type. What really are they? Delivery relevant billing type. What is a delivery relevant billing type? Delivery relevant billing type means, you remember it like this: if an order has line item 10, which is a PC, and line item 1, which is a warranty or some service item, additional service, whatever, this can be delivered. This cannot be delivered. It's only a service item, so no delivery. Now when you try to create a delivery, only 10 will come through, 20 will not come through. Now when you try to bill, what happens? Only 10 is there, because this is called delivery relevant billing. Meaning, when you try to create a billing document like VF01, you will create it with reference to the delivery. The other way to do it is order relevant billing, which is, okay, 20 did not go through this delivery, neither did it go through to this invoice, but it will go in another document type or another invoice, F2 in this case, which is the same as the order relevant, but instead it will contain 20 warranty. So this is created with reference to order, and hence it is called, and it includes this line item, hence it is called order relevant billing. So thumb rule here generally is, a sales document type can have both service as well as delivery relevant materials. So for any invoice that's created with reference to delivery relevant document types, then you use this document type, and any invoices that you create with reference to the order directly, you use this document type. Okay, now let's talk about intercompany invoice. intercompany. Like I said, I'm going to briefly touch on it. I'm not going to go through at a greater level of detail. But what is an intercompany invoice? A very simple example that I'm going to take is US and Canada, let's say. Okay, so here is your customer placing an order for line item 10 and let's say this is a PC, and line item 20, this is quantity 100, and then line item 20 is like, let's say, what goes along with a PC, a special monitor, a non-reflective blah blah blah, whatever, right? Alright, now this will be delivered from the US plant. This ideally should be delivered from the US plant, because see, the customer is in the US. Somehow when creating an order, we found out that we don't have enough stock of the special monitor, and in order to get that special monitor into stock, it's going to take 10 days, and that's what we communicate to the customer. We say, hey, you know what, it's going to take 10 days to get the special monitor. Can you wait for 10 days? Customer sometimes might not like it, so he's going to say, hey, you know what, I don't want to wait for 10 days, I'll place it somewhere else. Or if you don't want to lose the customer, you can do something like this. You can say, you don't need to wait for 10 days, I have an option. We have a plant in Canada, so I'm going to deliver it directly from Canada, the Canadian plant, which already has the stock and will directly ship it to the customer. So the other company in the sense company code, as we have learned in enterprise structure, will ship directly to our customer. Now, since they have shipped it directly to the customer, they will bill not the customer, but they will bill us. This invoice between two different company codes is called intercompany invoice. Okay, intercompany invoice. So intercompany invoices are generally generated when the delivering plant belongs to a different company code, which is perfectly feasible because we are all part of the same parent entity and we wish to serve our customers. If we don't have the stock, we're going to issue the stock from a different company code, but in order to legally and accounting wise compensate for this sale, the other company code is going to issue an intercompany invoice, and which the customer will pay. In this case, the company which is selling to the customer, so they will pay for the intercompany invoice. Okay, the customer will pay that company. And the selling company will pay the procuring company. This is called intercompany invoice. Now don't worry too much about it. When we talk about billing document types, we're going to talk in depth or in detail about what is an intercompany invoice. Alright, so there we go, that's intercompany invoice. And billing block. Billing block is probably very simple. You just place a billing block, save it, and when you try to create an order, just similar to the way an order block is created, a billing block will be created, a delivery block will be created, a billing block will be created, right? Now we have seen this example when we talked about sales order deep dive, isn't it? So hope you remember that concept from there as to what a billing block does, what a delivery block does. Okay, so I'm not going to cover that concept again. So here is a billing block and it automatically places a billing block here. Alright, so that is that. And checking group is something that we're not going to talk about now. We're going to ignore it. And same with billing plan type, because billing plan types, as
like milestone billing, periodical billing, so on and so forth, is something that we don't need to worry about at this point. Okay. Now, the last field, lead time in days. Okay. Now look at this number 7 and look at this number here. Okay. Now today's date is what? The 15th. And the requested delivery date is 29th. Why? Okay. This is going to be a little weird, because the system is adding a certain number of days and then proposing a requested delivery date. The system is adding a certain number of days and proposing a system delivery date. So why is it, how many days is it adding? It's adding 7 days, and those 7 days are 7 working days. Okay, those 7 days or 7 working days. So if you exclude your holidays or whatever that are part of your factory calendar, these lead time in days will be added to current date to arrive at requested delivery date. Now, requested delivery date need not always be calculated this way. Requested delivery date can also be calculated, or rather entered, based on customer's preference. So it's basically, at the end of the day, a customer's choice as to when he wishes to receive the goods. If we are not able to promise, or if we are not able to procure the goods at his doorstep by that date, then we might propose an alternative date. But otherwise, the requested delivery date is based on the customer's actual request. But if the customer did not request anything, then what the system is going to do is add a certain number of lead time in days to the current transaction. Okay, and then it's going to produce a date that's so many days into the future. Alright, generally it's going to be like, these dates are Saturday and Sunday, right? So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and then probably there are, and these are holidays anyway, so these are gone, Saturday and Sunday, right? And then maybe we got, now it says 2905, so there are 2 more days. Maybe there were a couple of holidays in between, depending on the factory calendar, or depending on the customer's calendar. Depending on those parameters, it might have excluded a number of days and then arrived at a final date of 29th. Now this is not set in stone. It can always be changed to whatever date you like. Okay, you don't want 29th, you can set it to 30th, no problem. Right? It will correspondingly change all the requested schedule line dates or the available schedule lines based on availability. So when we discuss what is called as delivery scheduling and transportation scheduling, which is a different topic, I will explain the role the requested delivery date plays in calculating the different milestone dates, like loading date, picking date, packing date, material availability date, so on and so forth. Okay, that about finishes our sales document type configuration. So go ahead, play around with all these fields: document category, sales document block, internal number ranges, external number ranges, item number increments, reference mandatory, so on and so forth. And if you have questions, as usual, please feel free to post in the forum. Alright, thank you very much. Today we are going to talk about BOMs, or bill of materials. What is a bill of material? The name might sound a little weird, but the definition is quite simple. A bill of material
consists of one top level material. In this case, we are talking about a PC, which is essentially line item 10 and all its components put together. So 20 is the monitor, 30 is the CPU, the memory, extended warranty, anything else that you give free along with it, say a printer, mouse pad, mouse, speakers, so on and so forth. I've picked up a couple of items here, like the monitor, the CPU, memory, printers, mouse pad, just to make sure we have a minimum bill of material that is really workable without getting confused. We're going to build this bill of material in the system and then use it in a sales order and see the different ways in which we can use this bill of material. But that's the topic for the next session. In this session, we are going to concentrate on the bill of material. We know what is a bill of material, so let's start building a bill of material in the system. Before we go there, probably you already understand the uses of the bill of material. PC is a very good example of a bill of material, where you go to a website, say Dell or HP, and then order a PC and choose the components. So the top level part in this case is the PC, and the components are your choices in building that PC. Say for example, you choose 2 into 2 GB memory, you choose 2 speakers, you choose an extended warranty, you choose a CPU with a particular type of processor, so on and so forth. This concept extends in many different industries. Say you choose a car, a Mercedes car with a sunroof as an option, or a moonroof as an option, alloy wheels, heated seats, leather seats, so on and so forth. Wherever you have a material that contains a bunch of components, either something you can choose with, or it could be a case where the components come standard. For example, if you buy a pre-built or a pre-configured server or a laptop, say PC 101 in this case. So this PC 101, let's say, is a pre-configured system with a fixed monitor of a fixed size and a CPU which contains so much of memory, and one extended warranty as part of the package, one printer given free as part of the package, and then one mouse pad. And this is not a choice but a set of components that we wish to give the user as part of this material. So this PC 101 is the top level material or top level part, and all of them are called components. Components could vary in quantity. As you can see, this PC contains 2 memory cards, and that's part of the package. So a bill of material contains components along with the respective quantities. So if you wish to supply 2 printers along with this bill of this PC, you could as well specify the quantity of 2 here. Okay, now before we build the bill of materials in the system, we have to build the materials that comprises of these bill of materials. This is going to be a tedious exercise where we are going to build like 7 different materials. I'm going to start off by showing you a couple of them. Say I'll build one PC, and then the rest of the steps are almost similar, and then I'm not going to show them. Wherever things are different, say for example this extended service warranty is going to be created using a different material type, and I'm going to emphasize wherever things become different, right? So first things, I'm going to show you how to create this PC as a material in the material master in SAP, and the rest of them will almost be very similar with very minimal differences. And then we're going to concentrate on building the bill of materials. So step number 1 is creating these 7 materials, starting off with the top level part, PC-101. Alright, so the transaction, as you know, is MM01 PC-101. Select retail and select finished goods. Now you can do finished goods, you can do non-stock items, but that's a topic for another day. Let's choose FERT, which is finished materials, because it's simple and we're already aware of FERT material type. Choose that, then choose basic data 1, sales org 1, 2, 3, MRP 1, general data storage 1, accounting 1. So if you remember from our material master class, these are the minimum views that are required in order for you to create a material and use it in the full OTC cycle. Now that we have selected the views, let's click OK, and let's choose the plant as 1200 and the storage location as 0001. Sales org is the usual 1010, and you can as well choose 3000 and the respective plans if you are comfortable with the 3010 sales org. You can even do it in your own sales org now that we have done the enterprise structure class. I'm choosing 1000 because this is something that we are all very familiar with. Alright, click OK and start to enter the description. Okay, this is a PC model 101 pre-built configuration. Okay, the unit of measure is, let's say, each or PC, whatever you like. Let's select a material group if required of PCs, but it's really up to you. You don't need to choose it. If you want, you can put some weights, volumes, but not really required. Enter a tax classification of 1, and over here, as of now, we are choosing norm, but we are going to come back to it and change it. Keep moving along. Wherever data is required, keep filling them up. Choose an MRP type of ND. This way you don't have to fill up a lot of stuff. MRP views, as you know, is something that is not in our domain. It's in the MM and PP domain, so we don't care. Keep moving on. Alright, valuation class is 7920, and just put a standard cost of whatever you like and click save. Okay, so this is done, and similarly we're going to do the rest of the materials, which are the components, and since the exercise is going to be almost the same, I'm going to skip all the steps, but I will create them in the system, and then we'll continue with the demonstration of bill of material. Alright, so here we have created all the different materials that we have initially started out to create, and let me create another page here. Okay, and then I'm going to paste whatever I've created here. So these are the different materials that we have created. CPU, the extended service warranty, memory, monitor, mousepad, the top level PC part, and printer. Now, apart from this material extended 101, which is created with a material type of DIEN, the rest of them are all created with a material type FERT, which is finished material. If you want to quickly see all the material types I've used, there we go. So all of them have been created with the material type FERT, with the exception of service, which is DEIN. Alright, if you want to quickly see the materials that have been created and the respective material types, just go to MM03 for example and type in let's say EXT 101, which is the extended warranty material of type service. Just go to basic data and then click on this I button, information, and then you'll see the material type that it has been created with. In this case it is DIEN, which is service. For the other parts, say PC 101 or PR 101, you might already see that they have been created with the material type FERT. Alright, now that we have created the materials, let's move on to the next step and create the bill of material. How to create the bill of material? You use this transaction CS01. Now there are different types of bills of material. Some bill of materials are created for sales. Some bill of materials are created for production. Some bill of materials are created for planning, for plant maintenance, so on and so forth. I'll give you a very simple example to understand why we have so many different bill of materials. Let's take the same PC example, and then we have the PC top level part and then all its components. Now, to a salesperson or to a customer, probably he's more interested in looking at the PC and its higher level components, say monitor, keyboard, mouse, memory. That's what the sales perspective is, more or less the customer perspective. Now, if you look at the same thing from a manufacturing perspective, so this is the plant, and if you look at it from a manufacturing perspective, yeah, there is this PC, but if you look at the monitor here, the monitor will be broken down into its components, say the panel, the power supply, any other electronics, so on and so forth, because they are all required to manufacture that monitor. Similarly, if you take a CPU, a sales guy or a customer is only interested in looking at what processor it is and how much memory it is. That's it. But from a manufacturing perspective, the CPU needs to have a motherboard, the processor, the memory, the graphics card, so on. So this is the sales perspective of the same BOM, and this is the manufacturing perspective of the same BOM, so on and so forth. There are so many different perspectives. Now let's go to CS01, which is creation of a BOM, and say PC-101, which is our top level material. Then enter the plant. BOM is per plant, so it is not necessary that the same bill of material be used and in all plants. Meaning in the US you can have one bill of material for the same top level part, and in India or China you can have a different bill of material for the same material or top level part, which is rarely used, but it's a feature that's available. Now BOM usage is the one that we've been talking about just now. We've talked about sales views, production views, so on and so forth. The ones that we are interested in is the sales view, which is number 5, usage 5. So pick 5 here for sales usage and then hit enter. Now we're going to create the components as we have seen in the bill of material that we initially started out to create. So here is what we wanted to create. A PC should contain a monitor, mon-101. Since we have already created that as a material, the system should validate it and then be okay with it when I hit enter. So the quantity is 1. So this PC is going to contain 1 monitor. Hit enter and the system is okay with it because it has already pulled out the unit of measure, so on and so forth. The next component is the CPU, and the CPU is quantity 1, CPU dash 101, quantity 1, hit enter. And I'm going to deliberately skip the memory, which I'm going to tell you why in a bit. So I'm not going to do memory right now, okay, because memory is a component of CPU. So I'm going to create CPU as another bill of material which will contain the part memory. So the CPU contains memory, right? Let's say 2 GB memory. So I'm going to skip the memory part for now and then just going to create the remaining parts, which is extended warranty, printer and mouse pad. So here we go. Extended warranty 101, which is a service, and of course quantity 1, and printer 101, quantity 1, and mouse pad 101, quantity 1. That's all we wanted to create. Click on save. Is that all? So we've got the PC, of course, the top level, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, so we've got everything lined up. Save this guy. Similarly, we're going to create another BOM for CPU 101 and then let this guy contain the part memory 101. So CPU 101, everything else remaining the same for the same plant, same bill of material. Enter, and then this is going to contain memory 101, quantity 2. Let's say we're giving 4 GB memory as part of this standard package, and which is 2 into 2 GB sticks. So we're going to say the quantity is 2. Alright, save. Now we have created the BOM, and if you want to look at the BOM, here it is, CS02 to change or CS03 to display. So I'm going to say CS03, pick out CPU-101, which contains the components memory, and let me go here and then I'll take a screenshot of these 2 different bill of materials that we have created. Alright, so this is one bill of material which will contain just one part, and the second bill of material is for the PC, the top level part, which is much bigger in scope. There we go. So we have all these 5 level parts. Let me take a quick snapshot of it like so, and there we go. So this is the top level part, and then these are the components, and among it The CPU is one component which could be further broken down into more components. So we have PC, which contains so on, and CPU is going to contain memory as a component inside the CPU. If you only have one level of components, it's called a single level BOM. If you have more than one level of components, like CPU is going to contain memory, memory is going to contain something else, it's called a multi-level BOM or super BOM, super bill of material. Alright, this is how you create bill of materials. Any questions? Please feel free to post your questions in the forum, and I'll be able to answer your questions. Thank you.